Power BI introduction part. So before going to basically Power BI is data analysis tool, data analyst position, analyzing data, creating reports. That is comes under Power BI basically. So before going to discuss about Power BI, so better to discuss some scenarios related to what is database, what is data warehouse. These things really important for us. See, this is database. So what is the purpose of databases? See, databases are used to store different types of data. So data storage purpose, we use these databases, right? Coming to next scenario. To store data, we can go for files also. Different types of files available in the market. We can use those files for data storage purpose. Why we are going for databases? This is common question. See, when we are working with the databases, security, performance, and storage capacity. These are really important for us. So these scenarios can be provided by only databases. File system cannot provide these scenarios. So security, data level security also. For example, you are working with some database. What about data level security? Performance. Performance means the speed. Accessing speed of the databases comes under performance. In the same as storage capacity, because in real-time environment, we are going to work with the terabyte size of the databases. So their top level storage management is also really important for us. So these are all can be provided by only databases. That's why generally to store data, we use different databases. Even not only data storage, even you can modify data anytime. You can modify data and you can perform data retrieval operations. These are all can be done in RDBMS databases. So that is the reason why we are going for databases basically. Coming to next scenario. So basically this Power BI is related to data warehouse. So what is data warehouse? What is the difference between databases and data warehouse? Better to discuss those scenarios also. For example, this is my data source, means database. Basically, this database is volatile database. Volatile means anytime you can connect it to database and you can modify. So anytime you can modify data in the database means it contains only current data. Only current data will be there in these databases. So what is the tool you are going to work? Data analysis tool, Power BI. So we cannot use this type of data, current data for data analysis purpose. Right. So if you are working with current data to perform data analysis, it is like, time consumption will be there. So this type of issues, performance related issues will be there. That's why we are not going to use that type of data to perform these activities. So we need some other environment which maintains historical data. Historical means without modifications, non-volatile. Volatile means what? Modifications. We need some environment where we can avoid these modifications. We can maintain historical data. That we call it as a data warehouse database. So this is a non-volatile environment. So what we are doing, we are going to copy data from data source to data warehouse environment. Data source to data warehouse environment. Right. And so the major difference between data source databases, and data warehouse is volatile and non-volatile. So because of non-volatile property in data warehouse environment, we store historical data. So that is required for us to perform data analysis. That means suppose you copy data from different data sources to data warehouse environment. After that, you cannot make any changes to data. If data is there in the source, then only you can modify it. If data copied from source to data warehouse environment, you cannot make any modifications. Right? And so Data warehouse environment is especially for data analysis purpose, report creation purpose. Okay, that is data warehouse. So now my next question is, I said like Power BI is related to data warehouse. Power BI is related to what? Data warehouse. So how it is related to data warehouse? Let us see that now. See, for example, this is your Power BI environment. So what are the operations we are going to perform in Power BI from the beginning? From the beginning, what type of operations we are going to perform in Power BI? Copy data. In the beginning, we are going to copy data from different data sources to Power BI environment. So copy data is not going to modify anything. For example, you have some table in the source. You are going to copy table from source to Power BI. That is not going to modify, right? So copy data is not going to make any changes to your database on volatile. So copy data is not going to modify, right? Next scenario. Transform data. So generally transform data, next DAX, next visualization creation. So generally these are the major operations we are going to perform in Power BI. Okay, fine. But the thing is, Power BI also non-volatile environment only. We are not going to make any changes to data even in Power BI. But when I'm talking about copy data, transform data, DAX data, you feel like data is going to modify. That is not correct. I'll tell you the reason. So copy data I already explained. Transform data. Basically, we use transformations to bring data into required format. See, simple scenario. After copying data or while copying data, you are going to work with the transformations, right? For example, we have some table products in this source, and this table contains some column sales amount. Now, I'm going to copy same table from source to Power BI. Products table with what? Sales amount column. Okay. But it is not plain copy. So plain copy directly copy and save. That's it. But it's not. It's not plain copy. We have something different requirement here. Suppose sales amount is greater than 3,000, then only copy. I got my requirement right? Suppose sales amount is greater than 3,000, then only copy. Otherwise, don't copy. Then what to do? I write some condition. See, there we have some condition there. What is the condition? Sales amount is greater than 3,000. By writing this condition, we are going to copy data, required data. So what happens? Only salary greater than 3,000 data will be, sales amount greater than 3,000 data will be copied. That means what you are doing here, you are just copying only required data from source to Power BI. Are you modifying anything? Anybody please tell me? Are you modifying anything here? No, we are not modifying anything. It is not modifying anything. Just what it is doing, it is copying only required data. So it is non-volatile operation. So this type of operations are comes under transformations. What it is? Transformation. Right? And so next scenario, now it's clear. Transformation is not going to modify anything. This is only for data transformation purpose. I mean, bring data into required format purpose only. No doubt. Right? Coming to next scenario, DAX. DAX stands for data analysis expressions. Formula language. We use DAX for data related calculations purpose. Right? In databases, we are going, not databases, in Power BI environment, we are going to perform calculations. Different types of calculations we are going to perform. You can ask some question here, sir, why we perform calculations in databases, tell me. In data warehouse, tell me. Common questions. For example, you copied products table with sales amount column from source to Power BI. So now you are going to create some report. See, what is the final scenario we are doing in Power BI? Report creation only, dashboards creation only, right? Finally, in Power BI, what we are going to do, tell me, reporting. Report creation, dashboard creation, we are going to do. Right? Okay, fine. You copied data, you transformed it. Now you are going to create some report. You have sales amount column, but this is monthly sales amount. What type of sales amount column is available? Monthly sales amount is available. But your report, you need yearly sales amount. Sales amount into 12. You are doing some calculation here. What's the calculation? Sales amount into 12. Because you need annual sales amount to create report. You don't have annual sales amount in our environment. You have only monthly sales amount. So you have to do some calculation. So doing like this. But we do this calculation by using DAX function. Right? And by using DAX functions only, we are doing these calculations. So is it going to modify anything in the database? No, it is not modifying anything. So totally what I'm trying to explain, Power BI is pure data warehouse environment. In Power BI, we are not going to perform any data modifications because it is non-volatile environment. You just perform copy data, transform data, DAX data, any type of operations. But ultimately, these are only for bring data into required format because we are going to create reports, dashboards, some format of the data is required for us. For that format of the data, we are going to perform transformations and DAX functions. Got my point? And next, visualization area. Visualizations means what? Creating reports. Different types of reports we are going to create. Right? In the same way, need more clarity on this Power BI environment, what we are going to do.
Your voice is breaking, sir.
How is it now? Is it okay now? Okay.
Yes, sir, it is fine now.
Right. So generally in Power BI environment, we are going to work with the different scenarios like this. Right. And in the beginning, we have some data source. For example, what is our data source? For example, SQL Server database. Just assumption. From SQL Server data source, we are going to copy data into Power BI desktop environment. What is the tool name? Power BI desktop. So whatever the operations I discussed till now, like copy data, I'm sorry, transform data, add data, creating visualization, these are all we are going to perform in Power BI desktop only. So major development we are going to perform in Power BI by using desktop only. So after finishing your development here, you are going to publish your work. Whatever you developed, you are going to publish. Because why we are developing all these things, tell me? Because of customers. Right? Okay, now? To share customers, we are going to do these development activities. So from Power BI desktop, you cannot share anything to customers. This is only for development purpose. So after finishing development, you're going to publish. Your published work is going to store in Power BI service center. From Power BI service, we are going to share them to customers. Even we are going to create a dashboard in this service environment only. So dashboard means what? It is collection of different visualizations, related visualizations. So this is a user environment, end user environment. Some application will be there, some other environment will be there. Now what you are doing, you are developing these things here, you are going to publish them to service, right? And from service, you are going to share them to users. See, here important thing is coming to desktop environment. Here only we have building blocks of the Power BI. So building blocks of the Power BI are Power Query, Power Pivot, I'm sorry, and Power View. Power BI development means these activities only. No doubt. Power Query, Power Pivot, and Power View. So Power Query means transformations area. This is transformation area. Power Pivot means DAX. DAX, data modeling, creating relationships between tables, defining cross filters. These are all comes under power pivot. So this area is purely related to data operations. That's why we say copy data, transform data, DAX data. We are going to perform these tasks directly on data. Because before going to create report, you have to bring data into your required format. Because see, you are working with some scenario, some project means some requirements will be there, right? Based on requirements only, you are going to work. Then we have Power View also. Power View means what? Visualization creation. So Power View concept is different. That means overall Power BI development, we have data related operations and visualization creation operations. Right. So now coming to next scenario, prerequisites. What are the prerequisites there for this training? SQL queries part is required. Transformations, DAX, purely coming from SQL queries part. No doubt. In the same way, data warehouse concepts knowledge is also required for us. See, SQL queries we are going to discuss in this training only. Data warehouse concepts also we are going to discuss in this training only. Right? So you no need to go for some other training. In the same way, if you are ready to learn complete SQL developer, Power BI participant can attend complete SQL development class also. Right, and that is also available in this institute, Durga. Clear? But remember, you go for data warehouse or database related scenarios, whatever it. Database development or data warehouse. SQL queries knowledge is required, no doubt. Some people says that if you know basics of the SQL, you can work. How can you work? You are going to work with real-time environment. Basic knowledge, how can you perform operations still? Am I right or not? Straight question. Not my point. So these are all. And I said power pivot. Power pivot means we are going to work with the data modeling concept there. Right, Andy? Data modeling concept means we are working with fact table, dimension tables concepts. Because see, those concepts are coming from data warehouse. Because in the beginning, we started with the data warehouse. Of course, database we started, then we discussed about data warehouse. So to work with some scenarios of the Power BI, we need data warehouse concepts. That's why we are going to work with those things also. So these are the prerequisites. We are going to discuss prerequisites in this training only, no doubt. So coming to next scenario, we have to discuss more on process. What are the scenarios we are going to discuss, and what we are giving some project also. What project we are giving, what we are going to learn in this project, that and all we'll discuss in tomorrow's class. Same time, same link. Now, that's all for today from my end. Any questions, please go ahead. If you have any questions, please go ahead. Anybody? You can unmute and talk to me, or you can send messages also. We have chat facility. Please. Tomorrow's class, I'm going to discuss more on these things, somewhat related to real-time scenarios also. I'm going to discuss in tomorrow's class. Please go ahead. Any questions, please? What happened there? No questions? Nobody asking questions?
Yeah, I have one question. Hello, hello, hello.
Yeah, please, Srinu. I can hear you. Srinu, I can hear you.
Yeah, yeah. So when we attend this class, yeah, yeah. When we attend this class, we're going to do some real-time scenarios in the real work environment. Suresh.
See, Srinu, one thing is important. Real work environment you can
Hello.
get easily. See, real work environment you can get only in our job, in our project only. When you are attending any training, don't expect that, frankly speaking. Okay, now what we can provide,
Okay.
we can guide you towards real-time environment, but we cannot show real-time environment because it is training environment, right? Okay, now we are giving project.
Mm-hmm.
Project means you'll get idea. Okay, fine, what we are going to do in real time. Process you are
Okay.
going to learn. Okay, now right?
Okay.
Right. Anybody, please? Any questions? Any? Okay. Right then. Let's do one thing. Let's meet tomorrow with remaining things. After finishing tomorrow's class, you'll get more clarity. Right. In yesterday's class, we discussed about some scenarios related to Power BI introduction part. And we discussed what are the things we are going to do in Power BI. Clear-cut information we discussed. So today, we are going to discuss about more related scenarios here. Suppose you are going to work with some project, right? in this project. I mean, Power BI related project. I'm talking about Power BI project only. In that project, what are the different scenarios we're going to do? And from where the project is going to start. These are all really important. Now, in the beginning, copying data. We're going to work with different data sources. From data source, we're going to copy data, then we're going to transform. Different things will be there. See, an important scenario is so we have some data source, Power BI desktop, Power BI service, end user related scenarios. Suppose this is our data source. From this data source, we're going to copy data. Right. And so maximum scenarios, what happens, you are going to work with some data source means it will be database only. Maximum SQL server database will be there. Okay. So coming to next scenario. From data source, we are going to copy data into desktop. In this desktop only, we are going to transform, right? And DAX, different scenarios we are doing it. See, an important point is, for example, we have some table here in the source. Oh, every time why I'm talking about tables, because in RDBMS databases, in the same in Power BI, data is going to store in the form of tables only. There is no other facility, right? In the beginning, we are creating tables and we are going to store data in the form of tables only. That is the point. Clear? And so coming to next scenario. Suppose we have some tables here. You take regular table. Suppose you have employee table and a department table. So in these tables, we have common column department number. Okay, now listen carefully, please. We are going to copy data from employee table, department table. What is the common column we have in these tables? Department number. So here important point is, if you are working with these two tables individually, lot of burden will be there, right? Suppose you have two tables and you are going to work with two different scenarios, means number of operations will be more and even burden will be more on our server. So that is going to create troubles to us. Okay. That's why what we are doing, here you have different tables copying from source to Power BI, and here you have common column also. So now we can perform some transformation called as merge transformation. So by using this merge transformation, we can combine data from these tables. Suppose here you have two tables, right? You are going to copy data from these two tables. And what we are doing, we are going to combine the data. So how we are going to combine the data here? By using transformation merge. So why we are going to combine the data? See, working with less number of tables always better than working with more number of tables. Remember that point. Okay. So here what's happening? Initially, when the data is there in the source, there are different tables. Right, Andy? When data is there in the source, they are what? They are different tables. So multiple tables, right? When you're going to copy data and when you perform this combined transformation, merge transformation, right? They are only single table. Okay. So now what's happening, by doing this transformation, merge transformation, we are going to combine the data. In the same way, we are going to minimize number of tables. Am I right or not? We are going to minimize number of tables from 2 to 1. 2 to 1 only. Please check it. Right in. So now after finishing this transformation, merge transformation, if you want to create any report by taking data from single table, you can go for report creation because you combine data. But just assume that you have not done with any merge operation. There are two different tables still. Still there are two different tables. You're going to create report so that you have to access data from two different tables only. Am I right or not? Okay, now. Listen carefully. Very important real-time scenario I'm discussing now. Okay. So your important point is so simple logic. What we are doing here, we are minimizing number of tables. So burden will be minimized. So performance will be increased. That is the key point we are discussing. So after doing this task, generally we are going to create report. If any DAX is required, we perform DAX. Otherwise, we are going to create report. Fine. See, important point is, yesterday I discussed, your data source is volatile and your data warehouse is non-volatile. This is the point we discussed yesterday, right? Some of you attended yesterday's class. Some new participants there today. Non-volatile means, for example, data copied from source to Power BI environment. Done. You performed transformation much, and you go ahead and create report. That's fine. No problem. But after creating report or before creating report, right? Anand? After creating report or before creating report, if source is modified, we have employee table, department tables in the source, we copied them to Power BI. Then only we perform transformation and we created report. That's what we are doing. For example, your source is modified. You created report. Source is modified. Right. Now, whatever the data modified in the source, that should be copied to Power BI. That should be reflected to your report. Right. So why I'm discussing this point, you are new to this environment. Generally, you feel like we copied data, transformed data, created report. There ends the matter. That is not correct. Initially, we are going to take copy of the data from this source. We are creating report. Of course, we are performing transformation stacks. After that, refresh will be there. So refresh means whatever the modifications done in the source, they should be copied into Power BI. They should be reflected into report and visualization and dashboards also. So that is the importance of transformation. Not only much transformation, we have different types of transformations there. Basically, much transformation is joins concept of the SQL. In yesterday's class, I discussed some points. What are the prerequisites there for Power BI? SQL Server queries part and data warehouse concepts. So these transformations coming from SQL only, SQL queries only. Right. So now we got some idea what we are doing with the transformations. Okay. So after that, we are going to work with some DAX. For example, DAX also I'll give you some scenarios. Suppose you have source here. From source, you have some table employee. Okay. The employee table means generally what will be there in employee table, employees information will be there, data. You copy table from source to desktop, Power BI desktop. So employee table, salary column, there is no null value. Commission column, we have null value. So now you want to do some report, you want to create some report, that is in that report you want to go for total salary. What is total salary? Salary plus commission is comes under total salary. That is the meaning, right? You have salary and commission means what is the meaning of total salary? Salary plus commission. In this scenario, so now we cannot perform any type of operation with the null values because nobody knows what is the value of null. Suppose I'm doing it like salary plus commission. If commission is null, total value you are going to get it as null. There is no null value in there is no null value in salary column, but you are doing operation with null value, right? So you'll get total null. Right? So that is really important for us. So here we have to do some conversions or calculations. But still, because see, I want to complete this task here. I want to work with the commission from commission salary plus commission. Contains null values, but still I want to work with that. How to do that task? You got my point, right? So in this case, what you are doing, here you are going to use some function. Suppose is null of commission comma 0. This is null function is going to convert null value into 0. For example, you have null value in the commission column, then it is going to convert. Is null function is going to convert null value into 0 temporarily. Up to completion of this query. So if that query execution completes, then you are going to finish your task, right? For that, we are using DAX, data analysis expressions. DAX functions. What is seasonal? Seasonal is functional. Seasonal is functional. We are working with DAX functions only. Purpose of the DAX. So then you're going to create visualization, report. Even you know one thing, after completion of this, if any modifications done in the source, those modifications will be copied to Power BI from source. In the same, they'll be copied to DAX, then they'll be copied to report also. That we call it as refresh concept. Tomorrow I'm going to discuss that refresh concept. Refresh data. Refresh data means copy latest modifications done in the source to Power BI environment. If you already created report with that data in Power BI, even that report also gets modifications, refreshed modifications. Right, Annie? So these are really important. So coming to next scenario, yesterday I discussed some points here. Data modeling concept, Power BI modeling. What is that Power BI modeling? 1 second. So modeling means relationships between tables. Previously, we discussed about joins, merge. That is not relationship. So different tables data you are going to combine. That's what we did. But now the scenario is different. Here what we are doing, suppose you have employee table, department table, common data, department number, common column. Right, Andy? So you are going to copy everything. Employee table, department table with common column, you are going to copy. From source to Power BI. Right, Andy? Even after copying, you're going to store those tables in Power BI environment permanently, right? So there also we should go for relationship between tables. Because these tables contains common data, right? And common column. So relationship between tables we are going to establish. Previously I discussed about merge concept, that is different concept. Merge concept is different. because merge combined data. Now we are not going to combine. They are separate tables, different tables only. Even inside Power BI also, we are going to store them as different tables only. But relationship we are going to establish. What is the advantage of creating relationship between tables? Number of operations are going to minimize. For example, you are creating some report. Generally, in Power BI environment, you are going to create report means you are going to use data from different tables for creating that report. You are going to use data from different tables to create that report, you know. So then these tables are related tables. Then time consumption is going to minimize, right? Easy access will be created, right? So that means performance will be increased. Performance means what? Speed. Report speed will be generated. That is what client required. You are creating report. Report creation is not enough. Lot of things you need to provide to that report, especially, you know, security, performance, these things. Security is different thing that we can do, no problem. Performance is important. Accessing speed is important. How you are going to provide it? So these are all. There are many ways to improve performance, right? And so the major scenarios I discussed yesterday, building blocks of the Power BI. What are the building blocks we discussed? Power query, Power pivot, Power view. Power query transformation area. Power pivot means relationships between tables, modeling, DAX, that and all comes under that. Then report creation. Suppose you created some report. Different scenarios will be there in this report creation. Creating report, then formatting report, then filter report. Three different scenarios you are going to work in the report. So you are going to take data and creating some report here. Then you have to format visualization. Different themes, different layouts, backgrounds, colors, fonts, size. So general formatting, visual formatting, different things will be there. You have to make that report attractive, right? That we are going to do with formatting. Then filtering data inside report. Suppose you created some report. How to filter data? For example, now we discussed different employees, different departments. So you created report with all employees, all departments data. Now there is some person, some user wants to see particular department number related data. So you have to provide access to that department number data only, right? So this type of requirements will be there. For that we are going to use filters, filtering data. So previously I discussed some points, transformation. So DAX also given some real-time example. And now this filter concept, group by class, where class, having class, after by class, these are all filters only, right? So these are all coming from SQL Server queries part only. Right? So Power Query, Power Pivot to Power View. Same order we are going to follow. Suppose you created some report, then if you want to make changes to that report, you can edit that report. You can edit and you can make changes to the report. That is also possible, don't worry. In the same way, this is desktop, right? Here, whatever the things up to now I discussed in today's class, we are going to perform them in this desktop environment only. So after finishing your work from here, you're going to publish it into Power BI service environment. This is service. This Power BI service, I can say it is like, to share your work to customers. To share your work to customers. In the same way, dashboard creation is also really important. So maximum projects we are going to create dashboards. Dashboards we can do in Power BI service only. Here only sometimes we are going to create deployment pipelines. Deployment, what is the deployment pipeline? Development to, then testing, then production. So in the beginning, development will be done. Then it goes to test environment. Then it goes to production. So the deployment pipelines creation and creating apps. Apps creation is important. So app means what? It contains some visualizations and dashboards. Collection of visualizations, dashboards already developed. We call them as apps. Right? And even in real time, what happens, if you're working with real time project, sometimes they will develop their own visualizations, dashboards, and they are going to give them to us in the form of content, like for example, organizational apps, organizational services. What they contains, visualizations, reports, and dashboards they contains. We can use them. We can design them or we can arrange them for the customer's purpose. So these are all we are going to work here. After finishing these things, we are going to work with integration. Integration means generally we are not going to do anything. Nowadays we got some concept here. Embedding Power BI visualization with some application. For example, I give you a simple example. Suppose you are attending some exam, online exam. How you are writing exam? By using some application. They will give you some user account, you are connecting to their application and you are going to finish your exam. Am I right or not? In this scenario, after finishing your exam, they will give you some report there. So total marks, percentage, where you scored more, where you scored less. This type of graphs kind of visualizations they are going to give you. Where you are accessing those visualizations in the application only. But those visualizations not created in application. Application is just user purpose, user access purpose. Right? And So they are developed in some reporting tool, like for example, Power BI, based on the data. That is really important for us. So how to embed that report? Like just information. Your role is up to service only. Embed is not related to Power BI developer. But still, if you know something extra, that will really good for you, right? So little bit about embedding Power BI reports, Power BI dashboards into applications. Internal users purpose, sectional users purpose. So what are the licenses required? What are the security scenarios required? Something real-time environment. So these type of things we are going to discuss under this training. End-to-end training. So at the ending, I'm going to give you some projects for practice purpose. One or two projects I'm going to provide you. You can use them for practice purpose. Clear? So these are all we are going to do. So I think you got some clarity now, end to end, what we are doing in Power BI. The major scenarios of the Power BI development are copy data, transform data, DAX data, and visualization creation, dashboard creation, publishing. These are all comes under major scenarios. So if you know something about app design, creating app, designing means it's not like application development and you don't worry about the coding or kind of nothing. App designing means what you developed some visualization, some reports, some dashboards. By using them, you're going to create some application, app. We're going to do that. We're going to develop it. So you'll get more knowledge there, more idea about real-time environment. How you're going to work out the things in real-time environment. That is required for us. Subject is okay, no problem. If you're practicing, you'll get subject, no doubt. But scenario is important, right? Even DAX also will go for in-depth of the DAX. We have different types of DAX functions, differences between DAX functions, depth of the DAX. These are all we are going to discuss. So now tell me if you have any questions related to this training, please. Any questions, please? Anybody? Amit, Ashish, Srinu, Vaibhav, Vijay, you attended yesterday's class. But other participants are new to this. Vineet and Vikas. Vikas, you attended yesterday's class? Tulasi new, I think. Sarita also new.
No, sir.
Dhananjay. All right. Any questions, please?
I actually wanted to ask, but I didn't want to disturb you before. So when I registered for this, today was the first class. That's what I was assuming.
See,
But
yesterday I discussed the introduction part, Vikas. Don't worry about that. You have not missed anything, okay?
okay,
Just what is data warehouse, those things only I discussed. We will give you that recording also. Don't worry about that, okay? No?
okay. Only question being like in the future when we are to do the project and everything, I was reading the prerequisites were SQL Server knowledge beforehand.
Yes, yes.
So how much of that would play a part in this?
Actually, SQL Server complete queries knowledge is required because we have different types of query concepts in SQL environment. All those query concepts required for us. Because of that reason only, in Power BI class, we are going to discuss SQL. And if you want, you can attend separate SQL class also. Complete SQL Server training you can attend if you have free time. So that we are doing morning 6 o'clock now, SQL Server development class. Complete end-to-end SQL development will be there. And Power BI class at 5 p.m. Okay, no? Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Anybody, please? Any questions? Okay. Let's do one thing. Let's meet tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to start with Power BI scenarios. Okay, na? Right then. See you. In yesterday's class, we discussed about some scenarios like complete details about the project environment and how it is going to work in real time. Every scenario we discussed in the last session, yesterday's class. And coming to next case, we are going to discuss about the introduction part of the Power BI practical environment. I mean, Power BI desktop. The major tools in Power BI environment we are going to work are Power BI desktop, Power BI service. Okay. So Power BI desktop is for development purpose. Complete development activities of the Power BI we are going to perform in Power BI desktop environment only. Okay. So I'll show you how to install Power BI desktop. Even I'll help you in SQL Server installation also. You don't worry about that. And coming to next scenario, basically in Power BI environment, real time we are going to work with licensed software. But now practical purpose in this training environment, we are going to work with free software. So we have different versions of the Power BI. Now, what are the versions there? Kiran, tell me, Kiran. Any questions? Right. Free version, pro version, and premium version. So these are the different versions of the Power BI we have. So coming to next scenario. Free version, directly we can download it from official website of the Microsoft Corporation. And we can use it for practice purpose. No doubt. Coming to next step. Pro version, premium version. Pro version of the SQL Server, premium version of the SQL Server, there you know, licensed softwares. So generally when you're working with real-time environment, real-time project, so we are going to work with the pro version of the SQL and premium version of the SQL. Sorry, Power BI. That's okay. See, pro version, premium version, licensed. That means if you want to work with those versions, you have to purchase license, then only you can work with them. That's fine. But when we are going to work with the pro version and premium, what is the difference between pro version and premium version? So that is really important now. Forget about free. Free means that is only for practice purpose. Real time purpose we cannot use. Project purpose we cannot use free version of the SQL Power BI, right? Coming to next scenario. Now, pro version, generally what happens, when you are working with the gigabyte size of the data, hundreds of the users, right? And in that scenario, we are going to work with the pro. I mean, middle level cost. Premium version, when you are working with the terabyte size of the data, in the same way, thousands of the users, then you are going to work with the premium version of this Power BI. But what is going to change means, yesterday we discussed about some scenarios. Storage capacity, number of users, that is really important. Right? Pro version, premium version. So the only difference is like, storage capacity in the same way, user capacity, number of users. So this point is really important in the beginning. And coming to next scenario. Initially, you're going to create some data set in the sense of data, whatever the tables that and all you're going to copy from source to Power BI environment, we call it as data set. So now, coming to next scenario. One second, 1 minute, please, all of you. Right, coming to next scenario. Now, you're copying data, you're going to create data set inside Power BI. Okay, so two things we have to discuss here, because we're in the beginning only. Better to maintain clarity from the beginning. Otherwise, what happens, it is going to create a lot of confusion. Here we have something like a data source. Assume that your data source is SQL Server. So in the same way, this is your Power BI environment. Okay, na? Fine. You're going to copy data from data source to Power BI environment. So I said like data source is SQL Server. What is SQL Server? Microsoft RDBMS database. How data is going to store in Microsoft RDBMS databases? Tables format. Maintain clarity. So you are going to copy data from data source to Power BI. Means you are going to copy table from data source to Power BI. Clear? Right? Even in Power BI environment also, data is going to store in the form of tables only. Right? And so now next question we can ask, like, what table contains? Generally, table contains structure and data. Structure means columns, data means rows. Okay, better what is structure, what is data, that also I'll give you clarity. See, for example, here we have some table. Suppose table name is what? Products. So in this table, we have different columns like this. Suppose column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4, like this. Okay, na? So now this area is comes under structure of the table. Right, Andy? Structure of the table. See, after creating structure, what we are doing, we are going to insert data into table like this in the form of what? Rows. So this is rows. That's why we say like what is table means it is collection of columns and rows. We say like that. So this area is comes under what? Data. So this is structure of the table. This is data of the table. Structure means what? Columns. Data means what? Rows. Got my point, all of you? So maintain clarity. So now coming to next scenario. We have table here. Table contains these things. The same table we are going to copy from source to Power BI. And structure and data. Everything is going to copy from source to Power BI. So coming to Power BI environment, we call structure as metadata, rows data as physical data. Okay, Nene? So little terminology is going to change between your data source and the Power BI. So in SQL environment, we call it as structure, and coming to Power BI environment, we call it as metadata. In the same way, in SQL environment, we call it as data. Coming to Power BI environment, we call it as physical data. Right? Same concept. Concept is not going to change, but terminology is going to change. Okay, na? So this is the point. Okay, that's fine. See, next question is, so format of the data. Format of the data is clear. Table only. Table contains metadata, physical data. And one more important point. You have to concentrate on Power BI. SQL is not so important for us. Query is part important because We are not going to develop any SQL environment, right? Just we are going to take data from SQL environment, but we are going to develop everything in Power BI environment. So concentrate on Power BI environment. And coming to next scenario, format of the data is clear. Tables format. Even terminology is also clear. Metadata, physical data, done. Right? And but what is storage mode? Where inside Power BI, where the data is going to store? Why I'm asking this question, you know? SQL server is database. Purpose of the SQL server is data storage only, right? And purpose of the SQL server is data storage only. So no need to discuss much about that. But coming to Power BI, it is not database, right? It is data analysis and report creation tool. Some data warehouse tool. So in this data warehouse tool, where the data is going to store, that is important. That is my question. See, we have some cloud environment called as Azure. This is from Microsoft only, Microsoft cloud environment only. Azure cloud, right? Metadata is going to store in Azure SQL environment. Physical data is going to store in Azure BLOB formatted. So BLOB means Azure Data Lake. Physical data is going to store in Azure blob format. Metadata is going to store in Azure SQL format. Remember, here you'll get some doubts. So we don't know anything about Azure because we are working with Power BI development only. Do I need to learn anything about Azure also? No need, because see, storage is different. Storage purpose, separate team will be there. Azure team will be there. They're going to take care of storage. So, but you should know where the data is going to store, right? I'll give you some more information about Azure SQL and Azure Blob when we are going to work with the Power BI service environment. Okay, na? Don't worry about that. And coming to the next scenario. So data related, I mean format related, storage related, everything is clear. Now, fine. Coming to next step. Generally, you started database. I mean, Power BI development means database copy only. Without copying data, we cannot perform any operation in Power BI environment. So, Power BI development is going to start with the copy data only, no doubt. So, let's concentrate on copy data area. So, how to copy data from source to Power BI? What are the different ways we have to copy data from source to Power BI environment? See, assume that there is some table products in the source end. What is the table name? Products. This table contains some columns, sales amount. Of course, we have some other columns also. I'm going to discuss some points related to sales amount from products table. That's why I mentioned that column name there. Fine. So now, okay, forget about sales amount. We'll discuss that later. We have some table products. So 10 rows of the data there in the table, I mean products table in the source. Now you are going to copy products table from source to Power BI. Okay. The different ways are import and direct query. So by using import, by using direct query, we can copy data from source to Power BI environment. Okay, now we can copy data from source to Power BI environment. Okay, fine. So what is import? Let us see. Suppose you are using import, table structure and data. Everything will be copied. Okay, Nandi? Table structure and data, everything will be copied from source to Power BI environment. That is import. See, we can use import for databases in the same files also. Because sometimes we store data in the form of files in the source. I mean, Power BI developer, sometimes you're going to copy data from databases. Sometimes you're going to copy data from files also. Excel files, Notepad files, Word files, WordPad files. Like this, we have different types of files. Right, Annie? So whether you are going to retrieve data from databases or files, but you can use, I mean, files, you can use import. But see, if you are using import, table structure and data, everything will be copied from source to Power BI environment, and it is going to store in Power BI environment permanently. Right? That is import. Next step. For example, we are going to copy data from source to Power BI by using direct query. How we are doing this task? Direct query. Then what happens, you know, only tables structure will be copied from source to Power BI. Data will not be copied. Data will be there in the source only. Only structure is going to copy from source to Power BI environment. Here what happens, some connection, permanent connection will be there between your Power BI and your data source because you are using direct query. Got my point, Alf? So in this scenario, physical data we are not going to copy. We are going to copy only metadata. Only metadata, not physical data. And coming to next scenario, one more point. Direct query can be used for only databases. Right? Only for databases. Direct query you cannot use it for file. Right, Andy? So this is what the scenario. Now, okay, fine. Suppose forget about direct query for some time. Right, Andy? Forget about direct query for some time. We used import. So what happened? Table structure, data copied from source to Power BI. Fine. Okay. 10 rows there in the source table. 10 rows copied from source to Power BI environment. Right. Now, you did copy. Copying data from source to Power BI is done. Okay. Now, what happened, in source environment, data modified. Modified in the sense, suppose somebody inserted 10 rows. See, here the thing is, this area is done. Initially, what happened? You copied table structure and the data from source to Power BI by using import. That is done. Now somebody inserted some rows, suppose for example 10 rows. So that is latest data which is existing in the source table. And now can I copy that new modification or new data from source to Power BI or not? Why not? We can copy. So for that we have some concept called as refresh. Okay, na? Suppose you are going for refresh, you are going to refresh the scenario. Then what happens, whatever the new data, 10 rows inserted into source, modified in source, they'll be copied. Okay, na? So by using this concept, refresh concept, whatever the modifications done in the source, those modifications will be copied from source to Power BI environment. So this refresh concept is also important for us. Because generally, initially what happens, you're going to copy data from source to Power BI. After that, your source is going to modify, right? Your source is going to modify by the users. Then you have to copy those modifications from source to Power BI. For that, we are using refresh. Okay, that is fine. And so we got some idea what is refresh, why we are using refresh, and how it works. Okay, that's fine. But my question is, we discussed two different scenarios to copy data from source to Power BI. Import and direct query. Import and direct query. Can I use refresh for import and direct query or not? This is the question. Import, we can use refresh. The reason I'll tell. See, if you are using import, what happens, you know, the data is going to copy from source to Power BI, right? Data is going to copy from source to Power BI if you are using import. So then if any modifications done in the source, then you have to copy them from source to Power BI. That is import. So refresh is required. Next scenario, direct query. If you are going for direct query, data will not be copied. Only structure will be copied. Then why we need to go for refresh, tell me? Got my point, all of you, right? So if data copied, then if any modifications done in the source, then you have to refresh because you have to copy those modifications from source to Power BI. There you need refresh. But now data not copies when you are working with the direct query, right? Then why you need to go for a refresh? Am I right or not? So refresh we do for import. But if you copy some table by using direct query, I mean direct query, no need to go for refresh. Is it clear, all of you? Clear? What is the difference between import and direct query? And what is refresh concept? Clear or any questions, please? Any questions, please? Right? Okay, now? So this is required in the beginning. So the scenarios today we discussed, they are base for Power BI training. Suppose you don't know all these things directly, we are going to start working with Power BI, then there will be no use. You should know what's happening, right? So we have different scenarios. Yeah, tell me.
Hello.
Samar.
Then what is the use of the direct query?
Direct query, actually, I wanted to explain more on direct query when we are going to do it practically, mostly tomorrow. But anyhow, you asked a question. When we are going to copy whose data, because see, sometimes tables we can expect a gigabyte size of the data also, right, Samar? Okay, no?
Yes.
In that case, we use generally direct query because to avoid space issues in BI environment, Power BI. Power BI environment. In the same way, from source, you want to get data by writing some query-based data extractions. In these scenarios, we are going to use direct query. Up to 1 GB size of the data, tables, whatever it. Generally, we go for import only. We will not go for direct query. Got my point? Clear?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Right. Any questions? Anybody, please? Right. This is the way. So next step, we have to go for Power BI desktop installation and work with remaining things. Let's do one thing. I'll show how to download Power BI desktop and how to go for installation. In, I'm sorry. In the same way, copying data concepts. And before going to copy data from the source, we have to create some report project in Power BI. Those are all I'll discuss in tomorrow's class. Okay. I think tomorrow's class, they're going to change link and contact training team. In the same way,
I have a question. Can I use?
Yeah, tell me, Kiran.
Only we are using SQL Server only database, or some other database also possible to connect to the
we can go for a lot of data sources. Once we start Power BI, I can show you. But not only SQL Server, we can work with other data sources also, other databases also. No problem. Right?
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's the point. And tomorrow morning 6, we are going to start SQL fresh batch. Power BI participants can attend if you have free time. You can attend morning 6 o'clock SQL development class also. Okay, na? Conduct training team. Right, and see you tomorrow then. Bye bye. So while connecting to SQL server, this is your server name. Copy this server name. And now I'm going to open Power BI desktop environment. This is the tool we are using to interact with the Power BI environment. So we are in the beginning only, so close this window.
So actually, today's session was this one, no? To how to download and install all these, correct? That is,
Yeah, that we will do. Wait, okay, na?
Yeah.
So this is the environment. This is called as Power BI desktop. So Power BI desktop. Here we have different options. We are going to work with them. So this is pure development environment of Power BI. So coming to next scenario. How to get this tool? How to install this tool? Yesterday we discussed about different versions, different editions. Everything we discussed in the last session. Right. So go to Google website. Here type it as Power BI desktop download. So open this website. So this we are recording this website name here. Please check it. Okay, na? So scroll down here. Go to this. Download. Select 64-bit. Right, Annie? Go to next step. It is downloading now. Please wait. In the same way, you just download and install SQL also. Durga Sub training team will give you SQL Server installation videos. Okay, no? By following them, you can do that. Right. Open this file. Wait, it will open. Why it is taking time here?
Sir?
Yeah.
Yeah. So for the SQL Server, what is the timing for this batch actually?
What is the
For the SQL Server, so
class?
what is the timing? Yeah.
4 p.m. now. After some time, new batch will start again.
Okay. Okay. So we have to come to the new batch only, correct?
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I joined today, so it is already many courses over. I think we are doing the join thing, correct? So wanted the new batch.
Okay, no problem. Right, why it's not opening? Wait, I'll do it again now. Let's go to
Sure.
so downloaded, right? Go to downloads, right? I think there is some issue, it seems, with this file we downloaded. Retry is also not working. Let's do one thing. I'll download it again and I'll show you. Okay, but we'll do later. Now, it's simple to install. You go to this environment. So in this environment only, we are going to perform development activities, right? So coming to next scenario. Right side, you can see fields. Under fields only, we can work with metadata. We can see metadata. For example, you connected to source and you copied some tables from this source, right? And you connected to some source and you copied data from some source. So metadata, you can see here for that table. Metadata means what? Table names, column names. We discussed in the last session, right? Table names, column names comes here. If you come to left side, you can see report view, data view, and model view. Data will come here, right? And coming to next scenario. In this area, you can create different types of reports. Now here you can see visualizations. These are the different types of visualizations we are using for creating this report project. So different types of visualizations available as per your requirement, right? You can work with this. And coming to next scenario. Now, here you can see get data window. If you go to get data window, you can see different data sources. So by connecting to these data sources only, we can copy data. In the same way, before going to copy data from this source, we have to can you hear me now? All of you can hear me?
Yes, yeah, we can hear.
Right. Before going to copy data from the source, to create a project. So for that, go to File, Save As, provide some project name. You just take some location and provide some project name. Suppose I'm giving project name as 5 p.m. How this file is going to store with .pbix extension. What is the extension of this file is going to get? .pbix is the extension, Power BI file, PBI means. Right, and you just can save button. This project save. Created here now. Okay. So coming to next scenario. In this project only, we are going to perform different types of activities. So if you want to perform any task in this, go to get data window. Source now SQL Server provide a source database name, provide source, server name, database name. So while connecting to SQL Server Management Studio, I copied this server name, and this here we have database name also. Right, and click on OK button. So these are the tables existing in the source. Suppose I'm going to copy EMP table, department 1 tables, load. How we copy? We are copying now import. What is the other way to copy data? Direct query. Right, and you go to suppose employee table, expand it. See, that is the metadata. Okay, no? So metadata. Metadata means what? Structure. Table structure. Where can I see the data? Physical data. Rows. Left side you can see data view. So I clicked on employee table, see that it is showing physical data. Right, and metadata, physical data. So metadata means what? Structure. Physical data means rows. So it is showing clearly. And you place mouse here. It is clearly showing how this table copied import. By using import only, this table copied. Right, and so the other way to copy data from this source is direct query. Go to SQL Server source again. Here we have to provide server name and provide database name also. Direct query this time I'm using. Previously we worked with import. Now we are working with the direct query. Expand it. Here you can write query. Select statement. Suppose I'm writing basic select statement only. Select star from EMP. So that is retrieving data from EMP table. So I'm going to retrieve data from EMP table. By using it only, I'm going to copy data. So I mean, whether data copies or not, let us see now. So click on OK button. So this is the data coming from the source. Load. So now we are getting this table name as query 1. We can rename it. No problem. Okay, na? Right. Let's complete this copy. Okay. So data copied. You just double click on this table name, query 1 table name, and you can rename it like this. For example, I'm going to rename it as employee 1. Expand it. See, you can see structure. Right? You can see the structure. Copied from the source by using direct query. Finally, What about data? Please check it here. See that data is not there. It is not showing data. Even there is some message also. Check it. Right. Got my point? So clear scenarios here we have examples, practical examples we have, like what is the difference between what is the difference between import and direct query? You can see directly. In the
So
same
then
way,
what is the use of the direct query then?
direct query data will be there in the source only structure copied, right?
Yes.
Why we are using direct query means storage. Generally up to 1 GB size of the data, we are going to use import. If size is more than that, we are going to work with the direct query because of size, data size, space issues. Right? And is it clear,
Yes.
Samak?
Yes, sir.
So
Yes.
coming to next scenario. Let's go and copy data from other data sources. Just SQL Server, we copied data now. Not only SQL Server, we have other data sources also. Now let's copy data from other sources. Let's go to Excel files. And let us see how to copy data from Excel file. Right. So go to get data, select Excel source. So here we have some file, Excel file. Before going to copy data, just open this file. This is basically file system. How data stored in this file system? In the form of sheets, order sheet, return sheet, user sheet. But coming to our environment, Power BI. Again, data is going to store in the form of table only. The only way we can store data in SQL in Power BI environment is table, and there is no other facility. So we have to create table. After creating table only, we can store data. Right. So now let's click on open button because we are going to copy data from this. Right. Select like this and load. So whatever the sheets existing there, I'm going to copy every sheet. See this. Like this. Okay, now? But see, while copying data from this file, it was not asking for anything like what we call like import or direct query. Not asked. So now my question is how you copy it? By using import or direct query, how you copied it? That's what the question now. You just place mouse here. How it is copied?
Import.
Import only. That means direct query works for only databases. We cannot use direct query for file system. So that is what the scenario. Okay, now. So coming to next step, how to copy data from text files. Text file means what? .txt. So let's go to get data window. Text file. So here is the file csvmp. Right click and open. So on top you can see column names. Under column names we have data. Please check it. Right, Annie? So now I'm going to copy data. Open. Load. copied and please check it. From where we copied this? Now we copied it from file system. What type of file? Text file. Okay. So if you place mouse here, what it is showing? Import. By using import only, it is copied. So this is the way. Okay. So file system, how we are going to copy data? By using import only. Coming to databases, we can use import and direct query also. Right? You can go to import to data and direct query when you are copying data from the databases. So now even see, after copying data, if you place mouse here, clearly it is shown how it is copied. Right? And so this is overall scenario. Of course, still we have to copy data from some more scenarios, but you have to practice these things. And in the same way, we have to go for SQL installations also. Then I will share you these files. So whatever the files we have, I used now copying data, right? Different files I used now. Even I'm going to share you those files. So by using those files, you can copy data. Right. So Vaibhav, you are actually enrolled for 7 p.m. class, right? 7 p.m. Vaibhav is there. 7 p.m. or
Yes.
7 a.m.
Yeah,
What
7
was
a.m. But but I have a office timing at 7 a.m. So I'm not able to join properly the class at 7 a.m. So I want to switch to 5 p.m.
5 p.m. What about 7 p.m.? 7 p.m. works for you?
7 p.m. in the evening, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is also fine.
Sorry. Okay. Right now. Right. Let's do one thing. Let's work with these scenarios in tomorrow's class. Okay. Right.
Yeah. Okay, sir.
Okay. And one more request to all of you. Some of your numbers are not working. Better you please contact training team. Here I'm typing my mail ID. If you really wants to continue this training, enroll with them, because the problem is you're not getting access to videos or anything, right?
Yes.
So wait, I'm giving you a number here. 720 721 2427. This is the number 720 721 2427. That is the number. Please copy that number and contact training team, because they're going to share videos, everything to participants and materials, and these files also, practical files also. And even practice databases also they are going to share. Okay, na? Right. Okay then. Bye.
Okay. Bye, sir.
Bye. Let's connect it to project. So this is the project we created yesterday.
Yes.
So in this project, we copied data from different tables and today we are going to work with this concept, enter data concept. So enter data means like this directly you can go for input data. Suppose ID, ename, salary, like this. Okay, now suppose employee 2 is the table name. So we are not copying data from any source. Directly we are creating table here only and we are going for data rate. See this. So if you want to check the data, what to do? Go to data view, left side. See this. Okay, now. So in the same way, we can also copy data from SQL, I mean, direct copy paste kind of. You select database here. Select star from EMP. See this. This is the table we have. You click on this corner and right click, copy data. Okay, now? You can go to this environment. Here, go to home tab, enter data. Right click and paste. table created. Okay. Even like this also, we can do this scenario. Right. And so find out the difference, what we are doing here and how we are copying data from different sources to Power BI environment. Okay. So this is the way like how we copy from different sources to Power BI. In the same way, now we have to discuss about refresh concept. So how to work with the refresh? See this, you go to department 1 table. We copied this table by using import. See, if you place mouse here, you can see import concept. Right. And so now I'm going to modify something in the source. Suppose select star from department 1 table, no data. I'm going to insert data into department 1 table. 10 computer science. Hyderabad. So this row inserted into table. That means table modified in the source, right? And okay, now please check. So now this modification copied from source to Power BI. Or change the tables and check it. Modification not copied. And so now I want to copy this modification from source to Power BI. What to do? That's my point, right? Here we have refresh button and just click on refresh. See, refresh is used to copy data from source to Power BI. Refresh we use it only for what? Import. Direct query, no need to use import. Let's finish it. See this, copied or not? Right hand. Modification copy. That is refresh option. So these are the ways, different ways to copy data from different data sources to Power BI. In the same way, how to copy modifications from source to Power BI. These are all different things. And coming to next scenario. After finishing copy data, we are going to work with transformations, how to transform data. Let's go to this window, transform data window. Right? And this is Power Query Editor window. Left side you can see queries. Queries means tables. In Power Query Editor, we call tables as queries. Coming to right side, you can see applied steps. So you are going to perform transformations, means you are going to perform some scenarios. So it shows there whatever the scenarios you performed. So generally we are going to save them. So you can see save button, or you can also use Control S. But sometimes what happens, we can cancel. Okay. We can cancel. And coming to next scenario. Let's start with, and here in this training, I'm not going to save the steps. I'm going to perform this step, and then I'm going to cancel. But in real time, we are not going to cancel. Every step maximum we are going to save. Okay, now practice purpose, I'm going to. So here we have right click. I mean, just take right click on query. I mean table. You can see properties. Copy, paste, delete, rename. So these are common scenario. Just leave it. But here we have enable loaded. Those things also I'm going to work. I'm not skipping anything. Okay, now? Right. So we'll read that message. So disable means this table cannot be used in report creation. Suppose there is some table, you don't want to use the table in the report creation, you can disable like this. But my question is different. I'm not going to disable because I'm going to use this table, I think. But now my question is different. My question is, if you don't want to use the table, why you are copying the table? You just stop copying table, right? And got my point, right? But see, sometimes what happens, I told you in the beginning, we are going to create relationships between tables. Right? And so some scenarios, what happens, you copied some tables from source to Power BI. You want to create relationships between tables. But you're not going to use that table in the report creation. There we are going to disable like this. Otherwise, we are not going to disable. Okay, na? Right. Coming to next step. See, if you unselect it, what happens, this table will not be included in refresh. You just unselect it and click on refresh button. Then this table will not be refreshed. Right? And so next, duplicate, just creating duplicate table. You're working with some table, you can create duplicate. See, this duplicate table is created. Now I will show how to delete it. See. Okay, now. So coming to next scenario, here also we have some other scenarios which we are going to discuss in the coming sessions. But now let's go to this advanced editor. See that this advanced editor is showing source details. Please check it. What is our source server name? What is our source database name? It is showing clearly. This is what the scenario. In the same way, go to properties window. What it is showing? Again, same scenario it is showing. Properties window also showing same enable, load, refresh. So these things only it is showing. Okay. Na? So this is what the scenario. Hello. Right. So these are the properties we have for our queries. After that, here we have different columns: employee number, employee name, hire date. Okay, now. So open this employee number drop down because employee number is number family. You can see some scenarios here. Data selection 7369 or 77886. I mean, you can select required data. See, it was showing step, but I cancelled that step. Okay, now. Next, ascending order, descending order. So what happens? Sort. Next step, remove empty. Empty means what? Null values. Suppose your column contains null values, you want to remove them, then we use it. For example, we don't have any null value in employee number column. You just go to commission column. Of course, commission is also number family only, right? In commission column, we have null values. See this. So remove empty. See that what happened based on null value, that row, whatever the null valued row is there, that deleted. I mean, those rows deleted. Please check it. So next, go to number filters. Number filters means operators. We use different types of operators in these number filters. For example, employee number means number family column, right? And what is the column we are using now? Employee number column we are using. Employee number is number family, right? Suppose employee number equal to 7369. In the same way, suppose equals to 7788. Different employee numbers I'm using. But here important thing is there are some operators and operator or operator. When we use and or operators, what is the difference between and or operators? See, we use and or operators when we are working with multiple conditions in the query. Okay. Coming to next scenario. And operator means every condition must be satisfied. Suppose you have different conditions there. Please check it. Right, and you have different conditions there. Please check. And you separated them by using and operator, right? And that means every condition must be satisfied. Or operator means if any condition satisfied, then you can complete the task. Now it is not going to complete because I'm using and operator. See that no data is coming. No data is extracted. Let's do one thing. Here you can see the step applied. You open this step like this. Go for R operator. See this, now it is working. Got my point? So when we are working with multiple conditions in the same scenario, we use and or operators. AND operator means every condition must be satisfied. OR operator means if any condition satisfied, so that you can extract that. That's what happened now. We have seen practically also, right, Andy? So I'm going to cancel this step. But remember, in real time, we are not going to cancel this step. Okay, now? So next scenario, you go to character.
So I have one doubt.
Tell me.
Okay. So in the AND operator, so both the condition what you gave, that 7369 and 7788, so that both were matching, then it should pull the data also.
Not matching. AND means it must be there in the same column, same value, single attempt. But they are not single attempt, right? They are different department numbers, right? Okay, now?
Okay.
You got my point? But when you are using R operator, it is working, right?
Yes.
That's the
Yes.
reason. Okay, now?
Yeah, got it.
Right.
Thank you.
Coming to next scenario. Enum call. Enum means what? Character data. In Power BI, we call it as text data. Open this drop down window. See that same, everything same. Everything same. Please check. But you go to this area. Changed. Because based on data type. What's happening here? Filters are going to change. I mean, changed already. We can see here now. So begins with, suppose enum begins with S and suppose contains P. See this and operator I'm using. So means every condition satisfied there. Started with S, contains T. Please check it. Right hand. Open this filter. Go for R operator. Now you can see more. See. That is what the scenario. Okay, no? And in the same way, higher date. Date time data. Because see here we are working with the different types of data. Right now it is date time. Everything is same, but filters changed. Only here, only quarter. Suppose quarter one related data. How many quarters there per year? Any idea, please? Anybody? How many quarters per year? 4 quarters.
4 quarters.
In the same way, cancel this step and go to month. Suppose I need only June month data. Please check it. So month, week, everything based on what? Date time. So these are the scenarios. In the same way, you can see your column names, and these are row numbers. What are these things? Row numbers. Remember this point also. Okay. So based on column name, based on row number, also we are going to perform some transformations that we will see in tomorrow's class. Practice these things for today. And coming to next scenario, Samar and Ashish, you connect to 7 a.m. class. Tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock class. You don't need to connect to 5 p.m. Okay, na? And we will give you access to 7 a.m. class recordings also. I think this guy already got access, Ashish. Samar, you'll get it.
Okay, so yeah, right. Let's get started, guys, without any further ado. Before that, a quick formal introduction on my end. My name is Mohammed Shuaib, and I'm a cybersecurity trainer certified from EC Council. EC Council is the leading organization for cybersecurity domain certifications. Okay, and the demo that we have today is on the first foundational course called Certified Ethical Hacking. Okay, and the version of this course that is running at the moment is version 11, the latest one. Okay. So again, before we get started, this is a common question that I usually ask students, again, to understand their perspective on this topic. So again, guys, don't worry, even if you don't know the answer, or if you're not sure about it, still just try to initiate, and let's keep the session a bit interactive and fun rather than just keeping it one-sided. So a quick sample question, like, according to you, in your perspective, what do you think hacking is? Anyone? Again, guys, don't worry. I am not asking for any definitive answers or exact to the point answers. Whatever comes to your mind, okay, whatever you think hacking is, please let me know. Anyone?
Try to breaking the system.
Trying to breaking the system. Is that breaking, right? I mean, did I get it right? Break into the
access
system?
Yes, try
to access your personal things like computer, mobile.
Oh, okay, trying to break into the system or access personal
unauthorized
things.
access to the system or data.
Unauthorized access to the system or data. That's a great answer. Again, all answers are perfectly right. There's nothing wrong with them. Perfectly correct answers. Anything else, guys? Does anyone else want to add anything to it? Right, perfect. No worries, guys. Thank you so much for those answers. Those are exactly right. There is nothing wrong with them. Okay, but if I had to just add upon that hacking, that definition, I would add it as hacking is the procedure of trying to gain access to information systems. Okay, these information systems could be anything. They could be from as small as a mobile phone to as big as a web application server or a database or the cloud organization as well. Okay, and this is done without the permission or without the consent and knowledge of the person owning those systems. Okay, so if those systems belong to a third-party person, that person does not know that someone is trying to gain access to their information or the data. Okay, and this is usually performed by hackers for their own benefit. So once they get access to the systems, they can steal the data, destroy the data, or sell the data as well to other third-party vendors. Okay. Now, depending on this definition, we easily understand that hacking is a malicious job. It is a criminalistic task. If it is such a bad thing to do, why do we have a course called ethical hacking? Is the second question. Because ethical is something which is legal, which is allowed. And how can it stand beside the word hacking, which is completely contradictory? So to define ethical hacking, on the other hand, this is the procedure of trying to find vulnerabilities. Okay, a vulnerability is nothing but a flaw or a loophole in the information system. So usually manufacturers might make mistakes somewhere here or there in the coding of the application. Okay, so that gives rise to something known as weaknesses in the information system, or in technical terms, it is also called as vulnerabilities. Okay, and this vulnerability finding, or the process of trying to find these vulnerabilities, is done with the consent and permission of the organization. Okay, so this is done in order to report it back to the target, okay, or to the authority, so that they can apply the appropriate patch for it. And once a patch is applied, that vulnerability is closed, it closes the doorway for the hacker to cause any harm. So thereby, with ethical hacking, we're trying to increase the security of the organization rather than cause any harm. Okay, so that is the main difference, guys, between hacking and ethical hacking. Where in hacking, we are trying to again, the hacker tries to take advantage of those vulnerabilities and tries to get information access. But in ethical hacking, you're trying to find those vulnerabilities, you're trying to report them back to get them patched so that you can increase the security. Okay, so I hope these two definitions are clear, guys. Again, if you have any questions, or if you have any queries, or if you want me to repeat something, please do not hesitate to let me know. Okay, feel free to interrupt me at any certain point. Okay, so now, depending on these two definitions, guys, of hacking and ethical hacking, we can categorize the types of hackers. So basically, there's three types. There's someone known as a black hat hacker, a gray hat hacker, and a white hat hacker. A black hat hacker can also be termed as a cyber criminal who performs hacking for his own benefit, okay, or sometimes even just for fun, without asking for consent. On the other end of the scale, we have the white hat hacker. Okay, white hat hackers are also known as ethical hackers or penetration testers. These are the people who abide by the laws and policies of the organization, and they work hand in hand with them to find the vulnerabilities and report it back. They do that so that they can secure the infrastructure rather than causing any harm. Now, in between, there's a third category, also known as gray hat hackers. Now, from the name itself, you can figure out they have some qualities of the black hat hacker as well as the white hat hacker, hence a mixture. Okay, so like a black hat hacker, they don't ask for permission before finding the vulnerabilities, but once they find the vulnerability, they report it back to the organization. Okay, and that is done in return for a bounty. A bounty is nothing which benefits them. It could be a financial reward or a reputational reward, anything which benefits them or their careers. Right. Now, all these three types of hackers, whether it be a black hat hacker or a gray hat hacker or a white hat hacker, they perform hacking or ethical hacking in a certain number of steps. Okay. And those steps collectively are called as hacking cycle or cyber kill chain. Okay. Now let me list those steps out one by one so that we can have a clear picture of what the whole course is about, and then we'll briefly discuss about all of them. Okay, so you can ask your questions regarding those. Okay, so the first step that you perform in hacking cycle or cyber kill chain is known as information gathering. Now, certain organizations term this step in different names. They can also call it as reconnaissance or footprinting. Second step is known as scanning. It can also be referred to as enumeration. Third step is gaining access. Fourth step is maintaining access. And the last step is known as reporting or clearing traces. Now, the reason I've specifically mentioned "or" in the last step over here is because that is where it makes all the difference between the white hat hackers and black hat hackers. If you are a white hat hacker or an ethical hacker, you would perform the first 4 steps, and then you would generate a report with all the vulnerabilities and the solutions for that and submit it to the organization. But if you're a black hat hacker, obviously you're not going to submit the vulnerabilities, but you're going to take advantage of them. You're going to attack the system, get access to the data, steal the data, and then remove all the evidences, which is nothing but clearing the traces or removing the footprints. Okay, so any questions or doubts, guys, up to this part before I proceed further into the technical part? Any queries or any confusion at the moment? Again, guys, I hope the audio and video is fine. Any issues with my audio or video?
Okay. What is this enumeration, sir?
Again, yeah, we'll be coming to that, guys. We'll discuss each of these steps one by one, so you have a better understanding of what all of them are. Okay. At the moment, until now, here there are no questions, right? Because I guess there's some issues with the audio or video. Some people are exiting and rejoining again. Any issues, any technical issues with my audio or video at the moment? Okay, perfect.
Sir, your voice is breaking.
Oh, my voice is breaking. 1 second, guys. Okay, hello, 1, 2, 3, hello, 1, 2, 3.
Now it is
Guys,
okay.
it's okay, right? Right, perfect.
Clear, sir.
Right. Let's proceed now, guys, and understand each of these steps one by one, so you have a clear picture of what they are. So the first step is information gathering. Again, as the name itself suggests, this step involves the hacker or the ethical hacker to gather as much data as possible about your penetration testing target. Okay, and all this information is gained passively. What I mean by passively is that you get this information from other third-party sources rather than contacting the organization directly. Okay, so for example, if I have a target like Wipro.com, about Wipro.com, I'll start searching online for all the material for it, okay, all the data regarding Wipro.com servers. Okay, the main question is, what kind of data are we talking about over here? And this is the information that we require. So firstly, we try to figure out all the IP addresses and the range of IPs used by the Wipro's main servers or the secondary servers. Then the who is records to understand who is hosting Wipro.com and since when has it been hosting itself. Then the DNS records to understand what information is stored in their DNS servers, domain name servers. Then employee details such as their contact numbers, their email addresses, their usernames and passwords which are leaked, and their home addresses if possible, and so on. So then the domains and the subdomains of Wipro's website, and the operating system information, like what OSs are being used by the servers that are linked with Wipro.com. Now, trust me, this guys, that all this information is available online to be gathered. So if I show you a very basic example, let's say if I wanted to find the DNS records for Wipro's organization, all I have to do is go to the browser, and in the browser, I can search for a website called DNS Dumpster. This website is available for free for anyone to access. You can click on the first link, and over here you can just search for Wipro.com, and you can click on search, and now this is going to fetch and give you all the information about the Wipro's DNS servers. So first things first, it tells you where the Wipro servers are being located on the geolocation map. So it tells us that there are 4 DNS servers for Wipro. As you can see, these are their host names, exact host names, and these are the exact public IPs. These IP addresses are very important for a hacker or an ethical hacker to proceed with the further steps of scanning and enumeration. Okay. After that, we can see that there's the host record telling us what are the Wipro servers IP addresses and the subdomains IP addresses. So this is the main Wipro.com server, which is being hosted on the IP 66.7.148.227. Again, this information is very relevant for a hacker or an ethical hacker to proceed further. Further down, you can also see it also gives us the complete network topology. So this is how Wipro servers are connected to one another, and we have the whole network topology with the host names and their IP addresses. Okay, so this is basically whole Wipro's organization main server data. So again, this data is readily available, guys, for anyone to be accessed. That is not the vulnerability. Wipro themselves manually give out this data so that everyone around the world can access their servers. If this information is not given out, not many people will be able to access Wipro services and the website. Okay, the giving out of information is not wrong over here, but not checking if the information that you're giving is secure or not is the vulnerability. Okay, so we have to see that whatever Wipro is disclosing, all these servers one by one are completely secure. Okay, after information gathering is done, then we go to the next phase, which is known as scanning or enumeration. Now, one of you asked me what scanning or enumeration is. This is nothing but trying to get some extra information about the target by making active connections. What I mean by active connections is that you will directly connect to Wipro servers, and from them you will try to fetch the information. Okay. Similarly, when we talk about enumeration, that is about gathering as much information as possible about all the services that are running on the target organization. So in a Wipro's organization, you might have DNS servers, DHCP servers, SNMP servers, Telnet servers, SSH servers. These are the multiple servers, multiple web servers, or multiple other organizational servers. So about each of that server, you need to get information, like what version of services are they running and what applications are they running. So enumeration is trying to gather information about all these servers one by making active connections with them. Okay, so you're directly going to ping those servers and you try to fetch the information from them directly rather than contacting any third-party organization. Now, when we talk about scanning or enumeration, there are 3 types of them. There's something known as network scanning, then port scanning, and then finally vulnerability scanning. In network scanning, we can try to figure out on the target network what all devices are active. Okay, so what operating systems are they using, what servers are available, what client operating systems are there. So trying to understand what all devices are they using, IDS, IPS, routers, switches, what all devices are there. On those devices, then you perform port scanning. Port scanning is where you try to figure out what ports are open, and on those ports, what services are there running. Okay, what applications are there running. Then finally, you perform vulnerability scanning to figure out on those services, are there any vulnerabilities? Are there any weaknesses that you can attack on? So during this phase, we'll be using two important tools called Nmap and Nessus. So if I just search for enable Nessus over here, this is the tool that is used in organizations as well. So if I click on the first link, as you can see, this is Nessus Professional. If I click on buy, it's around $4,000 for 1 year subscription. Okay, quite an expensive tool, and this is the same tool that is used in real-time scenarios. So we'll be working on the same tool in our classes as well. We'll try to understand how to use this tool and how to run or perform vulnerability scanning. The reason why I'm showing you all this is just to make you understand that we will be using real-time scenario tools. Okay, whatever is used in organizations at the moment, we are up to date with those tools. Okay, after, if I show you example, as you can see, I have the Nessus installed on my system over here. I'll show you how you can install on your system as well. And you can see, you can perform various types of scans. And once you scan a system, it shows all the vulnerabilities one by one. The critical vulnerabilities or medium vulnerabilities, information-based vulnerabilities. Again, don't get too confused, guys. We'll again learn how to understand this report. What are these vulnerabilities? What are these different levels of vulnerabilities? We'll understand all that. Okay, but basically Nessus is a tool which can perform network scanning or port scanning and try to understand what vulnerabilities are there on each and every system. So this is an automated tool. We'll learn how to perform automated testing and get a report from it. Once you get a report, you need to perform manual testing also. Okay, and that is nothing but our next phase, which is gaining access. Okay, so this is a huge concept. It covers a vast variety of topics, guys. We'll discuss them one by one. Okay, so the first topic that we'll be learning in gaining access is system hacking. So in system hacking, we'll understand how we can crack or bypass a Windows operating system password. So if you have Windows 7 or Windows 8 or Windows 10 or Windows 11, does not matter. Okay, whatever operating system you have, how do we crack that operating system? How do we get the information about their passwords? If you are unable to get the passwords, how can we bypass authentication and get access to the internal files is what we learn in system hacking. After that comes malware attacks. Malwares are nothing but, in short, malicious softwares. So we'll practically learn how to create each of these malwares, whether it be viruses or worms or trojans, spyware, whatever it be. We'll understand how malwares are generated and how we can protect our system from malwares. Or if there is a malware already installed, how can we detect that malware and prevent it from running further or causing any further harm. Okay, then there's a bonus topic called malware advanced. This is again not included in the CH curriculum. We have just added it as a bonus topic for students to have better understanding about malwares. In this, we'll be sharing the resources to understand how you can create your own malwares by using Python program. So just in case if you know Python, well and good. If not, also not an issue. We'll be sharing the resources as extra material to understand. So if you are interested in malware development or so, this is a very important bonus topic for you. After that comes network penetration testing. In this, we'll learn all the common network attacks. So in a network, you have multiple, again, devices, IDS, IPS, multiple different types of servers like mail server or DNS servers, DHCP servers, SNMP servers, and so on. So we'll understand how to check for vulnerabilities on each of these servers. Along with that, we can perform a few attacks as well. Sniffing attack, man-in-the-middle attack, denial of service attack, or distributed denial of service attacks, DDoS. Okay, and hacking Wi-Fi routers, trying to crack the password of Wi-Fi routers and getting access to those routers. All this comes under network penetration testing. Okay, all the common attacks that we can perform in a local network. After that comes social engineering, where we learn how hackers create fake websites. Okay, whether it be facebook.com, instagram.com, twitter.com, or flipkart.com. How are hackers creating fake login pages, and from those fake login pages, how are they getting the passwords, credentials? So we learn what phishing attacks are, what are the other social engineering attacks through which hackers manipulate victims into getting their passwords. Okay, so we'll learn all that, and we'll also understand how to prevent these attacks, how to distinguish between a fake page and an original page, and so. After that, we have web application pen testing. In this, we learn all the common vulnerabilities that exist on websites. So again, websites also have some weaknesses, okay, on which attackers can exploit and try to get access to the internal web server data or the internal database data, and so on. So to list out a few, there's vulnerabilities such as SQL injection, cross-site scripting, broken authentication, file upload vulnerability. Now, might sound very technical, guys, but these are the weaknesses using which hackers can get access to your information, to your passwords and usernames. Okay. After that, finally comes hacking mobile phones, where we learn how we can hack an Android phone and get access to that Android phone remotely. After gaining access is done, then we have maintaining access and maintaining access, reporting and clearing traces, where we learn how we can maintain persistent connections. So if the target is restarting his system or shutting it down and starting after a very long time, how do we get access to that data? How do we still stay connected to the victim machine? Is what we learn in maintaining access. After that comes reporting or clearing traces, where I'll show you how you can generate a report and submit to your client or submit to your organization, or how do you remove the evidences. So this course is designed in such a way where we learn both the perspectives of a black hat hacker as well as a white hat hacker. Okay. And it's designed in a completely practical way, no theoretical nonsense. Every day we'll have a class for 1 hour, where the first 20 minutes we'll discuss the theoretical part, understanding what that attack is or how to prevent that attack. And then the remaining 40 minutes we'll discuss the practical part of it, okay, with real-time scenario tools. To list out a few tools, we'll be using this tool such as Nessus, we'll be using Nmap, we'll be using Burp Suite, we'll be using the whole main Kali operating system, okay, which I have over here, as you can see. Okay. Before that, let me show the course content as well, guys, very quickly. So yeah, this is over here, the course content for the whole course. Okay, and the course is for a duration of 35 days, where we learn from the very basics itself. So most of the students ask this as a question, like, sir, are there any prerequisites? Do we need to learn something else separately? No, this course is designed in such a way where even a 10th standard student can come and learn the course for, without any trouble. Okay, because all the prerequisites are included in the course itself. So before we dive into the advanced concepts, there's a few prerequisites which we will cover. The first few introductory classes. First things first, we learn about networking basics. We learn what IP addresses are, what are IPv4 addresses, what are IPv6 addresses, what is a DNS server, what is DHCP server, all the important protocols, what is TCP protocol, what is UDP protocol. We'll discuss all that in networking basics. Then we'll jump into virtualization. Okay, virtualization, because as you can see over here, I'm running my Windows 11 operating system. On top of this, I'm running my Kali OS. Kali is a Linux-based operating system. Okay, and we need to install this. The reason being, this comes pre-installed with all the penetration testing tools. So for information gathering, web application attacks, password attack, Wi-Fi attack, all these tools are available in Kali Linux. These are not available for you in Windows. So that is why we need to understand how to install this Kali operating system. Okay, and for that we need a tool such as VMware. VMware is a virtualization software. This allows you to install multiple operating systems on the same machine. So I have my Kali OS, I have my Windows 7 OS. All of these are running on my Windows 11 operating system, as you can see. Okay, so on my Windows 11, I can run my Kali, Windows 7, whatnot, as many operating systems as I want. After that is done, then we learn basic Linux and Windows commands, because as I've mentioned, we'll be using Kali Linux. So we need to know how to operate that OS. Okay, so we'll understand what the basic Kali commands are. We'll get familiar or comfortable with the Linux environment, and then we'll dive into the advanced concepts. Okay, so there's a few extra concepts there mentioned as well, as you can see over here: cryptography, reverse engineering, IoT, cloud security. These are not mentioned in the presentation for us, but these are all the topics that we'll be covering. Okay, the whole course duration is around 1 month, guys, 30 to 35 days, and we'll have a class from Monday to Friday onwards for every day for 1 hour. Okay, and the timings will be same. We'll have timings at 8 p.m. Every class will be recorded, and you'll be getting the recordings as well online, which we will have permanent access to. So just in case if you're missing out any class, you can access the recordings whenever you want. Okay, if needed, we can take backup classes as well on Saturdays and Sundays. just in case if there's a lot of absence. Okay. So yeah, that's that, guys. A quick introduction on what the course is and how long the duration of the course is. If you have any questions, you can shoot at me right now. Please let me know, guys. Any queries? Anything that you want me to repeat or so?
Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah. Hi.
Sir, why we use that websites that you show before this PPT?
Sorry, Yogesh, I didn't get your question. Can you please repeat?
Sir, we as you said that we use some websites for ethical hacking. So that website that you opened before this PPT, I'm asking about that website.
The DNS dumpster website, as you can see over here. This is for information gathering, trying to gather information about any certain client. So before we perform hacking, it's very necessary that we know all the data about that organization or the data about that target. So in order to get that data, we have to visit these third-party websites. Okay. Sometimes your organization might not give you that data sufficient for us. Okay. That is why we need to gather that information from other third-party sources, websites like DNS dumpster and so on. Okay. The more the data you have, the more possibilities you have to attack the system. Okay, the more attack vectors you can find or possible paths you can find to attack the system. Okay. So that is why it is necessary to access these websites and get the data about our target from these websites.
Okay, so understood.
Right. Any other questions, guys?
Sir, which type of penetration testing we are going to learn here?
Again, CEH is a very comprehensive course, guys. We're not going to be going into any advanced level penetration testing, but we will learn all the kinds of, whether it be web application pen testing or network penetration testing or system hacking or Android pen testing. We'll be covering the basics of all of them. This is a course designed for people who are completely new to cybersecurity, and we can't leave out any endpoint. So we need to understand how to perform network security testing. We need to perform web security testing, Android security testing as well, and Windows or Linux security testing as well. So we'll be learning all of them one by one. Okay, we'll be covering each and every endpoint that is left, as you can see over here in the course content. Okay, but as I've mentioned, we won't be going in depth of all of them. We'll learn how to check for security vulnerabilities, basic vulnerabilities, and how to remediate them, how to remove those vulnerabilities. Okay, if you want to learn about any advanced after CEX is done, then you can go with advanced courses such as web application pen testing for bug bounty. This course is specifically designed only for website security testing. So in this, we'll be going with OWASP top 10. Okay, this is an organization which gives you the list of necessary vulnerabilities that you have to test for, and this course only focuses on web applications, nothing else. Okay, so after CEX is done, then you can choose a specific domain, and depending on your interest, you can choose your specialization. Okay, whether it be website security or Android security or network security or cloud security and so on. So
okay, sir, thank you.
right. Any other questions, guys?
No, sir.
Right. Okay.
After
So,
course completion, certification provided.
yes, if anyone is interested in writing the CEH certification as well, we provide support for that also. There's complete pass guarantee. So I usually handle the certifications myself. So if you're planning on writing a certification,
this is job guarantee.
This is what? Sorry.
Job guarantees.
Sorry, I didn't get you guys. Can you please repeat that? Hello.
After this course, is job is.
He's asking
Oh,
a placement assistance.
Job assistance. Again, guys, at Durga Soft, you're not going to be providing any confirm guarantee that we'll be placing you in an organization, but we'll be sharing your resume once you forward it to our consultancies. Okay. So in the price of 8,000 rupees, we are only including the course content with the course completion certificate. And if you're planning on writing a certification, we will give you certification support as well. Okay. So at that price of 8,000 rupees, we are not in contact with the complete job placement facility, but we do have few consultancies where we can give you your resumes too. Okay, once you're done with the resume preparation. I'll be helping you out in understanding how to create a resume as well, depending on a cybersecurity profile. I'll be also sharing the common interview questions, and I have a few references as well to whom I can forward your resumes. Okay. And again, we will be giving you the interview calls, and you can start attending interviews over there. Okay. Again, it depends on your skill set and your practice on how well you do the interview. So we don't guarantee anything, but we will definitely show you where you can start applying. If it's necessary, I can just give you one source now itself. You can, after your course is done, this is the common website that I usually suggest for students, jobs.null.community. This is a website only specifically for cybersecurity job roles. Okay, nothing else. As you can see, null jobs. This is the website. Okay, and these are all the different domains, and you can start searching over here. So if you're a complete fresher, just click on freshers or internships, and these are at the moment these are the available placements. Okay, so for internships, okay, if you're not into internships, you want a specific job role, you can start applying for VAPT, vulnerability assessment and pen testing. These are the ones at the moment for cybersecurity. After the course is done, you can start applying over here also. So this is one website that I suggest to most of the students once the course is done, so start applying for jobs. Okay, so again, how well you do, it depends on your skill set and your practicing guides. Okay, and this website is specifically only for cybersecurity jobs, nothing else. Okay, any other questions, guys?
No, sir. Thank you.
Right. Again, if you practice properly and if you're done with the course, guys, and if you're thorough with all the concepts, getting a job in these portals is not that tough. Okay, there's a lot of students from our previous batches as well who have searched for jobs in this null.job.co.in, and they found their internships and their jobs. Okay, so again, as I've mentioned, once you sit for the interview, it's all on you. Okay, so it depends on your preparation of how well or bad you do. So we can't guarantee anything. Okay, because that's on your skill set, but we can at least show you where you can start applying for jobs. Okay, so yeah, that's that, guys. Nothing further for our session today. And yeah, if you have any queries, again, over here is my number, just in case if you have any queries, technical queries, you can let me know. This is the number over here, 768-006-9768.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. Prabin, I can hear you.
Yeah, so I just wanted to know, actually I'm a working professional. I'm working on the front end side, but wanted to move into this domain. So what suggestions could you, give me on that side?
Again, saying I would recommend, if you're completely new to this domain, go with Certified Ethical Hacking, CH version 11. This is a foundational course for people completely new, so you'll be learning everything from scratch. After that is done, if possible, if time and financial permits you, you can write the certification as well from EC Council. So there'll be a CH examination for 125 questions. Okay, and if you give 75% of them right, you get certified from EC Council. You get a certificate from the US organization. Okay, so that adds edge to your resume. If not, if you are not, again, certification is quite costly. It's around $500. So if you're not planning on writing the certification, I would recommend doing some extra advanced courses as well after CH is done, and then add that at least to the resume to build some edge again. Okay.
Okay, and is there any coding involved here, or is it into completely into, the security part?
Not at all. In CEH, you don't have any requirement for coding level language. But if you're planning on going for some advanced courses like web application pen testing or mobile security testing, there you might need to have some basic knowledge. Okay. So when we talk about web application, it is necessary that you have basic knowledge on HTML and JavaScript. Okay. But when we talk about CEH, the foundational course, for this we have no requirement for any coding level language knowledge.
Okay, and what kind of roles are we can apply after the completion of this course? Like someone is if having 5 years of experience and he has transited into this particular cybersecurity, what kind of roles would be available?
Again, as you can see over here, these are the roles that you can start applying for. VAPT assurance lead, VAPT senior security analyst, cybersecurity consultant. These are all the job roles. Penetration tester, security analyst, or monitoring job roles. and so on. Vulnerability
Okay.
assessment. So these are the job roles you can start applying for.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Right. Any other questions, guys? Right. Assuming there's no more questions, guys. So yeah, that's that for a session. Nothing further. Again, we'll be starting the course from Monday onwards, guys. Tomorrow and day after tomorrow, we'll be having the same demo. So just in case if you have joined late also, you can join tomorrow as well at the same time. And if not, you can directly join the course on Monday. Okay. If you have any further technical queries, guys, here's my contact number as I've mentioned already. Although if you have any queries regarding the course date or again course fees regarding that, you can contact the institute. Okay. So yeah, that's that, guys. Sure. So I'm gonna be exiting, guys. I hope you have enjoyed the demo. And yeah, if there's any queries, please do let us know how we can help you. Okay. Have a good day, and I'll see you soon. Bye bye. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Okay. Hello, guys. Can you hear me now? Biswajit Singh, Rakesh, Ravikiran, Maman, Shiva, Sujata. I hope I'm audible now, guys. Yeah, Biswajit. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Right, perfect. So let's just wait for 2 more minutes, guys, for the other people to join as well. And then we'll be starting the session. Until then, if you have any queries or if you have any questions before we start the session, you could please let me know.
So,
Yes,
excuse
I
me,
can hear
sir.
you.
Yeah. So is this the same demo was on Sunday?
Yes, the same demo itself, guys.
Oh, okay. I have attended on Sunday, so I thought it would be some different or what. Okay.
No, it's the same demo, guys. A shorter version of that same demo. Again, we'll be starting the live classes, or the course is going to start from Monday onwards. So just in case we're planning on joining the course, you can join from Monday. The first class will be on networking concepts.
Okay, thank you.
Tomorrow as well, we'll have one last demo. So Thursday and Friday, today and tomorrow will be the last demo sessions, just in case if students have missed out the previous demos, they can join. That's one last chance for them. And then from Monday, we'll be starting the course itself. Yeah, okay. So just in case, guys, if there's anyone who has already attended this demo session, again, just a heads up, this is going to be the same demo. It's not going to be any different from the previous ones. Okay, this is just backup sessions or backup demos for people who could not join earlier. Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Sir, it means I can directly join on Monday because yesterday I was also present.
Yeah, sure, guys. Again, as I've mentioned, it's the same demo. It's not gonna be any different. So this is only for people who are completely new to it, who have not attended the previous demo sessions. So if you have already attended the demo session, guys, you can join back on Monday itself directly.
Okay, and the timing will be same at 8 p.m.
Same time, 8 o'clock in the night.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Okay, guys, so let's get started without any further ado. Before I get started, a quick formal introduction on my end. My name is Mohammed Shoaib. I'm a cybersecurity trainer certified from EC Council. EC Council is the leading organization for cybersecurity domain certifications. Okay, and one of the courses that it provides for people who are completely new to this domain is Certified Ethical Hacking version 11.
This is the latest version of the course that is running at the moment, and this is a course designed in such a way for people who are completely new to this domain. So if you have no knowledge about what cybersecurity is or what hacking or ethical hacking is, this is the course to get started with. Okay, so before I proceed further, this is a common question that I usually ask all the students just to understand their perspective on this topic. So again, guys, let's keep the session a bit interactive and fun. So my first question to you is to understand what your perspective is on hacking. So again, not asking for exact definitive answers, guys, but just to understand your view on it. Okay, so whatever comes to your mind, please do let me know. In your terms, what do you think hacking is? Anyone? There's Biswajit, there's Maman, Rakesh, who else? Shafiuddin, Shiva.
Hello?
Yeah, Biswajit, I can hear you.
Sir, actually, according to me, hacking means to hack the information of organization or any systems.
Right, yeah, hacking information or getting access to the information of organization systems. That's a good answer, Biswajit. Anyone else, guys, who wants to add anything to that? That's a perfectly right answer. There's nothing wrong in it at all. Perfectly all right. Any other additions to that, guys? Anyone who wants to append anything to that answer? Okay, no worries. Shiva, you were about to say something? Your mic was unmuted for a while. Did you have an answer? Okay, no worries, guys. So let me just add on with Biswajit's answer. So if I had to define hacking on, depending on using on his words itself, hacking is nothing but the procedure of trying to gain access to information systems. Okay, now these information systems could be anything. They could be as small as a mobile phone to as big as a database or a web application server or cloud organization itself. Okay, and this gaining access to these devices is done without the permission and the consent of the person owning those systems. Okay, so the organization who owns those systems has no clue that someone is trying to gain access to their data. Okay, and this is usually performed by hackers for their own benefit. So once they get access to the data, they can steal it, they can destroy it, or sell it on the dark web to other third-party vendors. Now, if hacking seems such a malicious job, why do we have a course called ethical hacking? Is the second question. Because ethical is something which is completely legal. And how could hacking become legal now? Is the main question. So when we talk about ethical hacking, on the other hand, guys, this is the procedure of trying to find vulnerabilities. Okay. A vulnerability in simple terms can also be called as a weakness or a loophole in the information system. And using these weaknesses only, hackers try to get access to the target informations, target information systems data. Okay. So your job as an ethical hacker would be to find these vulnerabilities before a hacker does. And this is done with the consent and permission of the organization. So once you find these vulnerabilities, you have to report it back to the organization so that they can apply the patch for it. And once a patch is applied, you're thereby increasing the security of infrastructure and preventing hackers from causing any further harm. So with ethical hacking, you're trying to increase the security and make the infrastructure much more secure and stronger compared to what hacking is. Okay, where you're trying to exploit vulnerabilities. Okay, so you see, are these two definitions clear, guys? Like what is hacking and what is ethical hacking, and how are they different from one another? Because most of the students have a misconception that both these terms are one and the same. No, guys, we're not going to be performing hacking. We'll be learning ethical hacking in the course. Okay, we won't be exploiting the vulnerabilities, but we'll see how to search for them, how to find them in an organization's systems, and how to report them back to the organization. Okay, so that we can prevent hacking from happening. Now, depending on these two terms, guys, we can categorize the different types of hackers as well. So we have someone known as a black hat hacker, then we have someone known as a white hat hacker, and in between there's someone known as a gray hat hacker. Okay, so firstly, the first category is black hat hackers. These people are also commonly referred to as cyber criminals. Okay, these are people who perform hacking for their own benefit, and they do this by asking no consent at all. On the other end of the spectrum, we have the white hat hackers, who are also termed as ethical hackers or penetration testers. Now, these people perform ethical hacking, or in simple terms, penetration testing, to find all the vulnerabilities in the organization. And they do this by asking for consent and by following all the laws and policies set by the organization. So they do not cross any line, they do not perform exploitation of any vulnerabilities, they only work to increase the security of the organization. Now, in between white hat hackers and black hat hackers, there's someone else known as a gray hat hacker. Now, as the name itself suggests, these people have both the qualities of black hat as well as a white hat hacker. Like a black hat hacker, they don't ask for permission before finding the vulnerabilities. But once they do, once they find the vulnerability, like a white hat hacker, they report it back to the organization. Okay, they don't take advantage of it, they don't exploit it and try to attack the system, but they report it back so that they can help the organization. But it's a give and take relationship, so it's a there's kind of a bargain over here. Okay, the catch is that these gray hat hackers ask for a bounty in return. Okay, a bounty is anything which benefits them, so they could ask for some prize reward, or they could ask for some reputational reward, anything which benefits their career and profile. Okay, and that is why, in simple terms, they are also known as bug bounty hunters. They find bugs in return for a bounty. Okay, so they are hunting for bugs. Okay, now all these three types of hackers, whether we take black hat hackers, gray hat hackers, or white hat hackers, they perform hacking or ethical hacking in a certain number of steps. Okay, and they follow a procedure, a systematic procedure. That systematic procedure is known in simple terms as hacking cycle or cyber kill chain. Okay, various organizations categorize these steps into various numbers, but if I had to summarize it up, there are 5 important steps in hacking cycle or cyber kill chain. Whether you take a black hat hacker or a white hat hacker or any kind of a hacker, he needs to follow the same procedures as well. Okay. Now let me list them out first, and then we'll discuss in detail about each of them, so you have a clear picture of what the whole course is about. Okay, so the first step is known as information gathering. It can sometimes also be referred to as reconnaissance or footprinting. So they are one and the same term, guys. Don't get confused. Various organizations use various terminologies, but whether you hear information gathering or reconnaissance or footprinting, all the 3 terms are one and the same. After that, you have scanning, which can also be referred to as enumeration. Then you have gaining access, then you have maintaining access, and finally there's a reporting or clearing traces. Now, the reason why I've mentioned OR over here in the last step in capitals is because to make it a note to understand that this is the only step where you have a difference between black hat hackers and white hat hackers. Now, whether you're any kind of a hacker, whether it be black, white, or gray, the first 4 procedures are to be followed mandatorily. So you have to follow those first 4 procedures in the same order. After that, in the end, what changes is the last thing that you do. Okay, if you're a white hat hacker, you would definitely report all the vulnerabilities that you have found with the remediations, with the solutions to remove those vulnerabilities. If you're a black hat hacker, definitely you're not going to be giving any solutions, and obviously you won't be reporting it, but you will try to remove all the evidences. So whatever harm you have caused, whatever data you have stolen, you might leave some footprints here and there. Okay, so that is why it's very necessary that you remove or clear those footprints so that you cannot be traced out and you stay anonymous. So that is known as clearing traces in simple terms. And in our course, we'll be learning both the perspectives, how we can generate a report and submit to the organization, or how hackers clear the traces and remove all the evidences. Okay, now let's briefly discuss about each of these one by one, guys, so you have a better idea on the whole course. But before that, any questions, guys, for anyone? Again, please feel free to interrupt me at any certain point. Do not hesitate to ask a question. Please let me know. Yeah, Biswajit, I can hear you.
Sir, is this class is getting recorded?
Yeah, this will be recorded, definitely. Every single class that we take will be recorded and it will be uploaded to the Google Drive. So even once we start our course as well, the whole duration of the course, every single day we'll take a 1-hour class, and each class will be recorded and uploaded to the Google Drive. So that just in case if you're missing out, if you're absent for a session, you can access the recordings whenever you want to.
Okay. Okay, sir. Actually, from the starting, you told about hacking and ethical hacking. So, could you please briefly tell me? Hacking means like you're hacking the particular some credential information, like something personal information you are hacking. But ethical hacking was that I did not get it properly.
Good question. Again, Biswajit, when we talk about hacking, this is something that cyber criminals perform. Okay, hacking is where you're trying to get access to information devices. Okay, and using those information, what you do with that information defines what kind of hacking you do. Okay, so in ethical hacking, we are trying to understand how hackers are hacking that information. So what are the procedures are they following, and how are they actually finding that vulnerability, and how are they checking for those vulnerabilities on the systems? Okay, so we as ethical hackers try to find those same vulnerabilities that hackers use, and we try to rectify those vulnerabilities. We try to apply the patches for them. Okay, so just like how hackers do it, we are going to do it in an ethical manner. Yeah.
Okay, that means, sir, if a hacker is trying to hack some particular information, and the ethical hackers are there to prevent that through their coding or whatever the algorithms, I think.
Exactly. Again, in simpler terms, it's not about algorithms and stuff, but it's about the source code actually. Okay, so whatever it is known as a vulnerability. A vulnerability is a weakness or a misconfiguration of the system. So ethical hackers do the job of finding those vulnerabilities before a hacker can cause any harm. Okay, and once the vulnerability is found, they disclose it to the organization, and organization will remove that vulnerability so that your systems are secure.
Okay. Sir, then although you told about the black hat hackers, red hat and gray. So what are the what are the job responsible of the three hackers?
Again, yeah, I'll be coming to that as well, Biswajit. So when we talk about ethical hackers, we have a certain few job roles that we can apply for. I'll be discussing that at the end of the class. Okay. Until this part, any questions or doubts?
Okay, hacking cycle. And you information gathering, scanning, information. You will tell detail about this chapter, I think.
Right now, yeah, that's the main thing to do right now. I'll be doing that now.
Okay, sir, you continue.
Sure. Right. Anyone else, guys, who has any other confusion or any issues with the clarity? Mamun, Shafiuddin, Shiva. Right. Okay. Now let's briefly discuss about each of these terms, guys, one by one, so that you have a better picture of what we are going to be discussing in the course as well. Okay. So the first step is information gathering. Okay. As the name itself says, information gathering is nothing but trying to gather as much data as possible about the target organization. So if we take our client, for example, Wipro.com, for the time being, we need to gather information about Wipro servers. Okay. Now the main question is, what kind of information are we talking about over here? And this is the information as follows. Okay, so we try to gather information such as the IP addresses or the range of IPs used by the Wipro servers, then the whois records to understand who is hosting Wipro's website, and since when it has been hosted, when was it last updated, when will it expire, then the DNS records to understand what data is stored in the DNS servers, then employee details such as the contact numbers, email addresses, usernames and publicly leaked passwords, and domain names of the Wipro.com, subdomains of Wipro.com, and operating systems. So what OSs are they using in their organization? So if I give you a very basic example, I can just go to my browser, and in the browser I can search for a website called DNS Dumpster. This is a common website that I usually show in the demo sessions. So if I search for DNS Dumpster, I get the first link. Now this is an example of information gathering. So you're trying to gather information about Wipro.com from other third-party sources. So right now in this step, we are gaining information passively. What I mean by passively is that we are not contacting Wipro.com directly, but we're trying to gather information about Wipro.com from other third-party sources, such as DNS Dumpster. Now when I click on search, I can notice this gives me all the information about Wipro's DNS servers. Okay, so at the moment Wipro has 4 DNS servers with these host names and these exact public IPs. So these IP addresses are very important for a hacker or for an ethical hacker to proceed further in the further steps of hacking. Okay, after this information is given out, we can see the mail servers, we can see the DNS servers, we can see all the host records, which are nothing but the main servers of Wipro.com, the main domain name and the other subdomains, and their exact public IPs. Scroll down much further, and you can see the whole complete network topology. So this is how Wipro's servers are connected to one another. Okay, so these are all the servers of Wipro. Okay, the main domain and all the subdomains, and the mail servers also, mail or DNS servers. Okay, so this gives us complete information of all the endpoints that you have to test for complete security of Wipro. Okay, now this information is given out by Wipro itself. It needs to be given out. It is mandated so that people can access their services. Okay, what that is not the vulnerability, guys. Giving out the information is not the vulnerability, but not checking if each of these endpoints are secure or not is the vulnerability. So a pen tester or an ethical hacker needs to check for each and every endpoint and see to that that on each of these servers there are no unnecessary ports running or unnecessary services running which are having vulnerabilities. Okay, so now next comes the scanning phase. So after you gather information like this about a target organization, then we go with the scanning phase. Okay, scanning is where we get some extra information by directly contacting the servers. Okay, so to gather more information by making active connections with the direct target. So in this phase, we'll be using 3 types of scanning. There's network scanning, port scanning, and vulnerability scanning. In network scanning, we try to figure out on the target network, on the target organization, what all devices are being used. So if we take Wipro, for example, in Wipro's company or in Wipro's office, what all devices are being used? What servers are they using? What firewalls are they using? What IDS, intrusion detection systems or intrusion prevention systems are they using? And what all services are they using? DNS, DHCP, and so on and so. Okay, once we know that, then we perform port scanning to figure out all the services as well and their version details. So if they're using DNS service, what version of DNS are they using? If they're using mail services, what mail services are they using and what versions are they? Okay. Finally, perform vulnerability scanning to find the weaknesses on those servers. So if there's any application with an inbuilt weakness, or if there are any misconfigurations like weak password or default unnecessary ports open, all that comes under vulnerabilities. So we scan for vulnerabilities by using some automated tools. Okay. So if I go to the browser now, I can show you one of the very important tools, which is Tenable Nessus. So this is the same tool that is used in organizations, guys. As you can see over here, quite an expensive tool as well. If you click on buy, you can see it's around $4,000 or so for 1 year subscription. And we shall be using the same tool in our lab setup, in our classes. So let me show you how the tool looks like. Admin password. Yes. So again, default password, default credentials, policies, scan templates. So this is how your Nessus tool looks like, guys. So this is capable of performing your network scan or port scan or vulnerability scan and gives you the list of vulnerabilities. So once you perform a scan, it shows you in your network whatever devices are there, what vulnerabilities are there on those devices. So it categorizes the weaknesses on the system in 5 levels: information, low, medium, high, and critical. So if a company has any critical vulnerabilities, it means hackers can easily get access to their servers. Okay, so we'll understand how to perform vulnerability scanning, how to know if a system has any vulnerabilities, and if hackers can hack their organization so easily. Okay, if they can hack, how do we provide the solutions is also what we learn. Okay, after scanning is done, then we go with the next phase, which is gaining access. Now this is a huge concept, guys, covers a lot of variety of topics, and these are the topics as follows. Before I proceed further, any questions or doubts up to this part, guys, in information gathering or scanning? Biswajit, Mamun, Shafiuddin, Shiva. Please do not hesitate, guys. If you want me to repeat something, I will definitely do.
Sir,
Yeah.
Sir, please repeat that first part.
Which one?
Like before gaining access, you told us some gathering information. Like I understood that what if their system in vulnerability in the system, so hackers are easily hack that system. So I understood somehow.
Oh yeah, in information gathering again, Biswajit, as I've mentioned, we try to gather information from other third-party websites. So there's websites like DNS Dumpster, Hunter.io. So from other third-party sites, we gather information about the target. After that, then we perform scanning. So we directly get access to target servers or whatever target it is, whether it is Wipro.com or so and so. Okay, and in their target organization, we perform the scanning to figure out in their network what devices have what vulnerabilities. So in my local network, I have scanned for 3 devices, and in each of these devices, I can see the weaknesses on each system. Okay, tells you what the weakness is. Okay, if there's an unsupported OS, what is the solution to remove that vulnerability, and what can be performed with that vulnerability. So this scanning tool gives you that up-to-date information. Okay, so this is all this all comes under automated vulnerability scanning. Okay, so this is something that you always perform in an organization to test for vulnerabilities on different systems.
Okay, it is software.
Yeah, it is a software. This is the Nessus tool. The Nessus tool is nothing but a software that we have.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Right. So this is the same tool that is used, the same software that is used in organizations as well. Okay, and we'll be running in real-time scenario. Whatever tools that are being used, we work on them in real time. Okay. So yeah, now proceeding further, after all this is done, then we go with the gaining access phase. This is where we try to perform various kinds of attacks to get access to the systems. Okay, once we perform the scanning, once we know that these are the vulnerabilities on which you can attack on, next part is nothing but to attack directly, which is nothing but penetration testing. So in this, as I've mentioned, there's a huge set of topics. Okay, so let me discuss them one by one. So first topic that we'll be discussing is system hacking. So in system hacking, we learn how we can hack or crack or bypass a Windows operating system password. So whether it be Windows 7 or Windows 8 or Windows 10 or Windows 11, doesn't matter. How do we crack or how do we bypass the password is what we learn in system hacking. So if your system is password protected, how can you crack and understand what the password is in clear text? Or if you're unable to crack it, if it is too tough to crack, how can you bypass that password and still get access to the internal files is what we learn in system hacking. After that comes malware attacks. Malware is in simple terms are nothing but malicious softwares, and we'll practically know how to create each of these malwares. So people think that viruses are on the only malicious softwares available on internet, but that's a misconception. We have multiple malicious softwares. We have viruses, we have worms, trojans, backdoors, spyware, rootkit, whatnot. There's tons and tons of malwares, and there's thousands and thousands of malwares added every single day. So we'll practically learn how to create each of these malwares and how to prevent our system from getting attacked by these malwares, or how to detect for malwares on our system. Then comes network penetration testing. Okay, in network pen testing, we learn all the common network vulnerabilities. Okay, so in an organization, in a local network, there are multiple services. There's DNS service, telnet service, SMTP service, DHCP service. These are all the services or protocols used in a common organization. So we learn how to test for weaknesses on each of these servers. And after that, we'll also learn how to perform network attacks like sniffing attack, man in the middle attack, DOS attacks, or hacking Wi-Fi routers and cracking Wi-Fi router passwords. All this comes under network pen testing. Then comes social engineering, where we learn how to crack passwords from websites. Okay, so how do hackers make fake login pages, Facebook page, Instagram page, or a Flipkart login page, bank login pages? How do hackers get your passwords from these pages? Okay, how can they create fake login pages and send them to the victims and perform phishing attacks? All this comes under social engineering. Then finally comes web application pen testing, where we learn all the common website weaknesses. Okay, is this useful for SOC analyst role? Yeah, Shafiuddin, we'll be discussing a very basic tool called Splunk as well. That is very important for your SOC analysis role. Okay, SOC is nothing but Security Operations Center, guys, just in case if anyone is confused. Okay, in SOC job roles, we usually see how to monitor and detect threats. Okay, threats are nothing but attacks. Okay, so for that we'll be discussing a very basic tool, a very important tool actually, but the very common tool used in SOC, which is Splunk. So this course was helpful for that as well. Shafiuddin. Okay, now after that, coming back to our topic, guys, as I've mentioned, we'll be discussing web application vulnerabilities, where we learn all the common website weaknesses. Now again, this might sound a bit technical, guys, okay, but these are a few common weaknesses that exist, such as SQL injection, cross-site scripting, broken authentication, file upload vulnerability, and so on. So these are the weaknesses that hackers use to get access to the web server, okay, or the databases in the backend. Okay, after that, we have hacking mobile phones, where we learn how to hack or crack an Android application phone. Okay, so how do we use Trojan attacks and get access to the Android phone remotely? Okay, after this is done, then we have two small topics, which are maintaining access and reporting or clearing traces. So this is the most important concept, guys, gaining access. After that, we need to know how to maintain persistent connections. So how do hackers maintain a connection even if the system restarts? Okay, is what is known as maintaining persistent connections. After that, we have reporting or clearing traces, where we'll see how to generate a report and submit to the organization. Or if you're a black hat hacker, how do they remove all the evidences? How do they clear the traces? Okay, now, since not everyone is from a technical background or might not be from a technical background, we will discuss a few prerequisites as well. Okay, so the course is designed in such a way where you don't have to learn anything separately from outside. So if this is in a way to even a 10th standard student to understand this course in a simple and sufficient manner. Okay, so before we dive into all the advanced concepts, we'll be discussing these 4 prerequisites or 4 to 5 prerequisites. So first we'll learn basically what ethical hacking is, or how is it different from hacking. Then we learn virtualization. Okay, the reason why we need to learn about virtualization is because we'll be using a tool called VMware. So as you can see on my desktop, this is my Windows 11 operating system, and on this I have my VMware application. Okay, this VMware allows me to run multiple operating systems on one single machine. Okay, so as you can see, I can run my Kali OS, I can run my Windows 7 OS, Ubuntu OS, and so on. So, okay. The reason why we need virtualization is because we need to run something known as Kali Linux. This is a Linux operating system, guys. Okay, and this is very important for us because this comes pre-installed with all the penetration testing tools. Okay, for hacking tools or ethical hacking tools. As you can see over here, there's information gathering tools, there's web application testing tools, there's password attacking tools, Wi-Fi attacking tools, and so on. So these are the tools that specifically come only with Linux OS. Okay, they're not available in your Windows operating system. So that is why we need to know how to install this operating system and how to use this out. Okay, again, one good thing is this is completely free and open source. Anyone can download this operating system from the official website kali.org. Kali.org. Okay, so how to download this and how to install this is what we learn in the virtualization class. After that is done, then we will go with basic Linux and Windows commands. So as I've mentioned, Kali is a Linux OS. So we need to understand how to use a Linux operating system. What are the basic commands in Linux and how is it different from Windows operating system? After that, we learn basic Windows server configuration, how to configure a DNS server, how to configure a web server in Linux, in Windows OS. Okay, and after all that is done, then we go with the important concepts. Okay, information gathering, scanning, enumeration, then gaining access, maintaining access, all that comes after that. Okay, so until these concepts are done, then you'll be ready for all the advanced concepts. So this is designed in such a way where you don't have to learn anything separately from anywhere else. Okay, so after that, again, there's a few bonus concepts as well, guys, such as cryptography, reverse engineering, IoT, cloud security, Splunk. So these are not included in other institutes. Okay, these are a few concepts that we have specifically designed in such a way so that you can proceed further and learn advanced courses as well if you're interested. Okay, so yeah, that's that, guys. Again, one last thing, the whole course is for a duration of 1 month, where you'll have classes from Monday to Friday every day for 1 hour. Okay, and every class will be recorded and it will be uploaded to Google Drive. So just in case if you're missing out any classes, you can access the recordings as well. Okay, so yeah, that's that, guys. Any questions on your end? Yeah, Biswajit, you were asking me one question, asking about the job roles, I guess. So once you're done with the course, you can start applying for job roles like SOC analyst, vulnerability assessment tester, or penetration tester, or again, security engineer, and so on. So, okay. So these are the job roles that you can apply for once you're done with the course.
Actually, I have taken this course on. I was just learning this course just to get a job in that ethical hacking, like information security, and in any IT company. So actually, sir, as I came to know that, sir, is there any like coding algorithm required to just like to do such kind of activity in
Good
ethical
question.
hacking?
Great question. This is a very common question that is frequently asked by students, that do we need any coding knowledge required for this course? Definitely not. So, sir, in CEH we will be discussing again. We will be primarily focusing on Linux operating systems. So we need to know how to use a Linux OS properly. Okay, so that is the only requirement which we will be learning throughout the course. Okay. Other than that, you do not require any coding level language knowledge at all. Okay, so coding or development knowledge is not at all necessary. Wherever it is, we will be discussing that basic necessity of it. Okay, so there are certain topics where we have a topic called malwares. So in this we learn how to create malwares. Okay, so in that one topic will require basic coding language knowledge, but again, that itself I will myself be teaching it. Okay, so you don't need to learn anything separately from anywhere else. And other than that, this one topic malware, we won't be using coding language at all anywhere.
So Ajay, so actually I am doing job in Linux support, like technical support.
That's great. This is going to be a lot easier for you then.
So actually that's why I want to change my career, change my like next job into information security on the doing ethical hacking courses. Yes, I one more thing that, sir, is it necessary to get the certification on ethical hacking, like you have done something
Right. Again, it gives an edge, Biswajit. It's better to have a certification. If you're not going with certification, I would recommend you learn a few extra courses as well. Okay. After certified ethical hacking is done, then go with one advanced course, one specialization course like network security or web application security or so and so. So that will add you some much more value to your certification. Okay. So into your resume actually. Okay. So it's better to have certification But if you're not having certification, just to increase or broaden your skill set, learn an extra course after CH in cybersecurity itself. Okay, there's many streams. Okay, we provide web application security as well, testing. So you can join this course as well, just in case if you're not doing a certification. Okay.
Okay. So after that, web application security is another course.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, sir. In this syllabus, sir, what we will learn totally, overally, what we learn, how much we can work in a company.
Again, as I've mentioned, CH is the foundational course. So you'll be learning about all the endpoints. So you won't be focusing on one of them, but all the comprehensively all endpoints. So we'll learn network security also. We'll learn wireless security also. We'll learn Windows and Linux hacking also. We'll learn Android security also. And we'll learn web application security also. But in CH, one thing is you are going to be like a master of, jack of all trades, master of none. So you're not going in deep. You're not specializing in any one of the fields. You're learning about all the fields. After that, you can choose one specialization and you can focus on that. You can either go towards web security or cloud security or network security. Depends on your interest.
Okay. Understood, sir. Then
right.
That will the final and long-term career.
Long term, yes. Okay. To get started first, usually in cybersecurity, you usually get monitoring job roles for a few months. Okay. After that, then you can go into deeper course. Mamun, are you going to teach all security courses? Yeah, I'm the same tutor, Mamun. So after CH is done, if you're planning on going with cloud security or web application security, we provide those as well. At the moment, mobile and network is not included, but just in case, since there's a huge boom, there's a huge requirement for web application. So that also I provide.
Okay.
You can go with 1 year experience, Shafiq, not more than that with CEH. But if you add a few more courses after that, like after CH, if you do web application and also, you can add a couple years experience, like 2 or 3 years of experience as well. Okay, because you need to know more tools with such years, that huge years of experience. They will ask you what tools you have worked on. Okay, so it's better you have a few knowledge on those tools. So with more the courses, you get more experience with different tools.
Okay, sir. So will you please help with practically all the things?
Again, the whole course. Oh, is it back-to-back training? Yeah, Mamun. Again, after the CH is done, I usually take separate classes for web application students as well who are interested to join that. Okay, so that will be a back-to-back session directly. Again, yeah, coming back to you, Biswajit, you were asking me something. What was the question again? I forgot.
No, actually, I was asking, sir, what, sir? Forget. Anyway.
I forgot as well, but let me try to recollect. Does anyone else remember, right, guys, what Biswajit was asking? Practical, yeah, good question. So again, the whole course is designed in such a way where it is 20-40 ratio, guys. So out of all the 60 minutes that we have every single day, the first 15 to 20 minutes will discuss the theoretical part. The remaining 40 minutes will discuss the practical part itself with real-time scenario examples. I'm not going to be boring you with theoretical knowledge. Only in the demo class and only in the first few introductory classes we'll discuss theoretical concepts. Once we start from the information gathering, everything is going to be completely practical based. Okay, with tools that are used in real-time scenario.
Are you teaching cloud security?
Yes, I teach cloud security as well, Biswajit. Okay, but again, as I've mentioned, that is usually taken up after CH is done. Okay, so we'll discuss on AWS security and again, mostly on AWS itself.
Actually, I wanna make my career into that like cloud security part. That's why I was thinking how much practical you will teach here and how much we can be skilled enough in this course, so that we can be confident enough while attending the interview. So, will you please discuss on about some like mock interview questions and resume building?
Definitely, I will help you. I will send you sample resumes as well to understand how to create a resume for a cyber security profile. Okay, and along with that, I'll also share the commonly asked interview questions. So I have a PDF document prepared for that specifically, which I share with all the students after the course is done for all the cyber security related interview questions. Okay, so I'll be sharing all that as well.
Okay, sir. No, because I have planned after completion of this course, I have planned to move on cloud security by practicing those questions and all the practical things.
Definitely. Again, if necessary, I'll be sharing the resources as well separately for you regarding your cloud security content. Okay. So if you're planning on doing a course after CS is done, then you can contact me for that. We can do that course separately.
Okay, sir.
Okay, it's not included with DurgaSoft at the moment, but again, yeah.
Okay, sir.
Sure. Any other questions, guys, at the moment? Okay, assuming there's no questions, guys, I'll be ending the session over here. And yeah, that was great interacting with you guys all, Biswajit, especially with you, because you have asked a lot of questions. So I hope everything is clear and you have no more unresolved queries.
Okay,
And
now
yeah,
I understood. I will follow that like recording also. If I got any doubts and demo sessions, I will ask you in the next class.
definitely, sure, definitely. Again, guys, if necessary, here's my contact number as well, 76800696768. If you have any technical queries, you can contact me over here. If you have any queries what other technology we should know, again, Maman, as I've mentioned, it's better to have Linux knowledge, Linux commands knowledge, and how to use a Linux operating system, and basic networking knowledge. What are IP addresses, what are IPv4, what are IPv6 addresses. If you do not know these also, as I've mentioned, all these are included in the course itself. So these are the prerequisites which are required, but again, I have included them in the course just in case if you're not familiar with them. Okay, so there's no prerequisite for joining the course. All you need is a good laptop to run the practicals. Okay, minimum requirement would be at least an i3 processor, oldest to oldest i3 processor, and minimum to minimum 6 GB or 4 GB RAM. If you have 8 GB, that is recommendable. Okay, recommended. But if you have minimum 4, it might hang a bit, but it will work. Okay, so one important requirement is you need a laptop or a device for practicing, because we have a lot of practicals in the course. Okay, so other than that, nothing else is required. Okay, just interested mindset and a device to practice on. Those are the only 2 requirements for this course, nothing more.
Okay.
All right, so yeah, that's it, guys. Nothing further for the session today. If you're interested to join the course, you can join this from Monday. We'll be having the first class on Monday for networking concepts. Okay, and after that, yeah, tomorrow as well, there's another demo session. So just in case if anyone is planning to join a demo again, you can join it tomorrow at the same time. If not, we'll be starting the course from Monday itself directly.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, guys, good day. Thank you for joining the session. It was great interacting with you, and I'll see you soon, guys. Bye. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Good night.
Thank you, guys. Good night. Guys, can you see the screen now?
Yeah, I can see you now.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Visible.
Sogat.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Right, perfect. Thanks. Okay, how many people are there? Kiran, Rakesh, Biswajit, Prashant, Shiva, Sogat. Okay, perfect. Okay, guys, let's get started with the session without any further. I am already a bit delayed in starting the session, so sorry for that, guys. I was stuck in a work. There was an issue with a security vulnerability actually with one of the organizations, so stuck with that. But anyways, let's get started with our class today. With our first session today will be on basic networking concepts. Before I get started, any issue with my audio or video? Anyone? Is everything fine? Can I proceed
Yes,
with the
sir.
class?
No, actually, we are getting some like noise.
A kind
Oh,
of
there's some
issue.
background.
Yeah,
Yes,
they're
we can
not
call it
not
as a kind of.
not clear. Sir.
1 second. Thank you. 1 second. I'll just change my microphone. Just give me a second for that.
Yes, yes.
Okay, how does it sound now, guys?
It is audible now.
Yes, now it is
It's
clear.
audible. Background disturbance, no kind of issues.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, guys, so let's get started without any further ado. So as I've mentioned, in today's class, we'll be going with basic networking concepts. We'll discuss what IPv4 addresses are. Okay, so before diving into IPv4 addresses, let's try to understand what a network is and what a host is. Now, these are very two simple words that you keep coming across every single day. Okay, a host is nothing but an information device. Okay, any information device which is capable of communicating with other devices is known as a host. Okay, it could be a mobile phone, it could be a router, it could be a laptop, a personal computer, or any other device, an information device, okay, which is capable of communicating with other devices. Now, when you have such devices connected to each other, okay, which can communicate with one another, that forms a network. Okay, so a network is a collection of hosts which can communicate with each other and transmit data. Now, just like how we humans communicate with one another, we have our respective names. Okay, I can address you by your name. You can call me by mine. Okay, and we can communicate with one another. We have our unique identities. Okay. Similarly, these information devices as well have their unique identities. Okay. So when they communicate from one device, when it wants to send packet to another device, it has a unique address for each device. Okay. And on that address, they communicate with one another. And that address is known as the IP address, guys. IP stands for Internet Protocol. This was built by the US military late in the 1950s or 1960s. Okay, and there was IP version 1, IP version 2, IP version 3. All these were unsuccessful attempts. They were you could say experimental. What successfully worked out was the IP version 4, and we are still using that in today's world also. IP version 4 in simple terms is Internet Protocol version 4. Okay, and that is what we'll be discussing about in today's class. Okay, anyone here who already knows about IPv4 addresses and who's familiar with these networking concepts?
No, sir.
Anyone?
I'm not familiar, but I know the some, like whenever I was doing networking programming in college days. So since the networking, I know how to join the socket networking programming. I know some networking IP address, and also I've studied through MCA curriculum. So
Right. Okay, perfect. No worries, guys. Just in case, even if you don't have any idea, we'll be going from the very basics, okay, from the binary itself, okay, to understand what these IP addresses are. Just as a information question, I just wanted to know if anyone was familiar. If not, also, don't worry at all. Okay. So I hope you know why we need IP addresses, guys. IP addresses are nothing but acting as an identity for each device. Just like how we have our names, you can address me by mine, I can call you by yours. Similarly, devices communicate with one another depending on IP address. Okay. Now, how does this IP address look like? Okay. Our names have alphabets in them: SHO, AIB, SIVA, Shiva, and so on. So, but IP addresses are completely numeric based. Okay. Specifically IPv4. Okay. IPv4 are completely numerical or decimal addresses. Okay. It's a 32-bit address, first property. Now, what is a bit? A bit is nothing but the smallest data format. Okay. It comprises of either 0 or 1. Okay, and your IPv4 address is a 32-bit address. What I mean by 32 is that it contains 32 zeros and ones like these consecutively. Okay, and these 32 zeros and ones are divided into 4 equal parts. Each part is known as a octet. Okay, octa in the sense 8 bits. Okay, so you have 4 parts, it's 8 bits each. Okay, and each of this is known as a octet. In simple terms, it can also be called as a byte. Okay, and each octet or each byte is separated by a dot symbol. This is how computers know IP addresses to be like. Okay, this language is known as the binary language of zeros and ones, and your computers or information devices all communicate on binary language only. But for us humans, it's quite tough to understand binary. Okay, so we can calculate it now. If you're quite familiar, if you have some experience, you can calculate binary in your mind itself. But looking at it and understanding it's quite tough. Okay, so in today's class, we'll understand how we can convert any binary number to a human readable format, to a decimal number. Okay, decimal numbers are from 0 to 9. Okay, these are human readable, what we use regularly from day-to-day life. Okay, what computers communicate on is binary data. Okay, so today we'll understand how to convert binary data to decimal data and how we can range the IP addresses. Okay, before that, a quick introduction on data formats As I've mentioned, one bit is nothing but a value of 0 or 1. When you combine 8 such bits, that becomes a byte. Okay. In simple terms, it can also be called as an octet. When you combine 1024 bytes, that becomes a kilobyte. Your textpad files, your contact applications, and all these are in kilobytes of data. Okay. When you combine 1024 kilobytes, that becomes a megabyte. Okay. Your PDF documents or your music files are in megabytes of data. 1024 megabytes becomes a gigabyte. Okay. Your movie files or larger softwares are in gigabytes. 1024 gigabytes becomes a terabyte. Your hard disk is in terabyte storage data, and 1024 terabytes becomes a petabyte. We have never used petabytes until now. This petabyte data is usually used by cloud organizations. Okay, OneDrive, Google Cloud, blah blah blah. Okay. Now let's understand how to convert this bit data or binary data into decimal data. Okay. So what I've done is I've taken down this first octet over here, 10101010, and I've written it down over here, as you can see, in an expanded format. Now to convert this, there are two simple methods. Method number one is there's two simple steps to it, not methods, sorry. Okay, there's one method only, okay, and with two simple steps. Okay, step number one is you write down the values from 2 to the power 0 all the way up to 2 to the power 7 from right to left. Okay, why specifically 2 to the power? Because this is binary data. You have only two possibilities, either a 1 or a 0. So first 2 power 0, then 2 power 1, then 2 power 2, then 2 power 3, then 2 power 4, then 2 power 5, 2 power 6, and 2 power 7. Let's write down the values for that. 2 power 0 is nothing but 1. Anything to the power 0 is always equal to 1. Okay, that is a mathematical rule. 2 power 1 is equal to 2. 2 power 2 is nothing but 2 into 2, which is 4. 2 power 3 is 2 into 2 into 2, that is 8. 2 power 4 is 16. 2 power 5 is 32. 2 power 6 is 64. And 2 power 7 is 128. Okay. Now to convert this number, all you have to do is, just a second guys, let me open up Zoom so that I can draw on the screen. Give me a second. Right, perfect. So when you want to convert any number from binary to decimal, first things first, you have to write down these numbers. Then you multiply the lower number with the top one and add with the next one. As simple as that. Multiply, add, multiply, add, multiply, add. This goes on till the last step. Okay. So firstly, 2 power 0 into 0. Anything into 0 is 0 itself. So I've written 0 over here. Then 2 power 1 into 1. That is 2 power 1 is 2. As you can see, I've written the value over here. Into 1 is the value itself, 2. 2 power 2 is 4. 4 into 0 again, we have 0. 2 power 3 is 8. 8 into 1, 8 again. 2 power 4 into 0, 0. 2 power 5 into 1, 32. 2 power 6 into 0, 0. And 2 power 7 into 1, that's 128. Now when I add all this up, 128 plus 32 plus 8 plus 2, that becomes 170. So when we humans read the number 170, the computer does not understand it like 170. It understands it like 10101010, something like on signal, off signal, on signal, off signal, on signal, off signal, on, off, like that 4 times. Okay. So is this clear, guys? Any questions or doubts up to this part? Like how we have converted this binary number to a decimal number? How we know that 170 is equal to 10101010? Any questions for anyone? Again, guys, if you have any questions or doubts, please feel free to raise your hand or let me know. You can interrupt me at any certain point. Okay, no issues at all. If you want me to repeat a concept also, please do let me know. I will repeat it as many times as you want. Okay. So guys, any questions up to this part? How we have converted this binary number to a decimal number? Shiva, Sujata, Bharati, Tripti, Vidyadhar. Who else is there? Biswajit, Chaudhary, Prasad.
Hello.
Yeah, Biswajit.
Sir, you spoke about binary to decimal conversion. Sorry, decimal to binary conversion. Am I right?
No, binary to decimal. I've converted this number 10101010 to
so
decimal number 170.
all the numbers was converted into binary as a decimal. All the binary number is converted into decimal 170.
Right. This specific number 10101010. Okay. How did we do that? We wrote down these numbers 2 power 0 all the way up to 2 power 7. Multiply the lower number with the top one and add with the next one. Multiply and add, multiply and add, multiply and add. And that's how I got the final result as 170. So this 170 in binary is equal to 10101010. Right. Is this clear, Biswajit?
Yes, I am clear. I know and I clear.
Perfect. If everyone has understood this, guys, I have another number over here, as you can see, 01011010. Can everyone convert this value and give me the answer for that? Take your time. You have the table over here as well. Okay. And as I've mentioned, you need to multiply the lower number with the top one. And just go with the next. Multiply and add, multiply and add. Okay. Take your time, guys, and let me know.
Is it 90? Should be 90.
Correct answer, guys. 90 is the correct answer. Anyone else?
Sir, are you going to provide us this text file also, or like we have to take notes in handwritten notes?
Definitely. I'm going to give this file at the end of the class. I'll take down all your email addresses, and on your email, I'll send this document directly. You don't need to take any separate notes, guys. I'm going to send this document file. Just in case, as the class goes on, if you want to take down any running notes to note down any important points also, you can. Okay. But all these documents, all these notepad files will be given to you directly. Okay. So yeah, guys, I've received a correct answer from a lot of people over here. Again, as I've mentioned, just multiply the lower number with the top one and go on till the last. So this will be 2 power 0 into 0 plus 2 power 1 into 1 plus 2 power 2 into 0 plus 2 power 3 into 1, like that till the end, 2 power 7 into 0. Okay. To anywhere you have 0 over there, 2 power 0 into 0, just put that 0. 2 power 1 into 1, that's 2. 2 power 2 into 0, that's 0. 2 power 3 into 1, that's 8. 2 power 4 into 1, that's 16. 2 power 5 into 0, that's 0 again. 2 power 6 into 1, 64. And 2 power 7 into 0, 0. When you add all that up, 64 plus 16 plus 8 plus 2, you get the number 90. Anyone over here who has not got the number 90, guys, please do not feel shy. Again, if you're getting it, if you're getting all the right answers, you're doing much great than me. In my first day, I could not solve this at all. Okay, I was a very dumb guy. So please, no shame in that. Okay, it's completely fine. Okay, because you need to get this concept very right in order to proceed with the further concepts. If you're failing at this one, it's going to get a bit complex further down the lane. Okay, so any questions on this part, please do not hesitate to let me know. Okay, assuming everyone has got this right. With the other, yeah, exactly. The reason I'm showing you all this is to understand the range of IP addresses now. That's a great question. I was about to ask you. Again, I tell you myself, like in a real-time scenario, you would never have a necessity to convert a binary number to decimal or vice versa. But the reason why I'm showing you this is so that we can understand the whole range. So if you remember, I've told you, IPv4 addresses are 32-bit address. Okay, so in that 32-bit address, if I wanted to get the first IP address, all I have to do is put all zeros everywhere. Okay, now when you put all zeros everywhere, when you convert that, you get the final IP address as 0.0.0.0. Okay, but if you want to get the last IP now, you have to put all ones everywhere. Okay, in all the octets, I've put all ones. So when I convert that, now there will be 2 power 0 into 1 plus 2 power 1 into 1 plus 2 power 2 into 1 all the way up to 2 power 7 into 1. So that would be 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 8 plus 16 plus 32 plus 64 plus 128. So that is how you get the number 255. Okay. So the last IP in the IPv4 range will be 255.255.255.255. You will never have a number above 255. The reason being, now you know, because when you convert from binary to decimal, the maximum number you can get is 255 only. So you can never have an IP address like 300.250 or 700.150, something like that. Okay, that's an invalid IP. Okay, whatever IP addresses you have, those numbers will always range between 0 and 255. Okay, is this clear, guys? Everyone? Why only specific?
Yes, yes.
Any questions up to this part? Perfect.
No, this is
Now
the maximum. Maximum.
Yeah, guys, was someone asking a question?
No, I just asked you. This is the maximum IP address to be connected, and maximum host to be connected.
Yeah, that's the last IP address you could get in the IPv4 range, Biswajit.
No, this is the like from 0 to 255 hosts should be connected, I think.
Not necessarily. When we talk about IP addresses now from 0000 to 255, 255, 255, 255, we have around 4.3 billion IP addresses in total. Okay. What you're referring to is classes, guys. Class A, B, C. In class C, you can connect only 255 hosts. That is a much ahead concept. We'll reach there tomorrow. Okay. That's class C. Yeah, Vidyadhar. Exactly. Okay. So we have not come up to there, guys. So let's not jump ahead. That might confuse the other students. Okay. So we'll go in a very slow pace. Okay. We'll go step by step. Okay. Let's try to now we know the range of IPs. We know what IPv4 addresses are, how they look like. Okay, and what are the total like numbers, where are they starting from, and what maximum number can they hold. Okay, we know they start at 0000 and they end at 255, 255, 255, 255. Now in between these two numbers, how many addresses do we have is the main question. Okay, how many IPs are there? Okay, so for that, let's try to understand the sequence of sequence of IP addresses. Okay, and again, to understand sequence of IP, there are two simple rules. Rule number 1 is always start with the rightmost value. So if this is the first IP, 0000, next IP will be 0001, next IP 0002, next IP 0003, next IP 0004. This will go on up to 000255. Okay. After that, can I have an IP like 000256? Is this possible?
No.
Yes, this is not possible because 255th is the last IP that you can get in any octet. You cannot get a number above 255, guys. It is a very golden rule that you have to remember. Okay. Now, once this octet has reached the maximum value, there comes the rule number 2. Only after the rightmost octet has been completely filled, then go to the left value. Okay. And after going to the left value, reset the rightmost value back to 0. Okay. What I mean by that is now this is completely filled. So now this left value 0 changes to 1. Okay, and the rightmost value 255 again resets back to 0. Okay, so next IP after 000255, next is 0010. Now don't directly jump from 0010 to 0020. That is wrong again. Okay, rule number 1, always go with the rightmost value first. So after 0010, you have 11, then 12, then 13, then 14. This goes up to 1255. Okay, after that 20, then 21, then 22, then 23, then you have 2255, then 30, 31, 32, 33, then 3255. Like that, it will repeat again and again and again. And somewhere you'll have 2550, 2551, 2552, 2553, 255, 255. Now, both these octets are filled, guys, as you can see. Okay. Again, rule number 2. Once the rightmost octets are filled,
what it signifies?
Those are the IP addresses, guys. Okay. So those are the IPs that devices can get in total.
Okay, so continue.
Right. Again, doesn't signify anything. I'm just showing the sequence of IPs. Okay. How do IP addresses progress from one another, one after the other, one after the other? Okay. Like after number 1, you have number 2, number 3, number 4. Like that, I'm showing you how IP addresses cycle one after the other. Okay. After 255, 255. Yeah.
Is this class C or class B?
This is the whole range of IP addresses. We have not come to classes, so forget that classes exist for the time being. Okay, I have not discussed what classes are. Okay, I have not discussed. I have not brought up the word class. Okay, so for the time being, just forget the word called class. When I come into it, then get reminded of it again. Okay, Biswajit, do not confuse yourself. I am right now just telling you how IP addresses progress from one after the other. Okay. So I'm just telling you what is the first IP. After that, what is the next IP? After that, what is the next IP? After that, what is the next IP? As simple as that. Okay. So after 00255, now this is completely filled. This is also completely filled. So now this 0 changes to 1. So after that, 0100, 0101, 0102, 0103. Then you have 10255. Then after that, this 255 becomes 0, and this 0 changes to 1. So 110, 111, 112, 113, 11255. Like that, the cycle repeats again and again and again. And somewhere you'll get 01, 255, 255. Just like how we had 00255, 255, you have 01, 255, 255. Then after that, from 0200 to 02, 255, 255. 0300 to 03, 255, 255. Like that, 0255000 to 0255, 255, 255. Now, whatever cycle repeated from the first IP 0000 till the IP 0255, 255, 255, same cycle again repeats from 1000 to 1255, 255, 255. Same repeats from 2000 to 2255, 255, 255. Same from 3000 to 3255, 255, 255. Finally, from 255000 to the last IP 255, 255, 255, 255. Okay, so all I'm showing you is the progression of IPs. How do IPs change from one after the other? What is the consecutiveness of IPs? Okay, so if you wanted to get the total number of IP addresses, you from 0000 till 255, 255, 255, 255, it would be 255 to the power 4, because each cycle is repeating 255 times. So the total number of IP addresses would be 4.3 billion IPs. Okay, which is the number equal to 255 to the power 4. So with the other, yeah, the correct number of IP addresses would be 255 to the power 4. Hello, is that clear?
Yes, sir, I understood something.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Until this point, any questions, guys, for anyone? Again, do not get confused, guys. This is just to show you the sequence of IP addresses. In a real-time scenario, you would not need that anywhere. I'm just going very theoretically to get you familiar with the foundational concepts, like how IP addresses are built, how do they look like, what is the sequence of IP addresses, and so on. Going very basic. Okay.
Sir,
so
sir, you told. Hello.
Yeah, Biswajit.
Sir, you told that 4.3 billion IP addresses. That means, sir, I did not get it actually.
That, yeah, again, how many IP addresses are there, Biswajit? If you remember, each octet is cycling 255 times. Okay, so this first octet, rightmost one, is going from 0 to 255. Okay, after that from 10 to 1255, again 255 times. So like that, each octet is cycling 255 times. So there are 4 octets now. So 4 octets in the sense 255 into 255 into 255 into 255. Basic permutations and combinations. Okay, and when you calculate that 255 to the power 4, you get the number 4.3 billion. Okay, so that is how we got that number. Is that clear, guys?
Okay.
Hello?
Yes, sir, I understood.
Right. Perfect, guys. Now, my question to you guys is, in today's world, in the era of 2022, are 4.3 billion IPs sufficient?
No.
No, sir. No, sir.
Definitely. Right, correct. Because the population itself is around 8 billion people, right? Close to 8 billion or 8.5 billion. 4.3 billion IPs are nowhere sufficient at all. Okay. Again, each person might use multiple devices in the network also. Okay. So that is why to come up as a solution, they made these IPs into two different parts. Okay. Solution number one was they divided these IPv4 addresses into again two categories. One, something is known as public IPs, and there's another category called private IPs. Okay. This categorization, okay, or division of IPv4 into public and private IPs is known as NATing, network address translation. Okay. When they knew that this solution is also not working out, this might also still cause the IPs to go extinct, then they came up with another set of IP addresses known as the IPv6 address, guys. Okay. So not just IPv4, there's another version as well called IPv6 address. And these are 128-bit addresses. What we are seeing until now is just a 32-bit address. 128 in the sense 4 times the size, bit length size of IPv4. Okay. But in that you have trillions and trillions of IPs. Okay, not billions, but trillions. Okay, so we'll discuss IPv6 on a later date. Okay, but in today's class, we'll end it with public and private IPs. So let's try to understand what these public IPs are and private IPs are. Okay, so public IPs are the IPs given to you by your internet service provider. So in our home, we might have different broadband connections. You could be using Act FiberNet or Airtel or Tata Docomo or BSNL. All these people are providing you the service of internet. Hence, they are known as ISP, internet service providers. Okay, they give you access to the internet by giving you a public IP. Okay, so to your home, you might have a router. Okay, that router might be getting a wire from the outside. Okay, that outside wire, that cable is nothing but giving you the public IP. Okay, so if you want to check your public IP, you could just go to the browser, and in the browser, you could just search, what is my IP? What is my IP? And from that, you can find, you get an IP address over here. If I click on the first link in the browser, you can see I'm getting my FiberNet from Act Fiber Beam. My location is Pedawalter, Andhra Pradesh, Vishakhapatnam. Okay, so this is my public IP. This is the IP I'm using from my ISP to access the internet or to take this Zoom session. Okay, locally in my network, now I have multiple devices. I have my phone, I have my laptop, I have my smart TV, I have my smartwatch, and so on. So these devices internally or locally also need IP addresses. What they use in a local network, in an intranet, is known as a private IP. So private IPs are the IP addresses provided locally in a network. Okay, so this can be given manually by you, by the network admin, or they can be given automatically as well from a DHCP server. Now, don't worry what this DHCP server is. We'll discuss about it in tomorrow's class. But one important thing to note is public IPs are used for connecting to internet. Private IPs are used in a local intranet. Intra is nothing but a local network, a small indigenous your house network or home network. Okay. So if I just draw this out to show you much clearly, let's say over here, this is my ISP. I hope the drawings are visible, guys. This could be my ISP, internet service provider. Okay, and I have my house over here in Vishakhapatnam somewhere. Okay, in my house I have multiple devices. I have my phone, I have my laptop, I have my smart TV, and I have my Wi-Fi router also. Okay, this router is getting a connection from the ISP outside externally. Okay, this is nothing but my public IP. Okay, this is the public IP part. Oh, sorry, public IP. Okay, on the intranet locally. Now these devices, every device will be connected to the router internally. Okay, by giving the correct Wi-Fi router password. Okay, and these devices will get the private IPs. Okay, my phone will get one private IP, my laptop will get a different private IP, and my smart TV could be getting a different private IP. Each of them will be unique in a local network. Okay, so this is where public IPs come into play, and this is where private IPs are used in a local network. Is this clear, guys? Any questions up to this part theoretically? Hello?
Public ISP, private. Okay, sir.
Any questions, guys?
Sir, actually, internet, just.
Yeah, internet is what you connect to the World Wide Web. Okay, whenever you're opening up your browser and connecting to any public website, okay, that public website is nothing but the internet facing site. Okay, your google.com or your yahoo.com, youtube.com, all these are the public addresses. Okay, private IPs are the local IPs. So your inside home network is a private IP network, and that private network is known as the intranet. Okay, and this is the intranet, INTRANET. Okay, intra is nothing but local network, and this is the internet. Okay. Is this clear, guys?
Sir,
Any
I
questions or
have a
doubts up to this?
question.
Yes, please go ahead, guys.
Sir, why they have been given private IPs, like they are also connected with internet somewhere around?
Okay.
So like why they have been given private IPs? They should be public, right?
Which ones? I didn't get your point. Who's
Like
asking the question, guys?
the devices which are in the home, they are in private IP, right? So somewhere
Yeah.
around they are also in connection with the ISP. So they should
Okay.
be public, you know. They should also be public.
Yeah. So good question. Tripti, I guess. So whenever now let's notice over here. Let's say I have one phone over here and I have my laptop over here. Okay. Let's say my brother's using my phone at the moment. Or let's say this is my phone. I'm browsing Facebook from my phone. My brother is using his laptop and he's also browsing Facebook. Okay. Now each of them, when they want to connect to the internet, okay, they will use the public IP. One, let's say this public IP is something like let me draw this out. Yeah, annotate. Let's say over here, my public IP is something like 1.2.3.4. Okay. Now, whenever we want to connect to facebook.com, we will use our public IP that we are getting from our ISP 1234. And using that IP, we will go and contact Facebook. And from Facebook, we will load our pages, internet or our Facebook feed or whatever it is. Okay. Now, let's say I am also browsing Facebook. My brother is also browsing Facebook from the same public IP. Now, how does Facebook know how to send my data to my phone exactly and my brother's data to the laptop or computer he is using? Okay, up to public IP, it will reach a router. But from the router, how does the router know which is the device which is holding my phone and which is the device which is holding my brother's laptop? That is where private IPs come into play. Okay, because my phone has a unique private IP where I have my account and my brother's laptop has his own unique private IP where that system has its own private unique address again. Okay, so private IPs are used to identify a device in a local network and send the packets exactly to that device. Are you getting the point, Tripti?
Yes, sir. Got it.
Okay, so public IP is used to give you access to public services on the internet. Okay, but let's say in a local network, so when you're connecting to your Wi-Fi router to access facebook.com, your packet from your phone will always reach router first. From the router, so sorry for that, from the router it goes to Facebook server, public server. But when it is coming, when the response is coming back, it comes to router with the public IP. From that public IP, how does it know where to go? How does it know which device to connect? Because in your same Wi-Fi network, there can be many devices, multiple devices at the same time, right? For that local network connection, there is where we'll be using the private IPs, importantly, in a local network to give identity to each device in a local intranet private network. Is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Sir, I have a
Perfect.
question.
Yes.
Sir, can we change a private IP address by ourselves?
Yes, you can. Private IPs are in completely your control, and you can modify them according to your choice. There was another question in the chat. But why you be subnetting? Again, Vidyadhar, subnetting is only a concept to reduce the wastage of private IPs. Again, others who don't know what subnetting is, guys, do not get confused. This is a very advanced concept. We don't need to go into that depth of networking. Okay, but subnetting is where you can divide one class into multiple classes. So Vidyadhar, just to give you this answer, okay, others just ignore this. Okay, this is you could say gibberish for you for the time being. Okay, so Vidyadhar, let's say I have 50 devices in my network, but I'm using class C. Okay, so now if I have my let's say in my organization there are two departments, one is accounting and one is sales. Okay, accounting needs 50 IPs, sales needs 50 IPs. Okay, the smallest class I can use is class C address, but in class C we can connect 255 devices. So if I remove 50 IPs from that, remaining 150 how many remaining 205 IPs are going wasted over there. So what I can do is I can break that class C into much more smaller subnets. Okay, so I can make it into two subnets where in each subnet I have again 122 devices. Okay, If I want, I can break that into 4 subnets again, where each will have again 64 IP addresses. Okay, so subnetting is just use when you want to break down smaller classes and see to it that you're not wasting IP addresses. Okay, so what I can do is I can break this class C into 4 subnets. Okay, with each 62 devices. Yeah, with the other.
Sir, actually, I have a question that it is not correct or that we are saying that we are wasting IP addresses or anything else, because sir, we are we have many IPs. We can use it.
You can, you definitely can. Okay, but just to
So
not get confused, let's say.
Addresses are wasting.
Sorry. Let's say
Sir,
you have
yes,
255 different networks, guys. Okay, you have 255 departments. Okay, so for each department you have allotted each network 192.68.0, 192.68.1, 192.68.2. Okay, like that, and in each network you're only using 50 IPs there. Okay, now let's say you wanted another department, 256th department there. Okay, now can you use any of the previous networks? Because all of them are already used up, from 192 to 168 network till the 256th network. Now, if you want to add the 256th network with another 50 IPs or 100 IPs extra, then what will you do? Is my question.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Are you getting my point?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so just like that, it's not like you're spending money or anything, or no, you're not what do you say, giving any charges for the IPs that you're wasting. Okay, but just so that you have more IPs, free IPs left out, which you can allot for future services or future users. That's what I'm talking about, not wasting IPs. Okay, I guess this is Vidyadhar only who's asking the question.
Sir, Tarzan here, sir.
Oh, okay, Tarzan, sure. I hope this is clear.
Sir, hello.
Yeah, guys. Biswajit.
Sir, actually, I'm unable to get the concept of private and public, because public you are connecting to a public server like Facebook. You all are connecting to Facebook. So
okay,
and they are trying to access.
Stay on hold. Just give me 1 minute, guys. I'm so sorry for that. Biswajit, just give me a minute. Guys, can you hear me now? I'm so sorry, guys. The Vinayaka Chaturthi thing. But anyways, yeah, Biswajit, to come back to your point again, as I've mentioned, just remember one key point to note is that public IPs are used to access the internet. So when you want to connect to google.com from your laptop, okay, your laptop needs to get a public IP for that. Okay, that public IP is provided to you by your ISP, internet service provider. As simple as that. Private IPs are used for a local communication. Okay, so let's say you want to share files from your laptop to your phone, okay, or from your phone to another phone in the local.
Okay, understood.
So yeah, now when we come to private IPs, guys, again, I guess I was muted over there. As I've mentioned, if you have multiple devices in a local network, now if you want to share files or anything from one device to the other device, if you want to share files from your phone to your laptop, or from your laptop to another phone or so,
like,
okay, you don't need public IP, you just need private IPs over there.
Look, I understood. So means like there is one IP that is public to all, and but for that against to public IP there is also private IP to work internally for the
internally. Exactly, for internal communications you have the private IP. Okay, for external, for connecting to a public service, there you would need a public IP. Okay. Is that clear, guys?
Yes, yes.
Right. Perfect. Sure. So yeah, again, that's that for today's class, guys. Nothing further to discuss. Okay.
Hello.
You're already
Hello.
past our. Yeah, Prasad.
Yeah, so sorry to ask you like this, sir. I have joined, half an hour late to the class, so I want to know the index.
No worries, Prasad. I actually myself started the class 20 minutes late today, so I'm pretty sure you haven't missed much. Okay. But let me share the index as well, just since you have asked. I have shared this in the demo session a couple times earlier. I hope you have attended the demos as well. If not,
No,
once.
no.
Okay, no worries. You can access that from Durga's official YouTube page as well. This is the course content, guys. Okay, so we'll have a few introductory classes first, basic networking concepts, Linux and Windows commands, Windows Server configuration, virtualization, how to install Kali Linux. After all these introductory concepts are done, then we'll go into the advanced concepts. Okay, gaining access, malware attacks, network penetration testing, web application pen testing, basic cloud security, all that. Okay, so if time permits, Prasad, please go through the YouTube demo tutorial so that you have a much better picture. In the demo, I've explained what are topics I'll be discussing in the course, what we'll be learning out throughout the course. So it's much better if you go through the demo once time permits.
Okay, thanks for sharing information.
Sure, definitely, guys. Again, guys, I'm gonna end the session over here for now. Before I end, I want all your email addresses. Can you please drop it in the chat box so that I can share this notepad file with you? You can go through the notepad file when time permits. Okay. And in tomorrow's class, again, I'm gonna be starting the class sharp at 8 o'clock tomorrow, guys. So sorry for the delay today, but tomorrow there won't be any delay at all. And yeah, someone asked me.
Sir, I sent my email ID.
Yeah, sure. I've seen that, guys. So please just drop your email in the chat box over here, and from there I can just add the notepad file.
Chat box. Sir, organize the chat box. I have already sent my email ID.
Sure thing. Nice.
Can we drop your call or?
Can we what? Sorry.
Can we drop your call or we have to wait?
No. Once you have dropped your email, you can leave, guys. Not an issue. Okay. Once you've dropped your email in the chat box, you can leave. You can join back tomorrow at the same time, guys.
Sir, are you gonna send that class from the starting demo session to now, or you will send from the today only?
Sorry, I didn't get you.
No, I asked you. So the today classes lecture you will send by mail, or you are gonna send from the starting demo sessions?
Are you talking about the recording specifically, Biswajit? Or are you talking about just the notepad files?
This is the only notepad for today's only, na?
Yeah, only today's notepad. Okay, demo.
Okay.
I don't have a notepad file for the demo. It's just a presentation.
Okay.
You have the demo already on your YouTube. Okay, but you will be getting the recordings for these classes in a few days, guys. We still need to receive the payments and all. So once all the payments have been confirmed, the link is going to change. So if you have not made any payments yet, please initiate payments. And after that, we'll be sharing you the recordings as well. Until then, you'll only be getting the notepad files. Okay, sure. So I've got over here 1, 2.
What is the course fee?
It's 8,000 rupees, guys. Okay. Okay, I've received 4 emails, guys, over here. Okay, sure. So yeah, that's it, guys. I'm going to send the notepad file, right?
Sorry. Sir, actually, I'm not getting the chat bot. I'm sorry to ask where exactly it is.
You have access this from the browser, right, Ravikiran? From the link. On the top right corner, you can see this.
Actually, I'm accessing it from the application, so that's why I'm not getting that. I think.
Okay. On the top right corner, do you see some blurred space or line or dots or something? Top right corner or top left corner? Anywhere?
Sorry. Just a second. Let
Or do
me.
one thing, Ravi Kiran. Just spell out your email. I'll note it down. I'll write it down.
Yes, it's Deshmukh. DESHMUKH.
1 second.
Yes, yes.
DESHMUKH.
Visible. RGD. R for rabbit, G for goat, and D G for goat.
G, okay. G for goat.
D.
Okay, D. Yeah.
@gmail.com.
Perfect.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, guys. Right. So yeah, that's that, guys. Nothing further. I've received 5 emails, and on those 5 emails, I've sent the notepad file. You can access them. And tomorrow's class will continue from where we left off. We'll discuss much more in detail about these private and public IPs. We'll discuss what these classes are, class A, B, C, D, and E. And I promise we'll discuss what DNS and DHCP servers are. Okay. So yeah, that's it, guys. Nothing further. I'll exit the session, and I'll see you tomorrow at the same time. Okay, at 8 o'clock. Okay, sure. Bye-bye, guys. That's it. Bye, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye. Have a good day tomorrow. I'll see you soon.
Thank you, sir. Good night.
Good night. Good night. Okay, guys, can you see my screen? Is it visible?
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Yes, sir.
Right, perfect. Let's do one thing. Let's just wait for 2 more minutes for the other people to join as well, and then we'll start the session.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Very good.
Sure. Anyone who's viewing or joining the session today, fresh without joining yesterday? Anyone from that such? Okay. I hope everyone has joined yesterday as well. Oh, Anand, this is your first class. Achha. Okay, Anand, I'll do one thing. I'll just take a quick recap of whatever we discussed yesterday. In the meanwhile, okay, there's Biswajit, Mamoon, Ravi Kiran. Ravi Kiran, did you call me in the evening, Ravi Kiran? I was a bit out. I was a bit busy. I'm so sorry you couldn't attend to your call.
Yes, sir. Actually, I called you because I had one query. So, so I will call you. I will ask you on a telephone call only.
Sure. Again, I have a class till 10 o'clock after your batch also. So give me a call after 10. Okay.
Okay, sir. No problem. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. Then Shiva, Sujata, Tripti. Okay. Tripti, I have received your email as well. I'll be sharing the notepad file today. I'm so sorry I couldn't do it yesterday.
Okay, so no problem.
Sure. Okay, so a quick recap, guys, on yesterday's class. We were discussing basic networking concepts. Let me open up my networking document. Yes. So again, we are in the first prerequisite concept, guys. We're understanding what basic networking concepts are. So Anand, what we discussed yesterday was basically IPv4 addresses. Okay. So every device has a unique identity to it, and that address is known as a IPv4 address. IP stands for Internet Protocol, and this is the 4th version of it. Okay, the ones which is successfully working even in today's world. It's a 32-bit address basically. What I mean by 32-bit is that it contains 32 zeros and ones consecutively. Okay, and then it is divided into 4 octets, each of 8 bits. Okay, so this is how the address looks like in the binary format. The binary is nothing but the language that computers understand, the 0 or 1 language. Okay, but this is not that human readable. We don't understand it that easily. What we understand is the decimal numbers from 0 to 9. Okay, so what we did or what we learned yesterday was how to convert any binary number to a decimal number. Again, quite a bit lengthy. I won't be going through that. If time permits, go through the recordings. We'll be uploading all the recordings once the payments are confirmed. Okay, so once you're joining and once you make the payment, you can access the recording based this session as well. Okay, so we have understood how to convert binary numbers to decimal numbers, and from that we got the range of IP addresses. First IP being 0000 and the last IP being 255.255.255.255. These are the IPv4 address range. Okay, and then we learned what is the consecutiveness. So what is the sequence of IP addresses? What are the two important rules for that? And then we have seen how many IPs are there in total, 4.3 billion IPs. So where we ended the class yesterday was we learned that these 4.3 billion IPs are divided into two categories, public IPs and private IPs. Okay, so this is where we worked up to, guys, in the last class. Okay, so we have to continue from here onwards in today's. So yeah, this is the new thing. Okay, so let's get started, guys, without any further ado. So if you remember yesterday, as I've mentioned, there are two categories, public and private. Okay, public IPs are the IPs given to you from the ISP, internet service provider. Okay, whatever ISP you have at your home, Act Fibernet or Airtel or Tata Docomo or BSNL, these all companies are known as internet service providers. They provide you or they give you the service of internet. Okay, so whenever you want to access a website, okay, which is on the internet facing side, you always need a public IP on your system. Private IPs, on the other hand, are for intranet, for local communications. Okay, so in your device, in your network, if you have your phone, your laptop, your smart TV, your smartwatch, and so and so, if each of these devices want to communicate with one another, they have to have their own unique identities. Okay, and that local unique identity is known as a private. Okay, now if you remember, I've told you that there are two categories only, but there's one more categorization. All these 4.3 billion IP are again categorized into 5 classes. Okay, why classes? I'll explain that very shortly. Okay, but just to understand, as I've mentioned, there are 5 classes. Let me draw it out and show you. Just a second, guys.
Shall we write something or you?
No, again, if you want a running notes, you can write side by side, guys. Okay, as I'm teaching. But if not, as I've mentioned, just like yesterday, I'll be sharing the same recording notepad file. So I've already shared the notepad file with a lot of students, whoever gave me their email addresses yesterday. If not, I'll share again. Okay. So yeah, I was telling about 5 classes, as I've mentioned. So this is how your classes are categorized. So if I take this whole big box over here, I hope the drawings are visible, guys. Let's say this whole huge box is my IPv4 addresses, the whole IPv4 range. Addresses. How many addresses do we have in total? 4.3 billion addresses. Okay. Now these 4.3 billion addresses are divided into 5 categories. Okay. So let me draw some smaller boxes. So this is the first class, class A. Then you have class B, and then class C, and class D, and class E. So these are the 5 boxes. Okay. So this is class A, as I've mentioned. Then there is class B. Then there is C, D, and E finally. Now each of these classes again are categorized into public and private IPs. We have already seen this yesterday. So this has some public and private IPs. This has some public and private IPs again, class B. Class C also has some public and private IPs. Class D and class C, there are no private IPs. All of them are directly public. So class A has a few public IPs and a few private IPs. Okay. Similarly, class B also public and private. Class C also public and private. But class D and class E, they have no private IPs. All of them are public IPs only directly. Okay. So if you want to take a screenshot or anything, guys, you can take a screenshot of this image of like a classification of IP addresses, a very simple diagram. Okay. So from this diagram, you can remember which classes have what type of IPs. Okay. So can I clear the drawings, guys, if you're done?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, let's try to understand the range of each of these classes now, one by one. So as I've mentioned, the first IP starts at 0000. Last IP ends at 255.255.255.255. These are my 5 classes. And guys, you have to memorize these values. Okay, these 5 lines of data. So class A starts at 0000 and this ends at 127.255.255.255. Since this is ending at 127, and all these 3 octets are filled to 55s, then the next number starts at 128. So class B, that is why, starts at 128,000 and ends at 191,255,255,255. Since this is ending at 191, class C starts at 192,000, and this goes all the way up to 223, 255, 255, 255. Since this is ending at 223, class D starts at 224 and ends all the way up to 239, 255, 255, 255. And finally, since this is at 239, class E starts at 240. So all you have to remember is 4 numbers, guys. This 127, 191, 223, and 239. Easy ways to remember. On left side, you have all even numbers. Right side, you have all odd numbers. Okay, 0 to 127, 128 to 191, 192 to 223, 224 to 239, 240 to 255. Okay, on the left side, you have all zeros. On the right side, you have all 255s and 3 octets. Okay, now these are the classes, class A, B, C, D, and E. Again, in each class, if you remember, I've told you they are public and private IPs. So in class A, between 0000 and 127, there's a range 10000 to 10255, 255, 255. These are the public, private IPs in class A. Any IP outside this range by default is a public IP. That is a key important rule to remember. Okay, any IP between this range is a private IP. Any IP outside this range in class A is a public IP. Okay, similarly in class B also, between 128 and 191, there's a small range, 172 1600 to 172 31 255 255. This is the private IP range in class B. Any IP inside this is a private IP. Any IP outside this range is a public IP. Similarly in class C also, between 192 and 223, 190 to 16800 to 190 to 168 255 255. Any IP inside this range is a private IP. Any IP outside this is a public IP. Okay, so just to practice out these ranges, guys, I'm going to write down 10 IPs as examples, and you have to look at these numbers. Okay, you have to look at these 8 lines of data and tell me which IP is belonging to which class and whether they are public or private IP. Okay, let me quickly write down a few IP addresses, guys, over here. Okay, one last time just to make you understand. If we take a class A example, so between 0000 and 127 255 255 255. So this is the whole class A range, guys, as you can see, between 0000 and 127 255 255 255. So in between this, there's a small range, 10000 to 10 255 255 255. This is the private IP range. Okay, any IP inside this range is a private IP. Any IP outside that, so from 0000 to 9255 255 255, these are public IPs. Again, after 10, you have 11000 to 127 255 255 255. These are also public IPs. Okay, so in the whole range, you have in between private IPs, and outside that you have public IPs. Is this clear, guys? Any question or doubt up to this part?
No, I understood.
Anyone? Right, everyone? Anyone who has not, please do not hesitate, guys. Please let me know. If you want, I will explain again. Anyone who wants me to explain this again, guys, who has not understood this? Perfect. Okay, guys, I hope you're not being shy or anything. Please do not hesitate, guys. It's going to be your loss. If you want me to explain, I'll try to explain in much better formats as many times as you want. Okay, the main objective is that you do not get confused here. Okay, because these are very important foundational concepts. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to write down 10 random IPs. You have to look at these ranges and tell me which IPs, which class, and whether they're public or private. So let me quickly write them down. Sorry. Okay, so I have 10 IPs over here, guys. Look at the first IP, 10, 20, 30, 40. Now tell me which class it belongs to first.
Class A.
Class A, perfect answer.
Class A.
Why class A? Sorry?
Class
Yeah, guys,
A.
right, perfect. Why class A? Because this is 10 dot something, and 10 is falling between 0 and 127. So that is why this is a class A address. Perfect answer. And which IP is it? Is it a public IP or a private IP?
Private IP.
Private IP. Perfect answer. Why specifically private? Because now you told me that this is class A, and class A private IP starts from 10.0.0.0 and up to 10.255.255.255. Okay, so the first octet is matching 10. After that, the remaining 3 octets, it can be any number between 000 and 255.255.255. So this is a private IP. Okay, next IP, guys.
Class C.
Sorry, class B. B for Batman.
C.
C. Okay, C for cat. How many of you say this is class C, guys? Everyone, or any other answers?
No, the
Class
190
C.
class C.
Right, class C. Correct answer, guys, everyone. Sujata, was that you who answered first, or Tripti, was that you?
Yes, sir.
Sujata, okay, right. Okay. After that, now can you tell me which IP it is, whether it's a public IP or a private IP?
192, 168. It's a public.
It's a public
I
IP.
guess private.
Okay, I have what do you say, conflicting answers over here. Some of you are saying public IP, some of you are saying private IPs. How many
Yes,
of
sir.
you are voting for public IP?
Yes, sir. Public.
No, sir, private. The private, because you have written here 192 private IP class C.
Okay,
But
192.
it is from 168. It is 165. So it should be
192,
private
168.
public IP address.
The
Yes,
private
correct.
IP. So you have mentioned over.
No. Yeah, Biswajit, point is right. Okay, if you take the first octet, 192 is matching, well and good. Okay, but if you observe the remaining 3 octets also, this is 165. Okay, and in private IP, it's starting from 168.00 to 168.255.255. Okay, number is 165, which is outside that range. So therefore, this is a public IP. Okay, so you answered correct first time, and then you changed your answer later on. So again, no confusion. So in class A, it should be between 10 and 10. Remaining 3 octets, doesn't matter what they are. In class B, it should be between 172.16 and 172.31. Okay, doesn't matter what the remaining 2 octets are. In class C, it should be between 190 to 168.00 and 190 to 162.255.255. So these two should match first 2 octets. Remaining 2 doesn't matter what they are. These 00.255.255 doesn't matter. Okay. Next IP 172.16.01. Which class?
Class B.
Class B. Private IP.
Class. Perfect.
Private.
Public or
Yeah.
Private.
private IP. Perfect answer. Next one, guys.
Class
Class
D.
E.
Public.
Class D.
D. Okay, D. Public or private?
The public. There is no private in class D, right?
Right. Correct answer. So in class D and class C, there are no private IPs, guys. There are only public IPs. So therefore, this is a public IP. Next one.
Class A public.
Class A. Class A
Class
public.
Public. Are you sure this is public, guys?
Class A public.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Right, correct. Public IP, because this is 11 dot network, and 11 is outside the private IP range. Perfect answer. Next one, 192.168.1.5.
Class
C.
Class C private.
Class C private. Correct answer. Class C and then private. Next one.
Class B.
Class B.
Class B
Private.
public.
Public. Perfect. Why specifically public? Because this is 172.45. Okay. Private is from 172.16 and 172.31. And this is 45 inside the range. So that is why this is a public IP. Next one.
Class B. Private.
Class C. Public. Perfect. Why specifically public? Because this is 172.45 and 172.31. And this is 45 inside the range. So that is why this is a public IP. Next one. Class D. Public.
Class Class B public.
Class B public. Perfect. Next one.
Class D public.
Class D. Class D.
D.
Public.
Correct answer.
D.
Public. Okay. Last IP.
Class C public.
Class C public. Correct answer. Okay. So what you have done over here is a great job, guys, by looking again, all the answers are right, no issues anywhere. Initially, a couple people stumbled here and there, but no worries, you have got this concept right. I hope everyone has participated in this and answered it. If you have not participated as well, I hope you are getting it in your mind right at least. Anyone who has not understood anything out of these, is it still gibberish for anyone who is not able to make out like what is happening over here? Anyone as such? Please do not hesitate to answer, guys. This is a completely new concept. Okay. So even if you're not getting it, that's completely normal. I sucked a lot more. You're doing great. Okay. So yeah, that's that. This is a great concept. Again, what we have done over here is, guys, we have taken the help of these 8 lines. I would recommend you, if time permits, please memorize this at the earliest. As soon as you look at an IP, you have to figure out just by looking at it, which class it belongs to, and whether it's a public or a private IP. It's very important for us in the coming concepts. Okay. So over here, if I go to my browser and if I check for my IP, that's my browser. If I search for what is my IP, can you tell me what IP will I be getting over here?
You will get public.
Public IP. As you can see, it's mentioned over here. This is my public IP. 49, 204, 238, 146. Can anyone tell me which class it belongs to? That is a public IP for sure. But which class?
Class.
Sorry?
In
okay,
notes.
there's some confusion. Open this notepad file. Yeah.
49. It's I think
Class A.
Yeah. 204, 49 is yes, perfect. Class A and public IPs. Okay, so whenever you check in the browser, guys, it will always show you your public IP. If you want to check a private IP for your local machine, yeah, Biswajit.
Sir, in each time, whenever if someone is typing what is my IP, so every time it will show you only class A IP address.
Not necessarily. You can get it from class A, B, or C. Any class.
Okay. Means it is varying.
You will never get. Sorry.
It is varying or what?
Yeah, it will vary. Definitely, it will keep on changing. So you can get a class A public IP, class B, or class C. You will never get class D or class C. I'll explain why. But it can vary between class A, B, and C. Okay, it can alternate. Okay. Now, if you want to check your private IP, guys, I hope that is clear. How? So it depends on your ISP. ISPs have their own set of IP addresses, and from that set, they will allot one IP to your system or to your network. Okay. So whatever IPs they purchase from the various organizations, that IPs they can add. Okay, and they will purchase IPs from any range, class A, B, or C.
Sir, in total, all over and in like India, all this is called everyone have select systems. So whenever they are accessing the internet, so what they are the ISP or providing their IP to this machine, public IP. Is that are you saying?
That's what, yeah, exactly. So wherever you're accessing internet from, every internet connection needs definitely compulsorily a public IP. Okay, so in my network, if I have 100 devices, all of these 100 devices will have the same public IP because they're connected to the same router in my home. Okay, because the router is from where the ISP is giving me a line, and in that line I get the public IP. So these 100 devices will have different private IPs, but the same public IP.
So actually, sir, my question is like I am using the internet through my mobile. My mobile have Jio internet or Airtel internet, so I'm accessing through my internet from my mobile. So Airtel, so like my mobile have also IP address. So so that I was get just little confused.
Definitely, your mobile will also, when you're using the Airtel SIM card, that SIM card is where you'll be getting from that SIM card a public IP. Right? That SIM card is in direct connection with your ISP over the wireless network. Okay. Right. Okay, so those also get public IPs. Whenever you want to connect to the internet, whether it be a SIM card or whether it be a home broadband connection,
any of them will always get a public IP. Now don't get confused if you get sometimes a very long IP. So that would be IPv6 addresses. Okay, sometimes you see a number IP like this is IPv4, and sometimes you see alphabets also when you search for what is my IP, a very long number, that is IPv6, guys. Okay, usually SIM cards get IPv6 public IPs. Okay, so do not get confused with that. We have not come to IPv6 yet. We'll discuss that later on. Okay.
Okay.
Any questions up to this part, guys, for the time being?
What is the role of these classes here?
Good question. I'll be coming to that shortly. Tripti, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Tripti, I'll be coming to that. Good question. It is very important that we need to understand why we have these separate classes. Why not a single class? Why are we making it complicated? Okay. So yeah, we'll be coming to that very shortly. So next topic is understanding that only. Okay. So, but before that, one quick review. I've shown you how to see a public IP, but I've not shown you how to check a private IP. So if you want to check your private IP, guys, you have to open up your command prompt. And in the command prompt, you have to search for a command ipconfig. And this ipconfig command will give you the private IP. So right now, if you notice, I'm connected with my Wi-Fi network over here. Okay. So for that Wi-Fi, I'll be seeing over here the wireless interface, as you can see, wireless LAN. And that shows me my private IP over here, 192.168.0.5. Now, can you look at this IP and tell me which class it belongs to? 192.168.0.5.
C. C.
Right? Class
Yeah.
C. Perfect. Okay, 192.168.0.5. And can you tell me if it is surely a private IP or a public IP? 192.168.0.5 over here. Right. Okay. As you can see, it is falling
Private.
between this. So that is why, therefore, it's a private IP. Okay. Now, coming to the next part, why do we need these classes? Okay, what is the necessity? Why not one single class? Okay, so for that, we need to understand something called network portions and host portions. So I'll write down what these network and host portions are, and then we'll understand these portions one by one. Class A has one network portion and 3 host portions. Class B has 2 network portions and 2 host portions. Class C has 3 network portions and 1 host portion. Class D and Class E have no host portions. All of them are network only. So as you're progressing down, you can see the network portions are increasing one by one. There's only one network portion. Class B has 2 network portions. 1 second, I'm receiving an audio back. Guys, I'm going to mute everyone. Okay, if you have any queries, please feel free to unmute yourself. Okay, because there's some background disturbance. Or you can mute yourself, guys, as well. Yeah, thank you. If you have a question, please feel free to unmute at any certain point. Okay, right. So again, Class A has 1 network portion, Class B has 2, Class C has 3, Class D and Class E all are network portions only. There are no host portions. Now, what are these network portions and host portions? Class C, we'll take the example first to let us understand. So Class C has 3 network portions and 1 host portion. And the first private IP starts at 192.168.0.0. That is the same thing which I've written over here, as you can see. Okay, so if this is the first IP, 192.168.0.0, the first 3 portions are the network portion, last portion is the host portion. Okay, so if this is the first IP, next IP will be 192.168.0.1, next IP 0.2, next IP 0.3, next IP 0.4. This goes on up to the last number 0.255. Okay, can you have an IP like 192.168.0.256? Is this possible?
No.
Right, again 255 is the maximum number you can get in any octet. So 256 is not possible. So once an octet reaches the maximum value, the next left octet will change. So this 0 now becomes 1 and this 255 becomes 0 again. This is what we saw in yesterday's class, cycling. Okay, so the 0 becomes 1 and this 255 becomes 0. Then you have 1 0, 1 1, 1 2, 1 3, 1 4 up to 1 2 5 5. After that 2 0, 2 1, 2 2, 2 3 up to 2 2 5 5, 3 0, 3 1, 3 2, like that till the end, 2 5 5 0, 2 5 5, 2 5 5. Okay, now what I mean by this network portions and host portions is that as long as the network portions are same, all these devices or all these IPs will belong to the same network. Okay, and these are just individual hosts. Okay, so this could be my router, this could be my laptop, this could be my smartphone, this could be my smart TV, my smartwatch. All these are different devices in the same network. They can communicate with each other, they can share files, they can talk to one another. But as soon as the network portion changes, so the network portion for this is 192.168.0. So as soon as this is changing from 0 to 1, the network is dividing over there. Okay, so even if you bring a device with this IP and connect it with a LAN cable to the same router, they will still not be able to communicate in the same network. Okay, because this is an IP from a different network portion. Okay, so these are a different network altogether, and these IPs belong to a different network. Okay, so what network and host portion signify is that how many hosts you can connect in each network of that. Okay, so over here in class C, since there are 3 network portions, the first 3 are going to act as the network ID for us, 192.168.0.network. Okay, last octet is going to act as the host number. So this is the first device, the second device, the third device, fourth device, fifth device. Like that, you can connect 255 devices in each class C network. Okay, so this is a completely different network with 255 devices. This is another completely different network with 255 devices, and they can't communicate with one another because their network portions are different. If you want them to communicate, you have to put a router in between. A router is a device which is capable of transferring data from one network to the other network. Okay, if you have a switch is capable of connecting multiple devices in the same network. Okay, so with a switch we can connect all these devices. With a router we can make communication possible between 2 different networks. Okay, so that's a differently again, that's altogether a complete different concept, guys. But what you have to understand from this is that in class C, which has 3 network portions and 1 host portion, we can, all the first 3 are the network portion bits. Okay, and that is also known as the network ID. Okay, and the last portion is the host value. Okay, so 192.168.0.0, this is the first IP, then the second IP, then the third IP, then the fourth IP. Like that, you have 255 IPs. After 255, the next network starts. Okay, is this clear, Tripti? What is this network portion and host portion? Everyone else as well? I guess Tripti asked the question, why do we need these classes? So in class C,
Yes, sir.
we can connect only 255 devices. Now, when I take the example of class B, in class B, there are 2 network portions and 2 host portions. So if I take the first private IP, 172.16.0.0, this is the first private IP, guys, as you can see. That's the same thing which I have written over here. Okay, so in class B, if this is the first IP, 00, after that next IP, 01, next IP, 02, next IP, 03, next one, 04. This goes on all the way up to 0255. After 0255, then you have 10, 11, 12, 13, up to 1255. Then 20, 21, 22, 23, up to 2255. Like that, the cycle repeats again and again and again. And finally, you reach somewhere 255, 255. Now, once these both octets are filled, this 16 now will change to 70. Same concept. As long as the network portions are same, okay, 172.16, as long as this number is same, all these are different devices in the same network. But as soon as the 16 changes to 17, the network will divide over there. Okay, now these are a completely different network IPs. These are a completely different network IPs. And this is also a completely different network again. Now, how many devices can we connect in each network of class B? From 172.16.0.0 till 172.16.255.255, we can connect a total of 255 into 255 devices, which is 65525 hosts. In class C, we could only connect 255. In class B, we can connect 65,000 devices. Is this clear, guys? Any question up to this part? Anyone?
Sir, actually, could you please explain little bit again?
Okay, class A, C or class B, Viswajit?
No, actually, I understood class C has some portion, class
Yeah, one
class.
second. Right, sure. So again, as I've mentioned, each class has its own network and host portions. Class A has only 1 network portion, class B has 2 network portions, class C has 3 network portions. What I mean by these 3 network portions are that in class C, if I take the first private IP, 192.168.0.0. So from this 00 IP till 0255, okay? So this last octet is the host portion. What is host?
Yes.
Host is nothing but an individual device. Okay, your laptop, your phone, your router, your smart TV, smartwatch, whatever appliance is there or whatever device is there, that is a host. So each of these is a different device. Okay, now if I connect my phone now with a different IP, 1.1 IP or 1.0 IP, and if I bring it in this network, it will still not be able to communicate because these IPs belong to a different network, 1 dot network. These are the 0 dot network. Okay, so in class C, like that, in each network, you can connect maximum 255 devices only. If I take class B next, there are 2 network portions and 2 host portions. So that is why from 16.00 till 16.255.255, all these are in the same network. So that is why you can connect maximum 255 into 255 devices. That is 65,525. Is this clear now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Anand, might be a bit confusing if you're completely new to networking concepts. I hope you're getting along.
Yes, sir, I'm getting, but there is a question in class is I think you have said that we need a different router to connect between those two networks.
Yeah, definitely. Again, whenever you have 2 different networks and you want communication possible between 2 different networks, you would need a router in between. For a same network communication, you need a switch. Okay.
Sir, can you explain that again? I didn't get that. How
Yeah,
like
sure.
we need a
Let me
different router.
basically, if I show you how a switch looks like, networking switch. This is your switch, Anand. Okay. So this is what you use in companies. Okay, and you can see this is a 32 port switch. So you can connect 32 devices. Okay, so I can connect 32 systems over here. Okay, so a switch is a device that is used for same network communication. Okay, if you have 32 computers, you can connect a LAN cable from each computer to the switch, and they will be able to communicate with one another. Okay, well, again, condition being each of them is getting an IP in the same network. Okay, so all of them should belong to the same network IP. Okay, if I bring a device with 1.1 network, and if I'm connected to the switch in this network, and if I put the LAN cable also, it will still not be able to communicate. Although it is physically connected, logically it is getting a different IP from a different network, so it won't be able to communicate. Now, when you come to routers, so networking routers. Okay, this is how routers look like. Okay, might be a bit similar to switch though, as you can see, but somewhat different. Okay, a router is capable of connecting 2 different networks altogether. Okay, so let's say I have switch A and switch B. To each switch there are 32 devices. If I want these 2 different networks, okay, let's say switch A is a 0 dot network, switch B is 1 dot network. Now if I want them to communicate together, I have to connect these both switches to a router in between, and then through the router they can transfer packets. Okay.
Okay.
This is clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Right. In our home network also, that is the same thing that happens. Okay. This is how our home router looks like, the Wi-Fi router, and that router is communicating between 2 different networks. What are the 2 different networks there? One is the internet, the other is my local network, local LAN network, Wi-Fi LAN. Okay. My phone, my smart TV, all these are getting private IPs. So when these private IPs want to communicate with the public IP, you have a router in between, communication between 2 different networks. I hope this clarifies more.
Yes.
Right, perfect. Any other questions, guys, up to this part before I go with class A example now? Okay, now when we take class A, if you remember, I've told you class A has 1 network portion and 3 host portions. So first IP is 10.0.0.0. So from 10.0.0.0 all the way up to 10.255.255.255, all these IPs belong to the same network because the first network portion is constant. Okay, doesn't matter what the host portions are. Okay, they can be anything and they will still belong to the same network. As soon as this 10 changes to 11, there the network divides again. Okay, so from the first IP 10.0.0.0 to 10.255.255.255, we can connect a total of, again, 255 to the power 3. Okay, those many devices. Okay, so in class A we could only connect 255 devices. In class in class C we could connect only 255 devices. In class B, we could connect 255 into 255 devices. And in class A, we can connect 255 into 255 into 255 devices. So that is the main difference between the classes, guys. Okay, each class has its own, what you could say, limitations. Okay, each class is connecting a certain number of hosts only. Okay, if you want to connect less than 250 devices, you can go with class C for small networks. If it is a multinational company where you have more than 255 devices, then you can go with class B or class A. Class D and class E are special IPs, guys. We do not use them. They are not given to the general public. They are used for other services such as military services, government portals, news broadcast, or weather telecast. All these research and development, all these various organizations use class D and class E. Okay, they are not given to the general public. Is this clear, guys? Any questions or doubts up to this part? Anyone? Anand, Biswajit, Mamun, Ravikiran, Shafiuddin, Shiva, Sujata, Tripti.
No, sir.
Right.
Okay, sir.
Tripti, I hope it is clear for you now, like why we have different classes. This was your question, basically.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I guess Tripti was the person who asked. I hope it is clear for her.
Yeah, it's clear.
Right. Okay. Again, yes, we have a few more topics to discuss, guys, actually. But one thing, I guess there's a couple more students also who are supposed to be joining. Okay, again, there's no confirmation on the fees as well. A couple of you have confirmed the payment and a couple of you have not yet. Okay, so that is why what I'm going to do is I'm going to end the session over here for now. Okay, we have 15 minutes left out. So if you have any questions or doubts, you can let me know. If not, I'll share the document now. So please share your email addresses, guys, if you have not shared yesterday, so that I can share this notepad file again. So I'm going to be sharing the same file which I shared yesterday. 1 second. So yesterday I got 5 email addresses. One second.
Sir, my email address Shafiuddin Sayed70@gmail.com.
Oh yeah, 1 second, Shafiuddin. Just a minute. Shafiuddin.
SHAFI.
Yeah.
UDDIN.
UDDIN.
UDDIN. SYED.
SYED.
70.
70.
@gmail.com.
@gmail.com. Okay. Any other
Sir,
email
share the
IDs?
yesterday's file also.
Yeah,
Sir,
same
my
file. No difference. Same file itself.
sir, my email ID. Happy is Anand.
Okay, I got it. Any other emails, guys, which I've missed out?
Yeah, my one, I think you message.
Sir, can I get yesterday notepad also if it's available?
Yeah, same file, guys. I have not changed the notepad file. It is the same notepad file as yesterday itself. Okay, so it's the same notes, no difference. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Hi, sir. Can you write down my email?
Yes, please. You could let me know your email.
Yeah, Mamun, MAMUN.
MAMUM.
No, N. Last N.
Oh, N.
CHY.
72@gmail.com. 72@gmail.com. Right. Guys, please check your email addresses. If any mistakes, if any typos are there, please let me know. Is that it?
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. I've attached the textpad file. It is the same notepad file as yesterday, as I've mentioned. Okay, and I've sent it.
So there is class tomorrow.
Good question. Yeah, again, guys, tomorrow there is no question, no class. I forgot to inform that. Tomorrow is a festival, Ganesh Chaturthi. So wishing everyone a very happy Ganesh Chaturthi. Tomorrow we have no class, guys. We'll have the next class the day after tomorrow. Again, please make the payment phase if you have not. I'm taking a short session today just to again confirm on the payments. So the institute will give me the payment list by day after tomorrow, and depending on that, the link might change soon. Okay, so only to the people who have paid or made the fees, you will be getting the new link, guys, to continue the sessions. Okay, so yeah, that's that, guys. Nothing further for our session today. I'll exit and I'll see you day after tomorrow.
Hi.
Tomorrow there's no
Sure.
session, guys.
I have a question. If you are not rushed, can you? I know you started the program. Sorry, the training program. The ethical hacking, right? This one.
Yes.
This is ethical hacking. So what's
This is
what's your total plan? How you will proceed one by one? That's what I want to know. Your plan.
Oh yeah, after CH is done, if anyone is interested, we can go with the next advanced course, which is web application pen testing. So I teach that as well separately. So once you're done with CEH, there's another course, web application pen testing for bug bounty, which primarily focuses on website security. Okay, how do you check for vulnerabilities on websites? What vulnerabilities really exist? For example, such as SQL injections, cross-site scripting, broken authentication, CSRF, cross-site request forgery. These are the vulnerabilities that pen testers need to test for. Okay. The reason why I teach that course specifically is because that is the main booming field in India at the moment, website security, because there's a lot of companies that are coming online. Every business is shifting online. So with the rise in websites, there is a necessity for a rise in website fraudulent activities as well. So after CH is done, you can join that course, web application security.
So actually, what the course fees of web application security?
Same, that is also 8,000 rupees.
Okay, and cloud security, same.
Cloud security is a bit different. That is around 12,000, guys. But again, I am setting up the lab for it at the moment. So at the moment, it is on hold because my AWS plan is completed. So I have to refresh that again. I have to renew that. Okay, and then start it up. So at the moment, there is no cloud security, guys. It might take a while. It might take a month or so.
Actually,
So,
I wanted to like after completion of this course and learning all the things, practicing, then I was thinking to learn cloud security.
Sure. Again, as I've mentioned, I'm going to be providing the resources for that in the meanwhile, if you're planning on specifically focusing on cloud security. And once I start a live batch, you can join that batch as well.
No, actually, I wanna like join cloud security as well as web application security both.
Sure. Again, after CH is done, I'll right away start web application security. After that, again, we can take cloud security separately. Okay. Mamun, you have raised your hand if you have any question.
So basically, you will focus first two. One is the ethical hacking, and once it's done, then you will focus on web application.
Exactly.
This is the main course you are focusing, right?
Yes. So this is the foundational course, Mamun. Again, there's some
Yeah,
background
that's
disturbance.
what I want. Yeah, that's what I want to know.
Only after this course is done, I would recommend you go with the other courses. If you don't go with this one first, those might seem a bit confusing because we won't be going with any basics at all. We directly dive into the advanced concepts. And if you're a complete fresher to the cybersecurity domain, doing that would be quite troublesome, you could say.
I got you.
Right. Yeah, Anand, you have raised your hand.
Sir, we are going to learn ethical hacking over here in 8,000 for 45 days, right, sir?
Yes.
And sir, if after that, if we want to attend cloud security or web application, then we have to pay more, like 12,000 or something, right?
For web application, it is 8,000. For cloud security, that's 12,000. Again, cloud at the moment, as I've mentioned, is not running. There's no upcoming batch because usually people never go for cloud security. I don't have a formation of a batch for that. Usually students go with CH and web application and they start applying for jobs. So, but if that's the case, we have to take a separate one-on-one session for that.
Sir, my next question is, can I have the course contents, like what we are going to cover in ethical hacking?
Yes, sure. Let me attach that over here itself. Yesterday also someone asked. Let me do that. 1 second. Yes, I've
And sir,
said that also, which
thank you,
continues
sir.
the course.
And my next question is, sir, after completing this course, after 45 days, are you going to help us to get a job or build our resume, something like that?
I definitely will help you with your resume building. I'll show you a sample resume. I'll show you how to create your own resume. I'll give you the sample interview questions as well. And I will also give you, again, I provide usually this website at the end of the course. This is a website specifically for cybersecurity job roles, jobs.null.community. So you can access this website and start applying for jobs. This is only and only specifically for cybersecurity job roles, nothing else. Okay. So this
To
is
access website, like we have to pay or it's free?
no. You don't have to pay anything at all. This is completely free. You can access, you can see the job listings, and you can see what their requirements are. Okay, and you can start applying.
Because I don't know where to apply. I don't know. So that's why I'm asking if Durga Software is going to help us in getting a job or.
Durga Soft does not have any consultant as of yet, as I mentioned. But again, we help students directly in assisting. Like this is how we could assist. We'll show you where you can apply for jobs. We'll show you how to prepare for those, what are the interview questions, and we'll give you the training for it. I'll just provide a document which contains the common questions, cybersecurity questions required. Okay, I'll give you your resume support. I'll help you build your resume, and then you have to apply on your own and give your shot.
Okay, sir, my next question is as a fresher, what kind of package we are going to get after doing this course?
If you're a complete fresher, then I would assume you would be getting around 40 or 35 to
35 or 40, okay. Okay. So that's it. I'm done.
Is this website for international or only for India?
Hello?
Is this website that you are showing, is it for all over the US, so all over the India or
all over India, not for US, only for India, guys.
Okay, great.
Right. Any other questions, guys?
Sir, on day after tomorrow, we are going to start a fresh class or there will be a demo?
No demo, no. We'll continue from where we left off. Same. Okay, so we'll be continuing exactly from where we left off, and I won't be starting fresh again. But again, if you've missed out one of the previous classes, you'll be getting the recording once you've made the payment. And if you have any questions from that, you can just let me know. We can take a separate backup session for that over the weekend or so.
Okay, so.
Okay. Any other questions, guys? Please do not hesitate to ask.
Sir, can I have one? I want to ask one more question. Sir, is it possible to get a job without having a certificate in
Definitely. Again,
but
as
in
yeah, in one thing about cybersecurity domain is certification is not a criteria. Your skill set is. So my recommendation to students who are not planning on doing a certification also is to learn as many courses as possible. So go with CH first, then go with web application security, and start applying your knowledge in freelancing websites. So you have bug bounty programs online where you can start searching for bugs for companies directly and report it to them. And those reports you can include in your resume just to show that you have skill sets required for joining that company. Even if you're not certified, you have performed bug bounty programs, you have assisted companies in resolving bugs and vulnerabilities. So that adds a credibility to your resume without a certificate.
Okay, so then you are also going to teach a bug bounty, how to find
That's
bug.
a different. After CH, if you're interested, if you are planning to do, you can do the web application security course. That is the bug bounty program.
Okay. Oh, in web application, bug bounty is coming in that portion.
Yes. We'll be discussing basics of web application CH also. Okay, but not in depth. If you want to learn in depth, that's a completely different course.
Answer, if I want to move in a government sector, if I want to get a job in government sector, like as a ethical hacker, then what
Government
I have to do?
sector, they usually go for forensics, Anand. So if you're going with cybercrime departments and all, they usually handle cybercrime frauds and stuff. So for that, they would request forensics course. Okay. So again, we are not providing forensics at the moment, but that's a suggestion. If you're planning on going with the government sector, web application also is fine. Finding vulnerabilities for websites from the government. Okay. If not, if you're going into the cybercrime department, they would request or recommend as a requirement for cyber forensics, understanding how to retrieve a hard disk data, or understanding where a packet has come from, or where the attack initiated. All comes under cyber forensics.
So, sir, there is only one job in government sector, like forensic.
Most of, again, I had one of the students who was specifically planning for government sector, and he got the job in cyber forensics. So from that experience, I'm talking.
Okay. And so in YouTube, in several videos, I saw that people are talking about like if you want to make a career in cybersecurity in government sector, then you have to give SSC exams and then like CBI or IB or UPSC. Then from there they are selecting like as a cybersecurity officer, something like that. So is it true or false?
Necessarily, my student which I trained, he did not have any UPSC examination or anything. He just took the course up. He tried to learn a few basic tools from the internet for cybersecurity, forensics, and he started applying for internships in complete job. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, sir, like voice was broke for a few seconds.
Oh, 1 second. I guess it's due to my battery. Let me connect my charger. Right. Guys, can you hear me now? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Guys, am I audible? Yeah. As I've mentioned, Anand, my student who did the course early, he did not have to write any UPSC exams also. All he did was he applied for internship first. So every state has its own cybercrime department. In that cybercrime department, you have job listing postings as well, sometimes for internships also. So you can start applying there, and from there you can proceed further.
Okay. So it's not necessary to go in a CBI department or IB department. You we can do certification courses and we can apply for internship in government cybersecurity. Then we can have job over there.
Right. Exactly. That's a much easier path to follow rather than writing UPSC and all, which is quite tough and competitive, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, sir.
Right. Any other questions, guys?
So we have to make payment in like one time, or we can split that payment.
Oh, that you have to ask Institute Anand. I do not handle the payment part, only the teaching department. So payments and all, you'll have to contact Durga Soft directly, please.
Okay.
Any other questions, guys?
So can I have your email ID? If
Yeah, I've sent you the notepad file, right? That's the same email, cybersecwise@gmail.com. Okay, and then I've also shared the browser that contains the WhatsApp number also. So if you have any questions or queries, you can contact me on WhatsApp. So once the batch is finalized, once all the students are finalized with the payments and all, I'll create a WhatsApp group also. So if you have any questions or so after every session, if you have any doubts or so, you can post your questions in that, and I'll keep
so
replying.
do you have any WhatsApp number?
Yeah, as I've mentioned, it is there already in the email which I've sent.
Oh, in the email. Okay.
In the email. In the
Sir,
browser.
sir,
In the browser, you have my contact number as well.
okay, sir. It's your or it's a Durga Soft.
No, my number itself.
Okay, sir. I will get that.
Sure. Any other questions, guys? Okay, assuming there are no questions anymore. Anand, Ravikiran, then Sujata. Right.
No, sir.
Okay, guys. So yeah, that's it, guys. Nothing further for our session today. Again, as I've mentioned, no class tomorrow, guys. Happy Ganesh Chaturthi. And I hope it is tomorrow. I'm not wrong with the dates and all. So sorry. If I
Sorry,
am.
sir.
So yeah, wishing everyone a happy Ganesh Chaturthi.
Same to you, sir.
And yeah, tomorrow is Ganesh. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, tomorrow is Ganesh Chaturthi, right, guys? Is the festival tomorrow itself?
Tomorrow. Yes,
Tomorrow.
Oh, perfect. Thanks. Okay, I'm wishing everyone a happy Ganesh Chaturthi, guys. And I'll see you day
Same.
after tomorrow. We'll resume day after. Same time, guys, 8 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay, right. Sure. Bye-bye, guys. Have a good day tomorrow. Take care.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, then. So let's get started with our session without any further ado. Let's continue from where we left off. Okay. So let me quickly open up my notepad file as well. Yes. So in the last class, we discussed up to the classes of IP addresses, class A, B, C, D, and E. And we tried to understand what the main difference is between each of these classes, right? So now in today's class, we're going with the next topic, which is subnet mask. Okay. So we know what a public IP is, we know what a private IP is, we know what are the different classes and what is the range of these classes, okay, and how they are different. Okay. Now, when we talk about the classes, we know class A has 1 network portion and 3 host portions. Class B has 2 network portions and 2 host portions. Class C has 3 network portions and 1 host portion. So we can see this graphically and we can define it depending on the alphabets N and H. But how does it understand which IP belongs to which class? Okay. So for that, for the computer to understand it, for the computer to know which IP belongs to which class, it has something known as a subnet mask. Okay. Subnet mask is wherever there's a network portion, the computer assigns the value 1, which means it is constant, it is not going to change, it's a higher value. Okay. Wherever there's a host, it assigns the value as 0 over there. Okay. Which means it doesn't matter if it changes or not. Is someone asking a question? There's some background disturbance. Okay, I guess it's from. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, so as I've mentioned, wherever there's a network portion, I'm going to put all the octets as 1, and wherever there's a host portion, I'm going to put those octets as 0s. Now, when I convert this from binary to decimal, the value becomes for all 1s you have 255, and for all 0s you get 000. Okay. When we take class B, you can see there's 2 network portions and 2 host portions. Okay. So therefore, all 1s in the first 2 portions, all 0s in the last 2 portions. And when you convert that, that becomes 255.255.0.0. Okay. And when we talk about class C, finally, 3 network portions and 1 host portion. So all 1s in the first 3 portions and all 0s in the last portion. Hence, the subnet mask is 255.255.255.0. Okay. Now, where do you check this? You can see this in the same command ipconfig. So if I open up my command prompt and if I check for ipconfig, you can see over here I have 192.168.0.5. This is my IP address. You all must be knowing by now that this is a class C address and a private address. And just below that, you can see subnet mask is 255.255.255.0. Reason being, this IP address is a class C address. Okay. Now the main question is, where do we set this or where do we modify this value?
Okay, so this is
Sir,
a private IP. Yeah.
Sir, sir, there is a doubt.
There is a what?
Sir, I have a doubt.
Oh yeah, ask. Go ahead, Biswajit. What is your doubt?
Actually, whenever you are just classifying the networks and like class A, class B, class C, so different network portions like class C have most of the host. Three portions are a host and one is a network. So means like what? Yeah, which basis they are categorized? Like class C is the one person is network ID and other are three host ID. Like in class
Yeah,
B,
that is how they
two
are
are.
set. We discussed that in the last class. Remember, Biswajit? That is how they are different. We'll discuss why classes are different, how class A, B, C, and D, E are different from one another. They are different because they have been set that way with certain network portions and host portions. Class A has only one network portion. Class B has two network portions. Class C has three network portions. Class D and Class E have all network portions. We have discussed this in the
So
last class. This was set by the people who invented IP addresses, and they're going to be constant like that.
no, I understood, but in which basis like they have categorized? Like means like network means like in whenever you are using class C connections, so there you are as of most of the numbers of host you can be connected. But as of like when if you're changing to class B, then less number of I think those hosts will be connected. So like in which basis they have categorized? I mean, like I'm getting confused.
Were you there for the last class?
Yes, I was in the last class, sir.
Yeah, then you remember, right? In class C, how many IPs we can connect? Since it has one host portion, it means we can only connect from 1 to 255 devices. In class B, two host portions. Two host portions in the sense two objects are being used for the host part. So from 00 to 255, you can connect those many hosts. So how many hosts can you connect in class? 255 into 255. That is 65535. I mean 25 hosts. So what you're telling me is the exact opposite of what I taught you in the last class. You're telling me that class B has less hosts, class C has more, which is not, which is exactly the opposite, which I showed you in the last class. Class C has 255 hosts because it has only one host portion. Class B has 255 into 255 hosts, which is 65,525. And class A, since there are three network, one network portion and three host portion, you can connect from 10,000 to 10,255,255,255. This whole thing is one singular network. Okay, so you can connect 255 into 255 into 255 hosts. Therefore, class C can be used for small networks. Class B and class C can be used for multinational companies. Class D and E do not have any private IPs at all. They are used for military research and development, government portals, broadcasting services, and so and so. This is what we thought. This is what we saw in the last class. Please do not forget those concepts. I have sent you the notepad file as well. Have you not gone through it?
No, sir. I understood now, but I still okay. I will ask you later.
Okay, what is your confusion? Clarify.
Yes,
I
sir.
didn't get you.
Confusion is then like my doubt is that like they have categorized. I understood. You also made me understood that the class A has this is the class A, this is the class B, and this is the class C. So in class A, you can connect more number of hosts, and
Okay.
class C you can less number of hosts. Class B
Okay.
middle. So that means what? From that point of view, what you understood that like network and host, how they are related.
I didn't get your point. Does anyone else understand what the question is, guys? Because I don't seem to quite make it out. What do you mean the relation between network and host, Biswajit? Network is a collection of hosts. Host is an individual device. When I say classic can connect 255 hosts, it means that you can connect 255 devices and they can communicate with one another in a singular network. When we talk about class B, you can connect 255 into 255, which means like you can connect 65,000 devices in a singular network. Okay, they can communicate with one another, they can share files, they can transfer data, so and so.
Okay, but there is two network portion. That is my point. if there is two network portion, that means what? How they are arranging? Like in class C, many number of hosts are there. One network ID is there. So how they are
Oh, yeah.
arranging?
Why don't you get this point? When you take three network portions, this is the whole network ID, 192.168.0. So all these are different hosts belonging to the same network. After that, this is the next network. This is the 0th network. Then this is the first network. Then this is the second network, 2.0 to 255. Then this 3.0 to 3255. These are each and every single networks, one after the other. So from 192.168.0.0 till 192.168.255.0. How many networks do you have? 255 networks. And in each of those 255 networks, you can connect a total of 255 devices individually. Right?
Okay, sir. Okay.
I don't know. Again, Biswajit, I think you're going somewhere very foundationally. Something is.
I think
Yeah?
No.
I think just 1 minute. I think you are asking and when in what time we will use one network, 3 hosts, 2 network, 2 hosts. That's what he's asking. Maybe that's what I understand from his question. 3 network, 1 host. In which situation we will use? I think that is your question, right?
Somehow, yeah.
Sorry.
In what scenario? He's asking in what scenario we will use class C, class D, class E.
As I've mentioned over here.
Yeah,
That's
that
what
was
I've been.
his question.
Class C is used for small networks. So in your home or on your home purposes, the Wi-Fi routers that you use at your homes or small offices, you use the Class C network. Class B and
Sir,
Class A, you need more than 255 devices in each single network. So in multinational companies, or you use Class B and Class A.
Sir, is it possible that in a small area network, like when we are knowing that we have small devices, like a small number of hosts are there, but can we make it arrange into class B also?
Yeah, definitely. If you want, you can still use Class B and Class A also. There's no one who's going to stop you, because private IPs are in your control. You can use any IP you want in your local network, not an issue at all. It's just that you'll be wasting a lot of IPs. Okay, so if you have only 10 devices, why would you use a Class A address where you can connect 255 into 255 into 255 devices? Okay, so Class A, you can have for 10 devices, you can just go with Class C address where you can connect maximum of 255 devices. That's optimal enough for it, right?
Okay, sir.
Okay. In any network, again, in your home Wi-Fi network, on your own local home network, LAN network, you can use any class you want, Class A, B, or C, any choice. Okay, that's your preference. Okay, but again, my basic thumb rule is that you go with a smaller class depending on your requirement. Okay, if you have like 10, 20, 30, 50, or 200 devices or so, always go with Class C. If you have more than 250 devices, if you have like 300, 400, 500 devices, go with Class B or Class A, any one of them. As simple as that.
Okay, sir.
Anyone else who has a question like this, Mamun or Ravikiran or Shafiuddin, again, because please let me know, guys, because again, you're asking me a question where you are foundationally not getting the concept of IP address. Okay, so you have not understood what a network portion is or what the host portion is. If anyone else has such a confusion, I would like to repeat the whole concept again. Okay, because if you don't understand this now, it's going to get a bit complicated later on. So is there anyone who wants me to repeat these network portions, host portions, the basic classes and all again? Anyone? Please do not hesitate to let me know, guys. We can just take a quick refresh of that. We can go through it again. So does anyone want me to repeat that? Maman, Ravikiran, Shafiuddin, Supriya, oh no, sorry, Sujata, Tripti, anyone? Okay, assuming no one has any questions regarding that. Right. So now coming back to our topic, guys, as I've mentioned, so we have seen what subnet mask is. Subnet mask is for us to understand, I mean, for the computer to understand which class an IP address belongs to. Okay. So wherever there's a network portion, you assign the value 1. Wherever there's a host portion, you assign the value 0. Okay, and depending on that, when you convert it from binary to decimal, you get the corresponding values as subnet masks. Okay, now we have seen the same subnet mask in our command prompt, but where do we actually use it? Where do we assign it is the main question. Okay, so this is used when you want to assign your own private IP. So there are two techniques, guys, to assign your own private IP. One is an automatic method from a DHCP server. One is a manual method, okay, where you yourself, when you're the network admin, you can assign it to your device. Okay, so we'll first see the manual method and then we'll go with the automatic method. Okay, so let's say how to change the IP address of our system manually. So first things first, you need to go to the control panel. So search for control panel. Yes, and in control panel, go to network and internet. In network and internet, go to network and sharing. In network and sharing, go to change adapter settings. Over here, you can see these are all the different adapters on your device. You have your Bluetooth adapter, you have your Ethernet adapter for LAN connections, you have your VMware adapters for virtual machines, and you have your Wi-Fi adapter for wireless connections. Right now, I'm connected through my Wi-Fi adapter. If I right click and go to properties, you can say I have IPv4 settings. Okay, now there is another shortcut also, guys. If you want to come to this page, let me show the shortcut also. You can just run Windows R, which is run, and in this you can type the command ncpa.cpl, and when you hit enter, you get the same page. From this page now, you can right click on Wi-Fi, go to properties. In properties, you can go to IPv4. Since we want to change the IPv4 address for our system, click on properties again. Okay, and as you can see over here, we have two options. One is to get an IP address automatically, which means you're getting an IP from DHCP server. Now, we have not discussed what that is. We'll be discussing very shortly. Okay, we'll go with the second method now. Okay, so firstly, click on use the following IP. Right now, my machine is getting the IP 192.168.0.5. Let's say I want to change this to another IP. 192.168.0. Let's say 100. Okay, if I click on subnet mask, you can notice automatically it gave me the subnet mask as 255.255.255.0. Why? Because this is a class C address. What if I give a class B address? Can anyone tell me a class B address from the private IP range? Anyone? You have seen the ranges, guys. I hope you have memorized that. I have sent the notepad file in the last class.
Sir, I did not get it.
I want a private IP from class B.
So 172.16.0.
Exactly. 172.16.0. Let's say. Okay. Now when I click on subnet mask, can you observe it has changed now? It says 255.255.0.0 now. Okay. Only two octets as 255 and the remaining two octets are 0.0. If I give a class A address, can anyone tell me a class A private IP?
10. So 10 0. 10.
Yeah, 10 0 0 1. Let's say. Now when I click on subnet mask again, you can see it's now 255.0.0.0. So all the remaining three octets are zeros. Only the first octet is 255. Okay. Now I'll just come back and I'll give my class C IP only. I'll give something like 192.168.0.100. I'll click on subnet mask. I get the default subnet mask. Default gateway. Default gateway is nothing but your router. Okay. A router is also known as a default gateway, because it is acting as a gateway between your internet and your intranet, right? So therefore, default gateway is always going to be the first IP in the network, and I'm going to give that IP itself over here, 192.168.0.1. Never use the 0th IP, guys. The first IP will always be the 1th IP. Okay. So again, 0.0 is known as network ID. You never use that IP for any device. Okay. Prefer DNS server. Now we have not discussed what DNS server is. Don't worry about this, guys. We'll discuss this in a later class. But for the time being, if you don't know what to enter over here, just go to the browser. And in the browser, search for Google DNS server IP, and you will see two IP addresses. One is 8.8.8.8 and the other one is 8.8.4.4. Okay, so you can give any IP of that. So yeah, you usually give 8.8.4.4, and when I click on OK, and we might get disconnected for a while, guys, because my IP address is changing. So can you hear me now? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Right. So if I check IP config now, you can notice my IP address has changed now. Earlier it was 192.168.0.5. Now it shows us 192.168.0.100. Okay. So this is how you can manually change your private IP for your device. Okay. So in your network, you can assign any IP from that range, 192.168.0.100. If you give a completely different class, you might not be able to connect to the internet, guys, because your router is configured in such a way for a certain network. So if you want to give a different class IP, you have to go to the router settings and change the class over there. So for the time being, if you want to change your private IP, you have to only change it in an existing class, in the class C, okay, or whatever class you are assigned in your network. Okay. Any questions or doubts up to here, guys? Shall I show this again? Okay, just a quick recap, just to show it to everyone. I'm going to go to my Windows R, ncpa.cpl, click on Wi-Fi properties, go to IPv4, again properties, and give any IP of your choice, 192.168.0.50, let's say. Subnet mask, again, it will automatically set the subnet mask. Okay, so if I give 50 or something, and if I click on subnet mask, you can see it automatically set that. Default gateway is my router IP. Router IP gets the first IP always. DNS server 8.8.4.4, or you can also give 8.8.8.8, anything. Okay, click on OK and click on close. And now you can see, if I check the IP address, it has changed to 0.50 now. Okay, so this is how you can manually assign your public IP, sorry, private IP for your device. If you want to get it automatically, you can right click on this, go to properties, go to IPv4 properties, and select the first option. And when I do that, you can notice over here, I got my original IP back, 0.5. Okay. So the main question now over here is, how are we getting this IP 192.168.0.5? Okay. Who is providing this IP and how are we automatically getting it? So this is happening with the help of something known as a DHCP server. Okay. DHCP stands for Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. Okay. So basically, in every network, you always have a DHCP server to automatically assign an IP. If it is not there, you have to manually assign an IP to each and every device. Okay. So let's say at the moment, I have this device over here, and right now this is my DHCP server. Okay. In our home networks, our router, Wi-Fi router itself, acts as the DHCP server. But in organizations, they can have a separate device for it. Okay. And basically what a DHCP server does is it has a pool of IP addresses. Okay. And these IP addresses, again, you can assign the range. So basically it has from 192.168.0.2, because 0.1 is used for router, to 192.168.0.254, let's say. Okay. And this DHCP server is 192.168.0.1. Okay. So whenever you connect a new device in the network, okay, and when you select that option, obtain an IP address automatically, okay, what happens is this device starts sending a packet. So if there are other devices also in the network, okay, so let's say this device has an IP like 192.168.0.2, and this is 192.168.0.3, let's say. Okay, if any device gets assigned an IP, that IP gets removed from here. Okay, so this is not from 0.2 anymore. This will be from 0.4 onwards. So this will be from 192.168.0.4 to 192.168.0.254. Okay. Now, whenever I connect a new device like this in the network, this device starts sending a broadcast signal. So it sends it to this device, it sends it to this device, it sends it to this device also. Broadcast is nothing but from one device to all devices. Okay. And this signal is known as the discover signal. Okay. So it is asking every device, are you the DHCP server? Are you the DHCP server? Are you the DHCP server? So when the other devices receive it, and when they are not the actual DHCP server, they will just drop that packet. Okay, so they say, no, we are not DHCP server. We do not have any link with it. Guys, is anyone asking a question? Hello, guys, does anyone have a question? I could hear some voice.
Hello.
Yeah.
Sir, what you are trying to make us understand from this concept?
What is DHCP? How we are getting an IP address automatically?
Okay.
Okay. So we have seen how to assign an IP address manually, right? How we can assign our own IP address. But there's another option also, obtain an IP address automatically. So when you're selecting that, how are we getting this IP is what I'm trying to show.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So as I've mentioned, whenever you connect a new device and when you select that option, obtain an IP address automatically, what happens is your device starts sending a broadcast signal everywhere. It sends a discover packet asking what is the exact DHCP server. Okay. Now in return, when it reaches the correct DHCP server, the DHCP server will offer us an IP address. So it sends an offer packet back saying that, hi, I am the DHCP server and I can offer you this IP 0.4 or 0.5. When this offer is sent, our device again sends a request. Okay, so it sends a request saying that, hi, thank you for offering me that IP address. I request you to remove that IP from your pool of IP addresses so that you do not assign it to another device. Okay, because if two devices have the same IP, that will be a conflict. Okay, so it sends a request saying that please remove this IP from your pool of requests and assign that IP to me. And in return, finally, an acknowledgement is sent. Okay, so these are the packets that of exchange that happen between a device and between the DHCP server, and all this happens in fractions of seconds. Okay, so after the acknowledgement is done, this IP, this machine gets the IP now 192.168.0.4, and that thing gets removed from the pool. So now the pool changes to 192.168.0.5. Okay, and this is how your device automatically gets an IP from the DHCP server. Okay, so now all this happens, as I've mentioned again, in fractions of seconds. Okay, so you might have observed this also in a real time. Whenever you connect your phone, how many of you have observed this? So when you connect your phone to a new Wi-Fi router, when you enter the correct password, you will be seeing a message saying that obtaining IP address. Has anyone ever observed this?
Yes, sir.
So when you see that message obtaining IP address, this is what is happening in the background. Okay, so your phone is sending the discover packet to all the devices, finding out where the DHCP server is. Once it finds, it asks for an IP and it is offered an IP, then a request is sent to allot that IP, and finally an acknowledgement. So all this happens in that fractions of seconds. And this whole process in simple terms is known as the DORA process. DORA. Why specifically DORA process? Because that is what is happening. D for discover, O for offer, R for request, A for acknowledgement, DORA. Okay, so this is what happens every single time you select that button, obtain it, obtain an IP address automatically. So if you want to take a screenshot or anything, guys, please take a screenshot. Okay, because I'll be clearing the screen now. Okay. So yeah, again, nothing further for our class, guys. I'm taking short sessions. I have been advised to take short sessions for today and tomorrow. So we'll be finalizing the classes, guys, by tomorrow. Tomorrow we will end the networking part. We'll discuss what are DNS servers and we'll discuss what IPv6 addresses are. a much more advanced class of addresses. Okay, so tomorrow will be the last class for networking, and from Monday we'll be continuing the classes with installation, lab setup installation. Okay, so from Monday onwards we'll have a 1 hour session every day without fail. But for today, this is it. So any questions or doubts, guys? Can I clear the drawings, guys? Has everyone taken a screenshot for the time being?
Yes, sir.
This is quite important, guys. A very basic but important concept. You might get asked about this in interviews and all. Like, what is DORA process? How does it happen? What are the different packets of exchange that happen between the client and the server? Okay. So if I show you right now, as I've mentioned, my router, my Wi-Fi router itself starts acting as a DHCP server. So if I show you, if I log into my router is getting the IP 192.168.0.1. So let me log in into this. As you can see, this is my Wi-Fi router TP-Link. And if I go to wireless settings, advanced settings, not sure exactly where I saw it last time. Network LAN settings, yeah, over here. As you can see in network LAN settings, I can see my Wi-Fi router itself is acting as a DHCP server. Okay, my DHCP server's IP is 0.1. My router and DHCP server are one and the same. And IP pool address, as you can see, the pool is starting from 0.2 and ending at 191. Oh, sorry, 199. Okay, so I'm not connecting all the 254 devices. I'm connecting only up to 199 devices in my network. Okay, so whenever I connect a new device in the network, that device will perform the DORA process and get an IP between this pool 0.2 and 199. At the moment in my network, these are all the existing hosts. Okay, I have 0.5 connected, 0.8 connected, 6 connected, 2 connected, 3 connected. So whenever I connect a new device, these are the exhausted IPs. They can't be used again. What they can use a different IP. Okay, and every IP has a lease time. Okay, so this IP will only be allotted for so and so minutes, only for 1440 minutes. Okay, this is like 24 hours. After 24 hours, again, the DORA process will happen again. If the same IP is free, same IP gets allotted. If that IP is not free, it gets allotted to a different system. This is to see to it that IPs don't get wasted, guys. So if you have allotted an IP to a system, and if that system goes shut down, okay, that IP gets wasted. So that does not happen, there is a lease time. After 24 hours, that IP goes back to the DHCP server. It goes back to the pool. Okay, so this is all about DHCP server, guys. As I've mentioned, in a home network, our router itself acts as a DHCP server. In offices or in organizations, you can have a separate device for that with all this configuration. Okay, any questions, guys, or doubts up to this part? Shiva, this might seem a bit new to you because you might have missed the previous classes. I'll share those recordings with you. Okay, so that could be a bit helpful. Right. Others, guys, any other questions or doubts up to this part? Biswajit, Maman, Ravikiran, Shafiuddin, Sujata, Tripti.
Yes, sir. Actually, so I understood, but actually I have some doubt. Like I'm getting a little bit like what mix up.
Oh, okay, no worries, Biswajit. What is your first query? We'll go step by step, step by step. Tell me what your first doubt is.
Like sir, last part you just discussed on how DORA process was working. I did not went through it.
Oh, you did not understand the DORA process, right?
Yes.
Again, as I've mentioned, the DORA process is nothing but whenever you're selecting this option over here, if I go to my network configuration page and if I go to my Wi-Fi settings, you can notice over here, I have selected an option like obtain an IP address automatically. So my system is getting an IP address 0.5, this IP automatically. But how am I getting that IP automatically? Who is providing that IP to me? that IP is being provided to me by a DHCP server. Okay, and the DORA process is the exchange of packets between my client, my Windows system, my Windows client, and my router or my DHCP server. Okay, so whatever packets are exchanged, with those packets only I get an IP address. So first, from my Windows client to my server, I send a discover packet saying that I want to find where the DHCP server is. Once that packet reaches DHCP server, it offers me an IP. OS for offer. Once I get offered an IP, my Windows system will again request for that IP, saying that please give that IP to me, assign that IP to me, do not give it to anyone else. Fix that IP for my device. Once that request is sent, finally a confirmation is sent. Okay, confirmation is nothing but acknowledgement. Okay, so the router DHCP server is saying, okay, yeah, I have assigned this IP to you. Yeah, IP to rakh le. That is like confirmation. Okay, and that whole thing is known as the DORA process. D for discover, O for offer, R for request, A for acknowledgement.
Okay.
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 Is that clear, Mr. Ji?
This is all how your DORA process works.
Yeah, exactly. Again, all this happens in the background. You don't see this usually. Okay. So this all happens in a fraction of a second. You can rarely notice it. So yeah.
Okay, sir. Previously, like you have also discussed 2-3 times, but like whenever you are distinguishing like your class C network to class B networks and class A networks, I'm little whenever I'm trying to make it understand, I'm understanding these things, but still I'm getting confused in between that. So could you please elaborate about this concept again?
Classes. Okay, sure. Let me do that. Let me clear this drawings first.
Actually, I have not got still now your video recording. That's why an audio recording. That's why I'm unable to make it more clarify. But whatever I'm trying to understand, looking at your notes, so that's why
Okay,
I asked.
sure. No worries. Let me give a very quick explanation again. So if you remember, Biswajit, I've told you there are 5 classes. There's class A
Yeah.
with 1 network portion, class B with 2
Yeah.
network portion, class C with 3
Yeah.
network portions. Ignore class
Yes.
D
Yes.
and class E. They are not important at the moment for us.
Yes.
Class C will take first exam. There are 3 network portions. Network portion is nothing but like an ID for it. Okay. So this is just an ID telling that this is 192.168.0 network. Okay. In this 0 network, the first IP is 0.0. Next IP is 0.1. Next IP is 0.2. Next IP is 0.3. Like that, you have 255 IPs. Okay. In the network of 192.168.0. So in one singular network, this is the network ID. Okay. This is the identity for that network. Okay. In that network, each device is getting each IP one by one. Okay. When you take next network, after 0 network, you have one network, 192.168.1 network. This is the next identity. Okay. So this is the next network. This is next network. You can use any ID, any network of your choice. Whatever ID you use, you can connect maximum 255 devices only. Okay. When you take class B now, for example, that ID starts from 170 to 60. You won't take 3 octets now. You only take the first 2 octets. So only 170 to 60 is the ID. Okay. Remaining 2 are the hosts. Okay. So the first IP is 0.0, second IP is 0.1, third IP is 0.2, fourth IP is 0.3, after that 0.255, then 1.0. Okay. All these are IPs of different hosts in the same network. And for that network, the identity is 170 to 16. Okay. So like that, in class, you can connect from 0.0 to 255. So in total, you can connect 255 devices. Okay, which is equal to like 65525. In class A, you only have one network portion. So there's only one identity, 10 dot network. So from 10.0.0.0 to 10.255.255.255, all these belong to the same network, the 10 dot network. Okay, 10 dot is the identity. Okay, remaining octets are the host devices. So that is what is meant by network portions and host portions.
Okay. Okay, sir, I got it.
Okay. Any other questions for anyone else, guys?
Sir, how why we are learning all these things? Just could you please say about this?
Again, when we talk about hacking of any device, that device needs to have an identity. So we define the devices depending on IP addresses only. So that is why we need to learn what these IP addresses are, what are private IPs, what are public IPs, which class an IP belongs to, because that is the main identity for a device. Okay. So when you perform scanning or anything, you perform it on IPs only. So that is why it's very important for us.
Okay.
Okay. Sure.
Like,
So yeah.
like our course is like ethical hacking and cyber security. So before learning, before going through ethical hacking deeply, so first we need to understand the networking concept, as you said.
Concepts, exactly. Definitely.
Okay. So those who are doing like CCNA and CCNP deeply, like Cisco certified network. So like how they are managing? Like, is it required to do CCNA, CCNP before going through cyber security?
Again, as I've mentioned, not at all required, this Vijay. Whatever I am teaching, that is more than sufficient regarding the networking part. Okay. From there, if you want to build up, you can just do your research from YouTube itself and learn more about the networking concepts. But going through a CCNA or CCNP, that much in depth is not necessary for cybersecurity. You just need to know what are IP addresses and how they work. That's it. And from there, you can
If someone is looking looking to make his career in purely security professional, does he needs to like understand like cryptography programming, algorithm, they need to know encryption, decryption, and also networking concepts. So that's why this questions arise in my mind. So networking concept purely required, or anything programming algorithm required?
Is different, encryption, decryption is different, algorithms are different things. You have just listed out all different things to me. Those are not part of CCNA or CCNP. CCNA, CCNP courses will only teach you the different routing protocols like RIP, OS, what is that? OSF, some random routing protocols are there. So you don't need to know all those routing protocols and stuff. Okay. So again, whatever topics you have mentioned, those are important. We need to know what cryptography is. We need to know what networking concepts are. We need to know what encryption is, what decryption is. Okay. You don't need to have much knowledge on programming and algorithms. If you have basic knowledge, that is sufficient. Okay. But it is not a necessity. Okay. So doing a course like CCNA, CCNP is not at all a requirement. But whatever topics you have mentioned, those are actually included in the course. We'll learn about networking, we'll learn about cryptography, and so on.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Don't get confused. Don't get so stressed up. Whatever I'm teaching, just go through those notepad files. From Monday onwards, you'll get the recordings also. So it's going to be a lot easier as well. Okay.
Yes, sir.
If possible, I'll ask to share over the weekend only. For whoever has made this payment, I'll ask them to share the recordings over the weekend itself, on Saturday and Sunday itself. So that over the weekend you can practice all this and keep the row.
Okay, sir. So once I will get the recording, then I can follow before the joining the class.
Right. Sure. I'll just inform them, Suji. Again, I guess everyone has already made the payment. So I'll just inform them tomorrow to share the recordings at the earliest and not to wait until Monday.
Okay.
Sure. So yeah, that's it, guys. Nothing further. I'll exit the session now. Sure. Thank you, guys. I'll see you again on tomorrow at the same time.
Okay, sir. Good night.
Okay, guys. Good night. Take care. I'll see you tomorrow, guys. Bye-bye.
Introduction to SQL Server. Right. So introduction to DBMS or DBMS. Right. I mean, basic things. Those things we already discussed. So now, today I'm going to start working with our actual scenario, that is SQL development, right? Correct, Aish? Yeah. Coming to next scenario, today I'm going to work with SQL server related scenarios. So basically, in project environment, we are going to work with minimum 3 servers. Okay. What are those three servers? Let us see. See, this is development server. Who is going to work with development server? Developers. SQL server developers will be there. They are going to work with development server and they're going to develop the database. See, what is the meaning of development? Creating tables, writing commands, writing queries, stored procedures. So these are all comes under development tasks. So that we do in development server on, right? So after completion of the development, your database will be transferred to QA. In QA, test engineers team will be there. Okay, na? Here they are going to test the database developed by development team. After that, database will be transferred to production server. In production server, DBA team will be there. Database administration team. They're going to take care of production server. So in this overall scenario, in development environment and QA environment, Just we are going to work with only test data. Okay, now only test data we are going to use. Coming to next scenario. Important scenario here is based on data uses. We are going to work with different types of versions from SQL Server. Right. Okay, now because you take production server. In production server, we are using customers data. I mean, we are going to store customers data. Right. So production is really important for us because most important data is part of production. Right. So now you go to development environment and QA environment. There we are not going to work with production data, just the test data only. So some features of the SQL server is more than enough for those servers. But coming to production server, we need all features of the SQL. That's why based on type of server, we are going to work with different versions of the SQL, different editions of the SQL. Right. Now let's go to next scenario. We are going to discuss about different versions available in SQL Server. We have SQL Server 2000 version. This is also known as SQL Server 8.0. Okay, now. So next we have SQL Server 2005, which is also known as 9.0. Then 2008 version 10.0. After that 2012 11.0, 2014 version we have 12.0, 2016 version 13.0, 2017 version 14.0, 2019 version 15.0. So these are the different versions we have in SQL Server to perform different types of tasks. So generally, if you have Windows 10 operating system, go for SQL Server 2019 only, right? Because compatibility is also really important for us. Compatible operating systems is required for us. In the same way, if you have SQL Server, Windows 11 operating system, nowadays Windows 11 coming, right, with laptops. If you have Windows 11 operating system, latest version is going to release, of course already available from SQL Server, that is 2022. Go for SQL Server 2022. So these are all you can directly download from Microsoft, just for practice purpose only. Trial version is available. You can download them and you can install them. So coming to next scenario, I told you based on edition, based on server type, we are going to work with the different editions of the SQL Server, that is Enterprise Edition. See, Enterprise Edition is top end edition of the SQL Server, right? So top end edition means it contains each and every feature of the SQL Server, which is required for us to perform database production storage related scenarios. That means maximum scenarios for production server, right? And maximum scenarios for production server, we are going to use Enterprise Edition only. Coming to next scenario, we have Developer Edition. Of course, in between we can go for some other edition, that is standard edition. The major difference between enterprise edition and standard edition is cost will be reduced. Of course, features also going to reduce. Some people are going to use standard edition for production, but maximum what we do, we are going to use enterprise edition only for production purpose, right? After that, we have developer edition, middle range, limited cost, limited features. Generally for QA purpose and development purpose, we use developer edition of the SQL Server. After that, we have Express edition. See, Express means, it is completely free edition. You can directly download it from official website of the Microsoft Corporation. But Express edition can be used for only practice purpose. Real-time purpose, we cannot use Express edition. Okay. Now, real-time purpose, we use enterprise edition, standard edition, or developer edition, but not Express edition. Remember, please. Right. In the same way, let me show you how to download this one. Of course, I already prepared installation videos, but still I want to show you how to go for downloading SQL software for practice purpose. SQL Server. In search button, type it as like this: SQL Server 2019 download. Go to downloads website. But we are redirected to 2022. If you click on this download button, download under developer, but not Express. See that here it is showing developer edition, Express edition. Even this developer edition is also trial version for us, practice purpose only. Okay. So you can download it and install. Okay. Now, an installation video I will share. Next, after completion of the SQL Server installation, you have to go for Management Studio download. SQL Server Management Studio. Go to this website. Here you can see this 19.0. Previous version of the Management Studio 18, now it is 19. You download this version of the Management Studio and you can go for installation. Right. So in the beginning, what we do, we go for SQL Server installation. After completion of the SQL Server installation, we are going to download Management Studio and we are going to install Management Studio. Right. And so after finishing this, Management Studio installation, we are going to install, we are going to create database for practice purpose. So I will give you that database backup file. And coming to next scenario, the tool. What is the tool we are going to use to interact with SQL databases? Tool name is Management Studio tool. In shortcut, it is also known as SSMS. SQL Server Management Studio. So this is the tool we are using to interact with SQL databases and perform different types of operations. Now here we have Management Studio environment. Just click on Management Studio. This is your server. Connect. So this is Management Studio environment. You go to New Query. See this, where I'm clicking New Query. So after clicking on New Query, you have to select your database. Suppose my database name is Suresh DB. Use Suresh DB. That means I'm going to connect to Suresh DB database. Use Suresh DB means what? I'm going to connect it to Suresh DB database. See, we have written some command here. How to execute this command? See here, you can go for execute button. See, like this. So even this tool is also we install after completion of the SQL installation, right? So in this way, we can connect it to databases in Management Studio, and we can perform different types of operations in Management Studio, right? This is the way like how we are working. And coming to next scenario. Now you have to go for SQL installation. And you have to perform different types of scenarios here. So now tell me how many of you done with SQL installation, please? Aish, you attended my previous classes, right? Deepak attended. Hemant, you also attended, right?
Yes, sir.
Pallavi, have you attended my previous classes? I mean, demo session only. Last week we did demo. Pallavi, I cannot hear you. Message, please. Rajalakshmi, I think you attended demo, right?
No, sir.
Oh,
No,
okay.
this is my first class. Yeah.
So, Saurabh, Saurabh, okay, no problem. Let's do one thing. Installation is important. Try to go for installation of the SQL today, because next step we have to start working with practical scenarios. That's why I'm requesting you all go for SQL installation. So because if you face any issues with SQL installation, I can help you. That is the reason. Next class, I can help you in SQL installation. That is what my plan. Right? Clear. So let's do one thing. So take it as new participants, you take it as demo. Old participants continuation class, right? Anyhow, I'm going to start practical part from tomorrow. Lengthy sessions will be starting from tomorrow only. Okay, na? Right then. See you tomorrow. Right. What we discussed in the last session, any idea, please? Hello.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. We discussed about the SQL version, Enterprise Edition, Standard Edition, SQL versions, SQL editions, and how to download the SQL and setup. I mean, not setup, just download SQL Server and SQL Server Management Studio.
Okay, right, no problem. So let's go to next scenario. Today, we are going to discuss about data types concept. So what are the different data types available in SQL and how they're going to work? That and all I'm going to. So coming to next scenario. Bharat, okay, right, okay, Bharat. So coming to next scenario. Now, database means we are going to store different types of data. For example, numbers, characters, date time data, currency values. Okay. So in this way, different types of data can be stored in databases. So now, coming to next scenario. If you want to store any type of data in SQL Server environment, you need supporting data types. Okay. So, what are the data types available in SQL? That is really important. Today, I'm going to discuss about them. Tomorrow onwards, we are going to start with practicals. Right. So coming to data types concept, number family. So in the beginning, we have to discuss about number family data. So number family, we have different data types again in the number family. So what are those data types in the number family? Integer. So integer means it is perfect number. It will not accept any decimal values. That is what integer concept. Perfect number means what? Without decimal values. Right? If any decimal value is there, we cannot store it in int. Next, float data type. See, in float data type, we can store only decimal values. Okay. So we have different data types to store different types of data. Right? And so now here, integer for perfect numbers, float for decimal values.
Hello. Sir, you are not audible. Clear.
So here we have some other data type also. Right. Now I think it's okay.
Yes, okay. Sir,
Numeric data type. This also comes under number only. Numeric of p comma s. See, numeric is data type. P comma s is length of the data type. Okay. So here P stands for precision and S stands for scale. P stands for precision, S stands for scale. So what is precision and scale? We'll go for some example. Suppose I'm giving it as numeric of 5 comma 2. Right in. So 5 is precision, 2 is scale. Here, precision indicates total digits in the number. total digits. Scale indicates number of digits after decimal point. So total 5 after decimal 2. That means we can go for 3 before decimal, right? Suppose this is decimal point. What is the scale value? 2. Scale is 2. That means you can go for 2 digits after the decimal point. Right? So total 5 we have given 2 after decimal. So we can go for 3 before decimal. So this value is scale and the overall value is precision. This is numeric data type. Is it clear or any questions, please? Numeric data type is clear. Clear, right? So you are not asking any questions means I feel clear. Right? So these are the data types we have in number family. Next step, we are going to work with the character data. So char of length. See, this is known as fixed length character data. In the same way, it accepts alphanumeric data. Alphanumeric means what? Mixing of character and number. Mixing of character and number comes under alphanumeric. It accepts it. Then it provides good performance also. Performance means what? Speed. Accessing speed of the databases comes under performance. Next, there is some issue with this data type only. Memory wastage. So when we are working with this data type, some memory wastage will be there, space wastage. But now the question is how this space wastage occurs. That is a question. I'll give you an example. See, we already discussed in SQL we can store data only in the form of tables, right? And suppose we are working with some table. Table contains ename column. For ename column, I have given data type as char of 10. That means maximum of 10 characters can be inserted into ename column. Suppose I'm inserting my name Suresh. How many characters there in this name? 6. So we are inserting 6, so it has to occupy 6 byte space in the database. But what happens, you know?
only 6 character take. More than 6 not
6
allowed.
bytes it occupies. 6 bytes it occupies for the data, whatever we inserted into table. But extra 4 bytes it will go for blank padding. Blank padding means what happens? Null value is going to store. So unnecessarily we are going to lose data. I mean space. See this? If it is occupying only 6 bytes, then no issues. But it is occupying 6 bytes for the data, whatever we inserted. Remaining 4 bytes, it is going for blank padding. And that is a problem. So because of that reason only, some data loss will be there when working with this data type. But still, why it is there in SQL? Common question, right? Because we are going to work with some fixed length columns in the databases. Fixed length means every time we are going to insert the same data. That is the meaning of fixed length. True, 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 false, false, false. This type of data we are going to insert, right? Some columns, every time same data. So those columns we are going to use this data type. Otherwise, what happens, we are going to work with the varchar of length. This is known as variable length character data. It also accepts alphanumeric data. Alphanumeric means mixing of character and number. Max size 8000 bytes. Previous scenario we discussed about the fixed length character data. Even in that also we can store maximum 8000 bytes. That is the max limit. So in the same way, the only difference is no memory wastage. In this data type, what happens, whatever the data you are going to insert, it occupies memory for that only. No wastage. Right. So because of that reason only, maximum scenarios when we are working with this data type, no memory wastage will be there. That's why maximum for character data storage purpose we use varchar data type only. Okay. But remember, if you're going for char or varchar, you can store only 8000 maximum. Suppose the requirement is exceeding 8000 bytes, then what? We are going to work with varchar of max data type. So varchar of max, everything like varchar letter type only. Same scenarios. Variable length character data accepts alphanumeric data. No memory wastage, but only difference is max size 2 GB. That is the only difference. Right? That is the only difference. So coming to next scenario. Now, these are the data types we have to store character data. After that, we have to work with the date time. We have different data types here. Small date time. I'm sorry. When we are working with this data type, we can store data up to 2079. So this is the maximum limit we have. Right? And up to 2079 year, we can store. But in the same way, we have some other data type, date time also. In date time data type, we can store data up to 9999 year. So this is the maximum limit for date time. But remember, if you're going for small date time or date time, you can store date value and the time value also. Date value and the time value also can be stored. So if you want to store only date, only time, even for that also we have data types like this. Because sometimes we are going to store only date values, only time values, right? So for that we can use these data types. So these are the data types we have in number family to store different types of data. Right? And so coming to next scenario, we have money data type. See, what is the purpose of money data type? It is used to store currency values with the symbols. Here you can ask some question. So why you are going for separate data type? We have number family, right? We have different data types in number family, right? In number family, we can use we can store this type of data, right? Then why you are going for separate data type? Because there is some symbol, dollar symbol, check it. What is this dollar symbol? Special character. Of course, that is currency symbol, I'm accepting, but it is special character. So in number family, what happens, you cannot store characters and special characters. That is the scenario. So you want to store currency values and you want to go for calculations also. Right? You want to store currency values, in the same you want to go for calculations also. Then we are going to use this money data type. Remember, please. Then we have XML data type also. XML means like a file system. So XML storage we are going to do in SQL. There we are going to use this data type. Okay. So these are the major data types we have in SQL environment. SQL Server. So then what to do? We have to connect it to Management Studio. In the last class, yesterday we have seen like how to connect it to Management Studio, because in SQL Server environment, we can store data only in the form of tables, right? So there is no other facility. So now coming to next scenario. To create tables, to develop all scenarios, we need some tool. The tool name is Management Studio only. So here we have Management Studio. I already installed SQL. Enrolled participants, you can talk to training team. They will give you access to SQL installation videos so that you can complete SQL Server installation. See this. This is Management Studio environment. This is your server. So now just click on connect button. So we connected to Management Studio. So here if you want to write queries, because generally we are working with SQL Server means we are going to write queries, right? Go to new query window. So in this window, we can write and execute queries. But before that, we have to select our database name. Suppose my database name is Suresh DB. How can I select database like this? Use Suresh DB. Execute this statement so that you'll be connected to Suresh DB database. See here you have execute button. See that. Click on this. So what happened now? You connected to Suresh DB. Right? So after doing this task, after connecting to your database only, perform other type of operations. Perform remaining operations. So coming to next scenario, installation related scenarios I discussed previously. Like who is going to install SQL Server? DBA. DBA is going to install SQL Server. After completion of the SQL Server installation only, we create database. They only create database, right? And they only. Then we are going to work with that database. Now coming to next scenario. What are the different types of databases there? Because we have different types of databases. System databases, user databases. See, you are developer. See, this training is development training. So developer cannot create new database, but at least you know like what is database, what database contains, these things better to learn, right? Am I right or not? In the same way, while connecting to management studio, we provide some security scenarios like the login name, password, different authentications we have. So better to learn about those things also. So system databases, user databases. What is the difference? What is the purpose of system databases? Better to discuss all these scenarios. Because if you start working with the commands, queries, then you cannot go back to these things. That's why better to discuss these things in the beginning only so that you'll get perfect idea. Okay, fine. So from where we are going to start? What database contains? How data stores in the database? You'll get overall idea in the beginning only, so that the things becomes easy for you to understand, to work, right? In the same way, the language we are going to use is SQL language. SQL stands for what? Structured Query Language. So this is common language for database development. By using SQL language only, we are going to develop different databases. I mean SQL environment. In the same way, we have SQL also. SQL stands for Structured English Query Language. In the beginning, there was common language SQL only. Now it is SQL only. There is no SQL. That's why still we are writing it as SQL, but we are calling it as SQL. You also call it as SQL only. Okay. So in the same way, this language SQL contains some sublanguages. DDL, data definition language. DML, data manipulation language. DRL, data retrieval language. TCL, transaction control language. And DCL, data control language. So your important thing is DRL commands we are going to use maximum in the project environment. Data retrieval language. So DRL means what? Retrieving data from the tables. Data retrieval language command, select command is used to retrieve data from the table. So that is regular operation. Because of that reason only, even in this training also, lot of topics there related to DRL. 7 to 8 topics there related to DRL. So you have to concentrate on that area. Even we are going to provide you maximum assignments related to DRL. I told you I'm going to provide you 200 assignments for practice purpose. So I'm giving those scenarios related to DRL. That is the importance of DRL, data retrieval language, in this training. So you have to concentrate on that area, DRL area. Okay. So this DCL area, data control language, means what are the different types of logins, authentications there, how we are going to work with them. I mean, generally when we use authentications while connecting to management studio, right? While connecting to SQL server, we are going to use different types of authentications, different types of logins. These are all we are going to use, right? And so those things also I'm going to discuss very clearly. Tomorrow I'm going to start working with DCL, data control language, security related scenarios. Very clearly I'm going to discuss. After that, I'm going to work with the databases creation. System databases, user databases, these are all I'm going to discuss very clearly in tomorrow's class, because now we have some time, but that is not enough for me to discuss those things. Even practical part also we are doing tomorrow. Okay. So tomorrow same time we'll start the class, and don't miss tomorrow's class. Okay. Right.
Yes, sir. Sir, I have one question. Hello.
Tell me, please. What is the question, Hemant?
Sir, there is a need every day we register. I don't get any link or
No,
drive
actually thing
access.
is still it is demo session only. That's why we are doing around 45 minutes. Okay now. Mostly
Okay,
tomorrow
sir.
day
So
after
when
tomorrow also will be like this. Now, as per my knowledge, Thursday onwards or Friday onwards, they're going to change the link. Then onwards, you no need to register every day. Even no need to register in the beginning also. Okay, na? Right?
okay, sir. Sir, okay. I means after 2-3 days, it will be going to start actual class.
Already some participants joined, enrolled for this training. Some of them waiting. So mostly today is Tuesday, right? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday onwards, mostly they're going to change the link. Or Thursday going to change link. That I will announce in the tomorrow's class. Better if anybody wants to continue this training, enroll with the Durga app so that you can get installation videos and access to Google Drive also. That's okay.
Okay,
right.
sir.
Okay.
So actually, I
Deepak, tell
have
me.
paid free.
Okay, no problem. I'll talk to training team. Okay, na?
Okay.
Okay, then. See you tomorrow. Right, all of you. So let's connect it to Management Studio. What we discussed in yesterday's class, any idea, please? Anybody? Any idea? Data types discussed, right?
Right.
After that, today we have to start with commands part. So let us see that how to work with commands part. In the same way, if you want to work with the command part, you should know how to connect it to Management Studio. This is Management Studio. Here we have, and from this only we are going to perform different types of commands. They are connected to new query window like this. But after connecting to new query, you have to select our database. Use database name. My database name is Suresh DB. Execute. Execution purpose, we are using this execute button. Okay. Now we connected to database. Then we have to work with remaining things. So in the beginning, we are working with the DDL commands, data definition language commands. We are starting now. After that, we work with other types of commands. So create command. So create command is used to create tables in SQL Server environment. Because see, in SQL Server environment, data can be stored in the form of tables only. In the beginning, we are going to create table, then we are going to store data. So let us say that create table. Suppose table name I am giving it as product. What is the table name we are giving? Products. So start bracket. Inside bracket, we have to define columns because table contains columns, right? Suppose product ID integer, comma. That means in product ID column, we can store integer data, right? Next, product name column. Suppose varchar of 20 character data, maximum 20 characters. Next, order date time. Right? After that, we have color of the product, that is varchar of 20. Close bracket. Execution done. Okay, now see, here important thing is We created this table with 4 columns, right? But we can create table with maximum of 1024 columns. That is the limitation. Okay. Coming to next scenario. Now, table created means we just created only structure of the table. Okay. Only structure, because table contains columns and rows, right? So we created only structure now. So how to check this structure? SP underscore help table name products. See this. That is the structure of the table we created. Right? And so next, SP underscore help is system stored procedure. It is not a DDL command, because today now we are working with the DDL command. So we feel SP underscore help is also DDL command. That's not correct. It's not a DDL command. And so now next step, table already created. And I want to add new columns to the table, alter table. Adding new columns, because table already created, it is there in the database, right? Alter. Suppose alter table products. Add. Suppose I want to add sales amount integer, comma. In the same way, category varchar of 10, like this. Done. That means what happened now? We added new columns to the table. How we added new columns to the table? By using alter add command. Right. And by using alter add command, we added new columns to the table. Check it. So if you want to check it, what to do? Go for SP underscore help products, because structure, right? And if you want to check this structure, what to do? You should go for SP underscore help only. See this now. Added new columns added to the table. See here you can see added columns. In the same way, next scenario, I want to drop columns from the table. Suppose there is some column, category column. I want to delete only category column from the table. Alter drop. See this alter table products. Drop column category. So now what happens, see that that particular column, category column dropped from the table. Right? So alter drop. By using alter drop command, we dropped column from the table. If you have any doubts, sp_help products. See this, there is no category column existing in the table. Okay, now? Next we have product ID column. What is the data type of product ID column? Integer. So at the time of table creation, we have given product ID column data type as integer. But now I want to change data type of product ID from integer to character. What to do? Okay, na? What I'm doing, changing data type. So see, if I want to change a data type from integer to character, the column should be empty. If data is existing in the column, we cannot change data type. Okay, na? Alter table products, alter column ID, product ID, right? So just provide new data type. Suppose varchar of 10. See this. Right hand. So this is the point. So now how can I check it? Tell me. So I can check it by using sp_help table name products. See this. What is the new data type of product ID? Character. Right hand. So this is the way, like how we are going to alter table. So you create a table in the beginning. After that, you are going to, you just added new columns to the table and dropped column change data type of the column. So different types of operations you performed. Right? And so now next command, truncate command. What is the purpose of truncate? Truncate command is used to delete data from the table. What it can do, only deleting data from the table. Deleting data, not structure. Of course, there is no data right now in the table, but still concept is it is used to delete data from the table. So truncate table products done. Execution done successfully. Now only thing is we have to check whether table structure deleted or not. See this. Table structure not deleted. It is there only structure. Please check it. Right, Amy? So next command, drop command. So drop command is used to delete the table from the database. Suppose drop table products. See this, what happened, table dropped. Now sp underscore help products. See this, there is no table. Why? It is throwing error. It is showing table does not exist. Why it is showing like that? Because table deleted. Because we dropped the table by using drop command, right? So if you want to work with the same table, what to do? You have to create it again. See this. How I'm going back like this, Control Z. By using Control Z, we can go to previous commands in Management Studio, new query. Okay, new query window. So these are DDL commands. Is it clear? DDL commands clear, or any questions, please? Right. Okay, now. So after finishing DDL, we are going to work with the DML, data manipulation language, insert command. Insert command is used to insert data into table. Suppose insert into products, values, keyword, syntax, ID, product ID, suppose P1, product name, suppose car. Next, order date, something date here, comma, color of the product, white color, comma, sales amount, something like this. See this data. What happened? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many columns there in the table? SP underscore help products. Oh, only 4 columns available. Let's do one thing. Let's add sales amount. Alter table products. Add sales amount integer. Now see this. Oh shit. We created table again, right? Wait. Alter table products, alter column product ID, varchar. So make it 20. Now it works. See this. Data inserted. But my question is, we used single quotes for some values, but for some values we are not used single quotes. Why? The reason, these are character data type columns, date time data, character data, number family. Not only insert command, anywhere in SQL Server, any command. While working with the character data, date time data, single quotes are mandatory. If you are working with the number family, no need to go for single quotes. That is what the scenario. Okay. In the same way, how to insert multiple rows into table, that also we'll see. Here go for comma, start bracket. Again, no need to type insert command. Okay, na? Right. So like this. See now what's happening here? We are inserting multiple rows. See this. By using this scenario, we inserted multiple rows into this table. In the same way, suppose I want to insert null value into sales amount. So now you have to declare like this: product ID, product name, order date, right? Comma. What is the next column? Color column, I think. So values. See this. So when you want to insert null value into some column, you do like this. You have to declare columns. Suppose product ID V for product name cycle. Suppose like this. See what happened now? Row inserted. Row inserted into table, but only product ID, product name, order date, color, but no value inserted into sales amount. Means null value inserted into sales amount. Select star from products. So this command is used to retrieve data from the table. Basically, you know, the select command is not DML, it is DRL. We want to see the data, that's why I'm using this command now. Otherwise, it is not a DML command. See this. Next DML command is update. Used to update or replace old data with new data. Update product set. For example, sales amount equal to 3,000. But whose sales amount you want to update? Fine, you are going to update sales amount, that's okay. But whose sales amount you want to update? So we are writing condition where product ID equal to P4. See this. So product ID P4 product sales amount updated. If you have any doubt, say this. Updated or not? Please check it and updated, right? So next command is delete. Use to delete the data from the table. See, we already worked with the truncate, right? Then what is truncate command? DDL commands we worked with the truncate, right? Truncate also used to delete data from the table only. But the thing is, difference is truncate command can delete only entire data from the table. Only entire data from the table. Delete command can delete selected data from the table. Suppose where, I'm sorry, product ID equal to P4 and I'm sorry, see this. So now what happened? This command deleted only P4 product ID row from the table. Okay, now, right? But you cannot do this task by using truncate. Truncate command can delete only entire data from the table. If you have any questions, select star from products. See, this last row is not there. Why last row is not there? Because we dropped it. We deleted it. So if you want to delete selected rows from the table, what to do? You should go for this command, truncate. So these are the DDL, DML commands we have, right, all of you. So we are in the beginning only. And I know that some of you have not installed SQL in your laptops. Some new participants also there. Please go ahead and ask training teams. They will provide you SQL Server installation videos, finish installation and create database also. So that tomorrow onwards, we can go for other things. And Friday class onwards, link is going to change. Friday class onwards, they will give you link to only paid participants. Okay, no? Right then. Okay, Madesh. We'll meet 7 class. Okay. Enrolled participants, okay, no problem. I'm just giving information to all. That's all. Right, Andy? See you tomorrow then. Right, all of you. So let's connect it to Management Studio. So what we discussed in yesterday's session, tell me please. What was the topic we discussed in the last session yesterday?
Sorry, out commands. Insert, update, run.
DTL, DML commands we discussed. Have you installed SQL Server? All of you? I'm asking about SQL installation. Done? Okay.
Sir, I tried to install but not success.
So you are facing errors, right, Deepak? Okay, no
I am
problem.
trying to install Ubuntu.
That's what, yeah. Okay, no problem. So let's go to next scenario today. Right. So I think we have some new participants again today. Jashwant Krishnan, you're new, right? This guy Shubham Palkar also new.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Jashwant, we already done with some sessions. Okay. So if you are okay to continue the training, we can go for backup class. I'll give you backup of those classes. Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay.
So coming to next scenario. Today we are going to work with data retrieval language. See, only command of the DRL is select statement. So basically, select statement is used to retrieve data from the tables. For example, you create a table, inserted data, updated data, deleted data. And finally, you want to see what is there in the table, right? In that case, we are going to use select statement, query part, querying data. See, we have a lot of types of select statements available in SQL environment, but basically we have 4 types. So What are those basic types? Let us see. Select star from EMP. Right. Select star from EMP. See, query executed. It retrieved entire data from the table. All columns, all rows retrieved. Right. All columns of the table, all rows. But here I'm using star operator. Star means what? Star means all columns. All columns of the table. In the same way, there is no condition in this query. Please check it. Is there any condition in the query? No. So what happened now? All columns and all rows. Right. All columns and all rows retrieved from the. So when you are using star operator in the select statement, it retrieves all columns. Okay. Because the better to maintain clarity in the table, we have columns and rows also. Right. Columns means structure of the table. Rows means data. Right. So this is entire data. So next step, I want to retrieve all columns, but only selected rows. What to do? Where condition? See here we have department number column in the table. Select star from EMP where department number equal to 10. Check it what happened. All columns retrieved only. But coming to rows only. Selected rows retrieved. Please check it. Only selected rows retrieved. The reason is you are using star operator in the query. You are using star operator in the query, so all columns retrieved. Coming to data, rows, you're writing condition, where condition. So your writing condition means what happens, you know, it retrieves only condition satisfied data. And okay, now so next model, I don't want to retrieve data from all columns of the table. Right hand. See, if I want to retrieve data from all columns of the table, then I have to write star operator. I have to use star operator. But here important thing is I'm not going to do like that. Suppose I want to retrieve only e-name and salary. E-name and salary from the table. What to do? So if you're using star operator, all columns will be retrieved. But I don't want to retrieve all columns. Right in it. So let's go for statement here. Select e-name comma salary from employee. See this? What happened? Only e-names and salaries retrieved. All e-names, all salaries retrieved. Please check it. Right, and all e-names and all salaries retrieved. Next model, I want to retrieve only selected e-names, selected salaries. Where condition? See this. What happened now? Only department number, ten related e-name salaries retrieved. Please check it. Selected data. Right, in that is the scenario. Right. So coming to next scenario. Now, these are the basic types of select statements. Practice. Because if you are practicing these things, you'll get clarity. Okay. So coming to next scenario. Now, we have to discuss about security part. See, while connecting to Management Studio, we selected some server name. We did some other operations also. Right. So now, at the time of connecting to Management Studio, we have to provide some credentials also. Credentials means what? Username, password. Login. So what are the different types of logins there in SQL and how we are going to work with them? I mean, how we are going to use. So these are all really important for us because we're in the beginning of so better to get some information about that knowledge. See, here we have Windows authentication login and SQL Server authentication login. Right. So now, what is the difference between Windows authentication login and this SQL authentication login? See, Windows authentication login can be used for only local connections. In the same way, while connecting to Management Studio, Windows authentication will not ask for credentials. Credentials means what? Username and password. Right. Coming to SQL Server authentication, it can be used for local connections and remote connections also. And while connecting to Management Studio, SQL Server authentication asks for login name and password. Right. So now coming to next scenario. Close this Management Studio. Open it. So now we are connecting to Management Studio, right? You can see authentications. See, select SQL Server authentication. Okay. Select SQL Server authentication. So it is asking for login name and password. See. Connect. What happened here? You provided your login name and password. Right in. So here you can see login name also. Who connected? In the same way, close this window. Connect to Management Studio. Select Windows Authentication. See, it is not asking for any credentials. Okay, Nandi? Why? Because Windows authentication, it will not ask for any credentials. Connect. See. Generally, some questions will be there here. What type of authentication we use in real-time environment? That I cannot predict. Okay. That depends on your client, your organization. Right. And so different scenarios will be there. Based on different scenarios, they are going to give you Windows authentication, SQL authentication. Okay, no? Right. So this is the thing. This is enough for us from security. So what are the different authentications available? How we are going to work with them? Those things required for us. So let's connect it to Management Studio. Go to new query. So don't forget to select your database. Use Suresh DB. That means what happened now? We connected to Suresh DB. Right. And next step. We'll continue with the select statements only now, because we already started working with select statements, right? So basic type of select statements we discussed. Now we are going to work with the distinct operator. What is that? Distinct operator. So what is the purpose of distinct? See, basically, distinct operator is used to retrieve unique data from the column. For example, select salary from employee. See this, here we have duplicate data. Right, Andy? So we have duplicate data there. Please check it. Distinct of salary I'm using now. See this now. There is no duplicate data. What happened now? Distinct operator retrieved only unique data from the column. Only unique data. Generally, we feel like data deleted. Whatever the duplicate data is there in the column, that is deleted. That is what our feel. But that's not correct. What happened? This operator retrieved only unique data from the table. That's what happened. Please check it. Is it clear?
Sir, I have one doubt.
Tell me, please.
So you have used distinct data for salary. If there will be two data type like salary and employee name will be different, right? In that case.
So you have to apply distinct operator on individual columns.
Okay.
Right. Okay, now. Any questions?
Okay, thanks.
Anybody, please?
Sir, is it possible to take a second column as well? Salary
No,
and
that's not
employee.
possible. No,
Okay.
not possible. Yeah, tell me, Rajalakshmi.
Sir, you have used before star operator, right? So
Where?
star operator will be like for whole table it will show, is it?
Star means
Yeah,
all columns.
okay, sir. Thanks, sir.
Right. Anybody, any questions, please? Okay. Let's do one thing. Some of you have not installed SQL Server. I know that. Even database also not created. Because if you want to create a database, you need backup. Right. So a SQL Server developer. See, so in this training part, we are going to work with the development tasks of the SQL Server. So different scenarios like tables creation, commands, queries, some programs like stored procedures. So these are all we are going to work in this training part. Okay. So I am talking about tables concept. See, in RDBMS databases, data can be stored in the form of only tables. There is no other facility. So you have to create table in the beginning. Then only you can go for data storage. So now what table contains? You are right. Okay. So what table contains? That is important. Table always contains columns. Columns means structure. In the same way, rows. Rows means date. So what is column? What is row? General confusion. See, I'll give you a simple scenario here. Suppose I'm going to create some table. Table name is products, product ID, product name, product color, sales. Okay, no? These are the columns. So now after creating this table, we are going to insert data into this table in the form of rows. So this area comes under structure, and this area, rows area, comes under data. This is what the scenario. So in RDBMS databases, the only way you can store data is table. Table always contains structure and data. Structure means what? Columns are the table. Data means rows. Rows existing in the table. Coming to next scenario. In RDBMS databases, we have some language called as SQL language. SQL stands for Structured Query Language. This is common language for database development, not only Microsoft SQL Server. You go to any RDBMS database, there you are going to work with the SQL part. Okay. That is what the scenario. So in SQL, we have sublanguages like DDL, data definition language, DML, data manipulation language, DRL, data retrieval language, TCL, transaction control language, DCL, data control language. So these are the different sublanguages we have. And what we are going to you do those with those sublanguages. Suppose DDL you take. Suppose we are working with DDL. Creating table. Right in. So in the beginning, you started database development means you start with the table creation only. Right. After creating table, generally what happens, sometimes we go for modifications, alter table. So alter command. That means like, suppose table already created, that is existing in the database. Now you can alter it. For example, adding new columns to the table, dropping columns from the table. So change data type of the columns. So this type of changes we are going to perform. Okay. So that is alter statement. After that, truncate statement also. I mean, these are commands of DDL. So truncate command, it is used to delete data from the table. Then we have drop. So drop command is used to delete a table from the database. Okay, now we have different scenarios. See that in the beginning you are going to create table, right? So as per your requirement, you can add new columns to the table. I mean, altering table structure. Previously we discussed what is structure, and the same way what is the data. Those things we discussed previously, right? So coming to next scenario, deleting data. In the same, finally deleting complete table. Deleting complete table from the database. So these are all comes under data definition language. After data definition language, we are going to work with the DML, because after finishing data definition language, what happens? You'll get structure, proper structure, right? Because that structure is required for us. Without that structure, we cannot store data in the database. That's why in the beginning, what we are doing, we are going to work with the structure of the table. We are going to create structure of the table. Then we are going to work with the DML. Insert, update, delete. These are DML commands. Like inserting, table already created, right? So now table structure is ready. So you can insert the data, storage, right in. After that, you can go for update. You can update data. Update means what? Replacement. Suppose you are working with some database. So if you want to replace it with some other data, then you can go for it, right? So that is update command. Then we have delete operation. That is deleting data from the table. Suppose now you are working with some database, some data is existing in the table. You don't want to keep it in the table, then what to do? You can delete it, right? And so these are the different scenarios we have. Okay. So coming to next scenario. So these are all completely, data related operations. After that, we are going to work with very important part of the training, that is DRL part, data retrieval language. The only command of the DRL is select statement. So this is for retrieving data from the table. Suppose there is some data in the table. You want to see the data. In that case, you are going to use this select statement. Right. So, you know, maximum topics of SQL developer related to this DLLM only. I show you content also today only. Let me finish this thing, then we will work with content part also. Then TCL, transaction control language. So whatever the operations you are going to perform in SQL Server environment, you have to control those operations. Right. And for that purpose, we use some commands, commit command and a rollback command. Commit means what? Save operation. Suppose you did some operation, you performed some operation, you want to save that operation permanently, go for commit. In the same way, we have rollback operation. Rollback means suppose you performed some operation, you don't want to save it, you want to cancel that operation, then you are going to use rollback. So transaction control language. Transaction means what? Transaction means it is the task you are performing in your database. So in the same way, finally, we are going to work with the DCL, data control language. So data control language means it is related to logins creation, providing permissions, canceling permissions. So these are all comes under DCL, data control language. Here we have grant, with the grant and a revoke. These are the commands we have in this. So grant means providing permissions. Revoke means canceling permission. Even with grant also providing permissions, but we'll discuss more on with grant when we are discussing DCL commands practically. Okay, right. So now coming to next scenario. Let's open content once. What are the things we're going to discuss under this training? I'll give you more clarity on that. See this. This is the content we are going to discuss. So these are all, of course, basic scenarios. Introduction part. See, an important thing is SQL installation. You can install SQL Server in your laptop only. Right. The only requirement for SQL Server installation is Windows laptop. Suppose you have Windows 10 or Windows 11, directly you can go for SQL Server installation, no problem at all, right? So coming to next scenario, and I already prepared videos for SQL installation. You just please ask training team, they will give you. Then here we are going to start our commands. See this. So data definition, data manipulation, data retrieval. Commit, rollback, and buffer management means that is TCL. See that. Right. So copy table concept. So from here again select statements only. So these are all up to subqueries. These are all related to select statements. See that lot of topics. Right. So this is the scenario. So that is the importance of select statements in this training. And then we're going to work with constraints, normalization, indexes, temp table, CT, profiler. So up to this level, completely commands queries part. Completely. It's completely related to commands and queries. From here, up to this level, programming part, completely. See that. Right. So along with that, we're going to discuss some scenarios from DBA, backup restores from DBA, database administration. So introduction to SSIS, SSRS, those things also I'm going to work. Just introduction only. Don't feel again we are going to discuss complete SSIS in just introduction of the SSIS and SSR. Like what is SSIS, what is SSRS, those things, basic things we are going to discuss. Okay, now. Generally what happens, confusion will be there. So SSIS, SSRS, sometimes we will not read completely. And we feel like complete SSIS, SSRS also they're going to teach in this training only. That is not correct. Because SSIS, SSRS is separate course, MSBA, Microsoft Business Intelligence course. Okay, now? Right. So, coming to next scenario. In SQL Server environment, to complete the task, we need some tool. What is the tool? So the tool name is Management Studio. We also call it as SSMS, SQL Server Management Studio. Right. You're already SQL Server installed. I'm opening this tool. You also install it in our laptops. So while connecting to Management Studio, here you can see server name. Right. So this is our server name. We are connecting to this server only. Now connect. So this is management studio environment. But here we are going to work with the commands queries, right? And so for that, you can see new query window here. See, we connected to query window. Here in SQL Server environment, what happens, we are going to work with more number of, multiple databases. That is what the scenario. That's why after connecting to Management Studio, you have to select your database name. Suppose my database name is Suresh DB. Use Suresh DB means you are going to select your database. That's all. So just execution purpose, you can use this execute button. See this. Or function key F5 from the keyboard can be used for execution. See, done. Right, and now only you go and perform other operations. Right. So this is overall scenario. So now what to do? You have to call training team. They will give you access on videos, installation video and database creation video. Right. So in this scenario, any new participants there today? Yashwant Krishna, world participant. Ramakrishna, you are new to this session, right? Only Ramakrishna is the new participant. All are old participants only. I think we already discussed these points, right? Everything discussed. Right. So I want to discuss some points here. Bhargav, you are DBA, right? Bhargav. I know that. I remember your name. All participants. Wait. So all participants, we are going to change link from Wednesday. Before that, if anybody, already some people enrolled, I know that. I have their names also. Other participants, if anybody wants to continue this training, enroll with this, because If Wednesday onwards, only enrolled people can attend this class. Enroll means fee paid. Fee paid. Okay, so I want to stop here itself for today because a lot of people have not completed SQL installation. So now I will ask a list of the participants who enrolled for this training, and I will share you Google Drive access. You'll get it as SQL installation, Google Drive name. You'll get access today. Complete installation, and you'll get email also. Like from database backup file, you'll get email also. There only you can see restore video, restore database also. Restore database means what? Creating database. Finish all these things. Tomorrow onwards, I'll start with the data types. Data types started means actual training started. Okay, that is the plan. Right then. See you tomorrow.
Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those are attending in online. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those are attending in online. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those are attending in online. Right. Right. Good morning, guys. And one small notice to everybody. I think some students are attending from evening 6 p.m. core Java batch. Just I'm giving this notice to you. Then this is not the right time to attend for frameworks. Those who are in the core Java at evening time, evening 6 p.m. There even I have not started hoops concepts. I have not started even hoops concepts. Before hoops only we are discussing just language fundamentals. I'm discussing there like how to write for loop, while loop, and do while loop. So it is not the right time to attend for frameworks. I think some people have registered for packages like complete Java and full stack Java. So this is not the right time for you. I will start separately. Frameworks classes and advanced Java classes at evening time. But at present, for morning full stack Java students and some other students, we are taking these classes now. Okay. Then if any of you are coming from evening 6 p.m. core Java batch, then better not to attend for this class today onwards even, right? Today it's okay, it's a basic introduction part, then we can continue with that. But actual content is not required, then we'll plan for it separately. Okay. All right, sir. Now just give some time to me, then let me prepare some document and all. The classroom notes also we have to create. Right, sir. So let me create a separate folder for it. Now this is frameworks. Actually part of the framework here we are going to take like what there Spring 830. The location also we get specified clearly. So from now onwards, every work of our classes I'm going to keep in like what there Spring 830. Then inside this, let me prepare a document. Right, sir. Now here I need to provide Spring 830. Right, sir. Today in the introduction part, I'm going to talk about you regarding this, what I'm planning there, then what I'm going to discuss with you, then all the things here we are going to understand effectively only one time. Then after that we'll move forward into our introduction content. All right, sir. Okay. Then see this. Then first of all, today here I'm starting these classes with the Spring, but actually we are planning to start like what there Java frameworks. The total batch, no, it is like what there Java frameworks. All right, sir. In a Java frameworks, what exactly the content here we are including there? In Java frameworks, the content here what we are including there? Observe carefully. In a Java frameworks, the topics will be few topics like what there. 1 minute. The topics will be like what there. Spring, then Spring Boot. First one is like what there Spring. Next one is a Spring Boot. Next one is a microservices. These are like what there one set of concepts, no? Then after that, web services. Like this here we have to start. Then before that, I need to go for like what there. Like now here we need to understand. All right, sir. Now here, first of all, I need to take like what there Hibernate. Then next one is like what there Spring. These are overall the topic here, the topics here what we are having there. This is overall syllabus. That means content about like what there Java frameworks. Of course, you might be in complete Java package or you might be in full stack Java. Relate to Java, this set is nothing but what their frameworks part. Here we are planning there. Today Java frameworks is a batch we started. Then where we are planning to discuss about these concepts. You know already the schedule for all these concepts there. 2 slots here I'm going to take to complete these concepts. No, observe carefully. Now 7 to 8:30. 7 to 8:30. Here I'm going to utilize one slot. There, what I'm going to discuss there. Then another slot is also be existed here. What is that another slot here? Now this will be like what the today. Then now here at present here we are taking the class there 8:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. Here we are taking only one time. Let me confirm it. One time if I complete it, then I'll move on to our content here. Right? So at present here today here I'm planning to start like what there Spring framework here now. Spring here I'm taking now. Okay, fine. Now it's going to be started. The Spring framework is going on here like this. I'm going to take the classes continuously about the Spring framework continuously like this. It's going to be started. Then after few days of time, actually servlets and JSPs are going on at 7 to 8:30. When I complete the servlets and JSPs, there I will start like what there Hibernate. There I will start what there Hibernate. So Hibernate still Spring is going to be happen. It's going on there. When I complete Spring at 8:30 to 10 now, here I will take like what there Spring Boot. The topic here I will start Spring Boot topic. Meanwhile, at 7 to 8:30, which topic is going to be happen there? No, Hibernate is going on there. So here we are planning to complete like what there Hibernate here. Right, sir. Hibernate is going on. When Hibernate is going on there, when Hibernate is completed, here I'm going to start like what there web services. Meanwhile here, what is going on here? No, Spring Boot is going on here at 8:30 to 10. So it's going to be happen. When the Spring Boot is completed, Spring Boot may take less time only, not too much time here. Then after that, I'll start like what there microservices. So at 8:30 to 10 now, at 8:30 to 10 now, continuously we are having the topics like what there Spring Boot, microservices. But after a few days of time, I'll start Hibernate at 7 to 8:30. Once Hibernate is completed, there I will start what their web services. This is actual schedule what I'm going to follow. Part of the frameworks and as well as like what there, then part of the all right, the total overall content here. Now try to recognize this clearly. All right, sir. Then after that, let's come for this content here. Let's come for this Spring content here. If you have to this, in general, maybe then people are having some different opinion in outside. Even still people are coming to me, they're asking one question to me frequently. But I don't know what is the reason why they are getting this type of question, but frequently one question is coming. Sir, I selected for a company. They are given work on Spring Boot and microservices, but I don't know anything about Java. Especially at evening 6 o'clock, people are asked to me now. So I don't know anything about Java. So can I learn Spring Boot directly, Spring Boot and microservices directly? Is it possible to learn Spring Boot and microservices directly? Right. Anyway, answer for this question is no, not at all. Without having knowledge on Java, how it is possible to learn Spring Boot and microservices? No. Understand it clearly? No, not possible. Leave this. Second question, another question here. What about this another question? No. Sir, I have knowledge on only core Java. Only core Java I know. Apart from that, I don't have any knowledge there. So can I learn Spring Boot? No. Again, this is a question here. No. Again, I'm telling to you, no. Not possible. See, it will be possible up to some part of the Spring Boot microservices. But once we are in some web environment, then how it is possible to understand that without having knowledge on the servlets and JSPs? No. Then before that, one more point I'm telling that to learn a Spring Boot, definitely we need Spring knowledge. Without having knowledge on Spring, it is not possible to understand Spring Boot and microservices. Understand it clearly. So without having prior knowledge on Spring framework, not possible to understand what their Spring Boot and microservices. Please recognize this clearly. So because of that reason only, I'm taking the classes like what the Spring onwards. Of course, in outside environment already observed that people are announcing a separate batch for Spring and microservices, Spring Boot and microservices. There what trainers are also given. They are giving the information there. No need to understand the complete Spring framework. Just only basics of the Spring framework is sufficient to come for what their Spring Boot and microservices now. But again, I'm telling there, half of the knowledge only we are able to get if we follow that approach. Not complete knowledge. I'll give the clarity. Why complete knowledge? We are not going to get with that only basis of Spring framework now. I'll give the reasons later on. Don't worry for it. But the point what I'm telling to you, if you know the Spring framework completely, then it is very easy to understand Spring Boot and microservices. Without having complete knowledge on Spring framework, we are able to understand little bit only in the Spring Boot and microservices. So because of that reason, we are going to use what there we are going to understand effectively Spring framework. After that only, I'll plan for what there Spring Boot and microservices. Don't hurry for it. Don't try to learn immediately Spring Boot and microservices. You are not going to understand complete internals. To understand internals of the technology, definitely we should have knowledge on what there Spring Boot, complete Spring. Simple example. Tell me, by using Spring Boot, what type of applications we are going to prepare? You want to prepare only core Java programs? Only standalone applications you want to prepare? No. The Spring Boot application is like a core Java application, but it will activate web application internally. It will start server internally, it will deploy the application to the server, and it will expose like what their web application. Understand my point? That framework is designed in that way. So because of that reason, without having knowledge on Spring, we are unable to understand Spring Boot. That's the point I'm telling you. Right? So that standard foundation is required in Spring framework also. For that purpose only, here today we are going to start what their Spring content. Again, I'm telling there, if any of you are expecting today directly Spring Boot, next to tomorrow microservice, in the sense, forget about this course now, not required to attend for this course. The next complete Spring framework I have to discuss, then after that only I'll move on to what their Spring Boot and microservices. Again and again I'm telling the same point. Now try to understand it clearly. All right, sir. Now coming to the Spring framework, what we are going to discuss actually in a Spring framework, what exactly the concepts here I'm going to discuss there. What modules here I'm going to discuss. Let us understand one time clearly. In a Spring framework, first one, introduction part, very good introduction here. We are going to see what is framework, what is the requirement to come for frameworks, why we need Spring framework, why it is very good when compared with other frameworks. This kind of environment we are going to understand. Here in the introduction part, majorly we are going to put much focus on what is a framework, what exactly the requirement of the frameworks. A simple question I'm asking there. To design web applications or enterprise applications, we have so many technologies. Servlets and JSPs are available. EJBC is available. Then apart from that, number of servers are available, like Tomcat, WebLogic, or something else. Then after that, IDs are available, Eclipse, NetBeans, maybe, and IntelliJ IDEA, so many. These many things are available to prepare and execute enterprise applications. Then still, what is the requirement to go for framework? What is the need of the framework? That solid introduction is required. That exact point we require. What is the requirement of the frameworks? That exact point is required. Then only we are able to understand the concepts now. After understanding the framework, requirement of the framework, so many frameworks are available in outside. So many frameworks are available. Then why we should go for Spring? What is the need of understanding the Spring? What are the specialties of the Spring that we have to understand? So all this roundup we are going to see inside this introduction part. Moreover, inside this introduction part, we are going to understand clearly how many versions of Spring is available, how many modules are available inside the Spring, what is the purpose of each and every module. Even that introductory content also we are going to understand inside the introduction part here. That is one point. Next one, after that, next immediately we are going to see steps to prepare Spring application. What are the basic steps? What elements we require if you want to prepare a basic Spring application? Of course, core module application only. But before going to start core module, we need to have awareness on it, how to prepare that basic Spring project. Just to display hello world and console, how we are going to prepare that. Right, sir. Third one is like what there, where I'm going to start what there, core module. Core module, Spring core module, where IOC containers topics are available. Like application context and bean factory, like different containers are available. What is the need of these containers? What is the life cycle of the containers? Then after that, what is the meaning of dependency injection? Like so many core concepts are available. Internationalization support in Spring core module. Data validation support in Spring core module. Property editors in Spring core module. Dependency injection. And my point here now. Like then after that, setter method dependency injection, constructor dependency injection, interfaces dependency injection. So many dependency injections that related topics are available. So many concepts are available. That core module is a heart for Spring framework. Core module is what their heart for Spring framework. Without having knowledge on core module, we are unable to understand anything in Spring framework. You know already core Java, right? In core Java, which topic is the heart in entire core Java? Object orientation. Without knowing object orientation, we can't do anything in the core Java. Once you are not having awareness on object orientation, no core Java, nothing about this Java. Similarly, in a Spring framework, the core module is available in that way. If you want to create a bean object and if you want to execute our business logic, container is required. The containers concepts will be covered inside like what their core module. If no container, no Spring framework. No container, no Spring framework. Answer my point here now. So because of that reason, core module is very important for us. Next one, after completion of this core module, we are going to start with what there Spring DAO JDBC module. DAO or JDBC, both are same here. DAO module is very small module only, but afterwards we will plan for what there JDBC module. All right, sir. What exactly the purpose of this JDBC module? Simple. For the sake of your awareness, I am talking there. Guys, can you tell me what steps we require to prepare JDBC program, normal JDBC program? What are the various steps we require to prepare normal JDBC programs? Can you tell me? First of all, load and register driver. Then what next one there? Establish connection. Then after that, after establish the connection, then what next one there? Create a statement or prepare a statement or a callable statement. Then after that, write and execute SQL queries. Then after that, what next one there? Close the resources here. Am I right or not? Right, sir. Now here, these many steps here we have to write. So this is somewhat like what there boilerplate code. In every JDBC program, the same steps we have to repeat. So we can say that what there, then boilerplate code, some duplicate code every time now. But if you use the Spring JDBC module, no need to write all these things, directly only one step. write and execute SQL queries. Only one method where we can write that SQL query, finish. That query is going to be executed. Understand it clearly. So the JDBC model is available. Very good advantages here we are able to get. Whatever the work, whatever the concepts we are able to learn in normal JDBC, all the concepts we are going to understand in a Spring JDBC module in a very simplified manner. In very simplified manner, we are able to understand, we are able to perform all JDBC operations. What we have seen in normal JDBC, everything we are going to see inside what there, that is Spring JDBC. Support is available, but in a simplified manner. Observe carefully. Leave this one. Then after that, after completion of this, there we are going to understand like what there, Spring AOP model, AOP module, aspect oriented programming, aspect orientation. All right, sir. In core Java introduction part, given the intention of this aspect orientation, like unstructured programming languages, structured programming languages, object-oriented programming languages. Then after that, I have discussed about like what there, what I discussed there, no aspect orientation, aspect-oriented programming languages. That part I have discussed here. There I given some kind of introductory part for that. If you remember that, it's okay, fine, no problem. But no issues. That AOP, aspect-oriented programming, is very much effective in the case of the Spring framework. Say for example, simple examples I'm telling to you how this AOP is going to be available, how it able to provide some services for us. No, try to understand it. Ken. Simple understanding, simple logic I'm telling to you. Try to understand it now. Say for example, I have a bank application. Listen, all of you listen carefully. A bank application. Okay. Previously, I given a check, some post-dated check or maybe pre-dated check, whatever it may be, some check I've given to some customer, some person in outside. I given my check to somebody else. Then he dropped the check into a bank. Now the bank people wants to perform some transaction over the check. Then immediately what bank people are doing for us now? I have an account. In my account, maybe some 10 lakhs rupees is available. 5 lakhs check I have given to somebody else. Now he dropped the check in the bank now. He want to take that amount. He dropped that might be check in the account in the bank now. Then the check is coming for clearance to a particular bank. Then immediately what bank people are going to do? They have to do transaction or not? Then what is the amount, 5 lakhs amount? They have to do transaction. Means that they have to debit 5 lakhs rupees from my account. They have to credit that 5 lakhs rupees to what their customer account. Got it or not? This is what the bank people have to do now. Now immediately understand this. The date of clearance for the check is what there today. The date of clearing the check is what there today, for example. Then when the check is coming today, immediately that bank people will give a notification to me. What is that notification? There no one particular check, the check number is like this, is coming for clearance. Try to maintain the proper balance in our account. In the case if balance is not available in the account, what is going to be happen? The check bounce is going to be happen or not? It's the case actually. Understand my point now? So here I have to maintain the proper balance. Immediately bank people will send a notification for us. Today a check is coming for clearance, or maybe today or tomorrow we are going to perform, we are going to process the check. Please try to maintain the required amount in our account. Bank people are giving this notification to me, either through text message or through mail or maybe a call. Okay, I maintain the proper amount. That's okay. When they got confirmation I have the proper amount, immediately our bank people and will clear the check, will perform the required transaction. Okay, transaction is completed. When transaction is completed, then immediately what I'm able to get now? I'm able to get again a notification or not? Again, we're able to get some notification or not? Answer my point clearly. So when I got a notification, how that notification is coming there? So some amount is debited from our account because of clearing the check, and its number is like this, some check number. Some amount is debited from our account for the sake of processing this particular check. There we are getting some notification. Here overall 3 activities I'm telling there. When check is coming to the bank for clearance, no, bank people are giving intimation to me. Point number 1. Second one is what there, when I maintain the proper balance, no, actual transaction is performed. Transaction is gone, completed. Number 3, After the transaction, about the amount debiting operation, I'm getting another notification. Got it or not? So now out of these three things, now tell me where actual business logic is going on. Out of these three things, no, three activities, no, giving notification about the check clearance. Second one is to perform the transaction, debit some 5 lakhs rupees from my account, no. Third one is like what there, giving information, giving notification about the amount debit. Out of these three activities, no, where actual business logic is going on. The actual business logic is going on with the debit operation or not? Answer my point, guys. The actual business logic is going on with the debit operation or not? Then first one and last one are what? They're just giving notifications. It's not the part of business logic. Our actual business logic is what? They're debiting some amount. Got it or not? Okay. But before debit amount, some activity we performed. After debit amount, some activity we performed here. I get my point or not? So to perform some activity before the business method execution, after the business method execution, we need some environment. That environment could be provided by what there? AOP, aspect oriented programming, in the form of some advices. Before advice, after advice, something is available there. Around advice is available. To do some activity before the business method execution, to do some other activity after the business method execution. So something is going to be utilized there. The something is provided by what there? AOP module, aspect oriented programming. This is one simple example here I'm telling to you now. Like this, so many examples are available. Say for example, in my enterprise application, some logging support I required. Logging, what is the meaning of this logging there? Of course, then I forgot to specify that point here. Along with this web services here, along with all these things, the programming I'm going to prepare like with what there? Maven. So far we are not aware about this Maven, but application development is going on completely with Maven. One or two applications without Maven I can prepare. I will show without Maven what work we have to do. And then after completion of the basic programming, then I will start Maven. Then I will discuss about Maven. Then through Maven we are going to understand the remaining part here, the remaining course here. 95 to 97% of the course is going on with Maven only. Without Maven, we are not going to prepare the applications now. This is required. Next one is like what there? Log4j. I need to prepare Log4j. For the sake of logging purpose, I'm going to discuss these two. So with these two, I'm going to prepare the applications here now, as a part of the syllabus only. Right. Now let's move on to the point here. One more example here I'm telling there. My enterprise application required what there? Logging service. Logging service is required. What's the meaning of this logging service? No. What's the meaning of this logging service here? Say for example, logs generation, you might be aware about it. Or simple examples I'm telling to you. If we go for server side applications, I think might be you aware about WebLogic server. At morning 7 o'clock I shown some examples there. WebLogic server, JNDI, data source and WebLogic server. When I start WebLogic server, when a command prompt is opened, server prompt, server console, here in the server prompt, some text data is displaying continuously. At least you might be recognized. Server state is changed to running mode, something else, you are getting that messages now. What are these messages actually? All these are logs only, logs of the server. Logs of the server. Okay, even forget this one. If you go for any normal organizations, say for example, Durga Soft, best example I'm telling them. Durga Soft has some employees now. Durga Soft has some employees. What they are doing there? Maybe shifts wise, some employees are coming there. 7 to 2, one shift. 2 to 9 is another shift. For example, when an employee is coming inside the Durga Soft front office, no, then immediately, what is the first work my employees are doing there? At the entry level, there is a log book. In that log book, they have to enter startup time, start time. They have to give a signature. Then they have to write the time and they have to give a signature. When their shift is completed, then what they have to do? Log out to time, log in time, log out to time. Immediately they have to give some information or not. So that is what their log book. In that log book, logs are going to be entered. Similarly, we can apply the same thing even for servers also. When we start the server, immediately server has to provide server startup in this particular minutes of time. There is a log on the server console. When I shut down the server, immediately there is a message, no, server shut down in this particular time. Okay, I started the server. I deploy my web application there into the server. So application is deployed in this particular time. When I undeploy the application, again, we have a message, this application is undeployed in this particular time. I submitted some request to my application there, then request is coming in this particular time from the user. When a response is generated in this particular time. So they're nothing but what their logs. So the process of maintaining these logs is nothing but what they're logging. The process of maintaining these logs is nothing but what they're logging. To maintain that logs, to manage that logging, we need to go for one service. That service is nothing but what they're logging service. To inject this logging service in my enterprise application, we required some approach, especially in Spring Framework, one approach is required to inject this logging service into my application. There we have to go for like what there aspect orientation. Now here logging is an aspect. That aspect we are going to be injected into our enterprise application, where we are going to do with what there AOP, aspect oriented programming. Not only that, number of services are available outside. Logging service, maybe security service, transaction service, maybe so many services are available. Middleware services, no. All these middleware services, if we want to integrate with our enterprise application, where AOP model is providing very good support for us. That's one thing here we have to understand them. Nice. Then after that, after completion of this AOP module, there we are going to understand like what there Spring transaction module. What the next one can know? Spring transaction module. Observe carefully. For the sake of transactions, guys, so many things are available. First of all, we have to understand what is a transaction. After understanding the transaction, what exactly the asset properties of the transactions. Asset properties are available: atomicity, consistency, isolation, durability. Then we're out of all these things, the main important one is what there atomicity. How to achieve this atomicity? How to achieve like what there what next one? No, isolation. Some isolation levels are available. Answer my point, no? Then after that, some attributes are available. Some attribute behaviors are available. So all these concepts we are going to be implemented in our applications, in our enterprise applications. So to provide some support for the transactions in our enterprise applications, there we have to go for like what there Spring transactions module. That Spring transaction module is providing the complete support for what there transactions kernel. That we are going to understand anyway. Right, sir? Then in the transaction module, we are going to understand the content here. Then after that, after completion of this transactions kernel, after completion of these transactions, okay, the next one is like what I'm telling there. I'll go for like what there Spring ORM. Spring ORM, object relational mapping. It's like what there integration of Hibernate. Integration of what there Hibernate. Okay, see, understand it clearly. I think some of you are not aware even that ORM. Don't worry, I'll explain clearly to you. It's somewhat related with Hibernate, but I'll give some basic content here. Try to understand it now. Listen, all of you listen carefully. To interact with the database from Java application, what technology we have to use as of now, as per your knowledge? To interact with the database from Java application, what we have to use? Come on, JDBC we have to use. Of course, the JDBC may be plain JDBC or Spring JDBC, that doesn't matter. JDBC we are going to use. Right. In the basic JDBC, in the plain JDBC, 5 to 6 steps we are using. Out of all the steps now, to perform database operations, what step we require now? Tell me. To perform database operations, what step here we have to perform? Write and execute SQL queries. Am I right or not? To write and execute SQL queries, how many methods we are using there now? Tell me. Right, sir. To write and execute SQL queries, overall, how many methods here we are using? 3 methods here we are using. Am I right or not? What are the 3 methods here we are using there? Execute query method, execute update method, and execute method. These 3 methods here we are using. Got it or not? Okay, good. Execute query, execute update, and execute method. 3 methods here we are using. Got it or not? Nice. If you take any of these methods, of course, you know, execute query method is for select SQL query. Execute update method is for what there? Non-select SQL queries. Execute method is for the sake of what there? Both the types of SQL queries. Already you're aware about it clearly. But even if we take any of the method, there we have to write SQL queries or not? Select the star from EMP1. Update SQL query, delete SQL query, drop SQL query, create SQL query. select SQL query. In all three methods, we have to write SQL queries or not. If you want to write SQL queries in JDBC program, you should know, you must have knowledge on Oracle database or not. We must have knowledge on SQL or not. So that is the JDBC environment. So final point is what there. If you want to work with JDBC, you must know SQL queries. So you must have SQL knowledge. Is it possible to prepare JDBC application without having SQL knowledge? No. Basically, we have to write SQL queries or not. So you must have SQL knowledge. Got my point or not? But here my point is what there. I want to interact with the database and I want to perform all my database operations without using even a single SQL query. Without having any knowledge on single SQL query, I want to interact with my database. I want to perform the required database operations. In a JDBC, execute query method with the select SQL query. Then only we are getting the data. Result set object is coming. From the result set object, we are reading the data by using while rs.next method, by using sys.out.println of rs.get xxx methods. Got it or not? But what is the alternative I'm expecting there? Basically, myself is a Java developer, but I don't have any knowledge on SQL. I don't know anything about SQL, but still I want to perform database operations now. Then in my alternative, what I want to do there, I want to prepare a Java bean object. Java bean class, Java bean object, I'm going to prepare employee bean. I'll create employee object. Inside this employee object, I will keep data, envo, ename, ecell, eader, data. Directly, I'm going to store that employee object into the database table without writing any insert SQL query. Without writing any insert SQL, just I want to use a Java method. That method is what their save method or a persist method. Just by using save or persist method, entire object I want to insert into the database table. Not required to write any SQL query, not required to write any insert SQL query. Or else already table is available. Already we have what there, one record is available. Now I want to update the data. Take again Java bean object. Insert the Java bean object, provide primary key value. Along with this primary key value, provide that data, normal data. What new data we want to update there, provide the data. Provide the data. Then simply access update method. Simple access what method? Java method, update method. Even I'm not writing any update SQL query, just Java method, update method. To that update method, pass that object. Which object there? No, respective employee object. Automatically, updations have to be performed internally. I want to get an object. I want to get a particular record. That's my requirement here. In a plain JDBC, what we have to do there? Result set rs is equal to st.execute query of select a star from emp1, where envo is equal to 111. Lot of instruction we have to write. But in my alternative, what I want to do there, just I want to call only get method. Get off the respective class I'm going to provide. Get off employee dot class. Automatically record will be retrieved from the database. That record data will be stored in the form of a bean object. That bean object is available to my application. I'm going to get the data from bean object. I'm not going to use any SQL query, but without using SQL queries, I'm able to get the data. I'm able to insert the data. I'm able to perform all the database operations. And finally, I'm going to work with only Java bean objects. Now, this alternative, this one is exactly possible in the case of Hibernate. In the case of what there? Hibernate, it is possible. Without knowing SQL queries, without using SQL queries, we can interact with the database, we can perform database operations. That is the main advantage with what there? Hibernate. Yes, sir, got my point or not? Now, what Spring is doing there? Spring doesn't have its own persistence mechanism, but Spring is able to provide some environment to integrate what their Hibernate applications. We can prepare Hibernate logic separately. Spring application is available. That Spring Hibernate application logic I want to integrate into my what there Spring application. For that purpose, we require some environment. That environment is provided by whom there? ORM. Spring ORM. Object Relational Mapping. This is Hibernate. Hibernate is one implementation of the ORM. ORM, for ORM, so many implementations are available. That famous one, and one of the implementation is what there Hibernate. That Hibernate we are going to integrate with our Spring application. For integration purpose, we need some environment. That environment is provided by what there Spring ORM module. Of course, that ORM implementation may be Hibernate, not only Hibernate. IBATIS may be available, and OpenJPA is available, and JPA is available. Any technology we can use to prepare your database related application, then integrate that application with our Spring application. For that purpose, we are having what there Spring ORM, object relational mapping. Clear to all of you what I'm telling you? So this is another topic here we are going to understand. After completion of this, another one is like what there after the Spring ORM. Next one is like what there Spring Web module. Spring Web module. What is this web module actually? What is the purpose of this web module? Before that, now answer for it. In outside might be we are able to prepare web applications. Am I right or not? We are able to prepare what applications? Then web applications. Now tell me, by using which technologies we are able to prepare web applications? No. By using which technologies we are able to prepare web applications? Now tell me. As of now, here we are having the concepts like what there servlets and JS space. Am I right or not? As of now, we are having the concepts like what there servlets and JS space. Right, sir. Servlets and JS space. Here we are having the concepts now. All right. Listen careful. I think you are not aware about this. Now let me explain that. Sir, first of all of you are comfortable. All of you are following the statements what I am telling there. But I don't know the reason why some people are in the middle getting disturbance. They are getting disturbed and they're having unnecessarily some kind of discussions there. Then are my points are clear to all of you? Are you able to follow the concepts what I'm telling there? Straight coaching to all of you. What I'm doing now? Don't say teaching now, right? Anyway, it's a teaching only, right? What I'm doing there actually, what I'm explaining now? Spring, the total syllabus what I'm going to be covered for you in the next duration. I'm talking there. Just one point about each and every module I'm telling you know. Say this type of introduction is important. Why? Because if anybody else in outside they're asking to you, if they're asking to you, tell me something about Spring now, at least you can open your mouth, you can say the Spring framework has these many modules where the purpose of each and every module like this, at least we can give some kind of introduction. Understand my point? And moreover, my selfishness is what there at present in this today's class now, my selfishness is what there. I'm trying to say what I'm going to explain to you in the next upcoming days. Indirectly, I'm giving the information about like what the importance of the Spring framework. So then better to understand the points here. These points are very important. And one more point I want to clarify to you guys. In outside, maybe so many developers are available, so many students are available. So many students, they completed the total Java, complete Java, full stack Java, totally they completed. But the learning approaches are different from person to person. One category of persons, what they're able to do about their learning, no, they don't like these introductions, they don't like this theory, they don't like anything. Directly they want to go for program. Of course, some trainers are also available like that. Yes, their approach is like that. Trainer's approach may be anything, leave it. But student approach must be very, very important. One simple example I'm telling there. If trainer is not taking one-day class, nothing is going to be happen for everybody. But trainer is taking the class, but student is not attending the class, definitely student is going to lose that. Identify that relation, what I'm telling there. Similarly, the learning process, if we come there, one category of students, they're getting boring by seeing that theory and all the concepts. So directly they want to go for what their program. Directly they want to go for program. They're trying to prepare the first program by hearting the syntaxes now. But it is not at all worthwhile. It is not at all worthwhile. If you go for interview will not ask to you directly a program. Interviewer will not ask you directly a program. Interviewer will ask you why this concept is coming. What is the need of this particular topic? Already we have some existed system. Then what is the requirement to go for this new system? Already we have XML documents. What is the requirement to go for annotations? In this way, that interviewer is going to ask the question where we have to give answers now. If you are moving to the programming directly, you may not give answers for all these things. That is one category of people. And second category of people are available. What is the second category of people know? When they have the requirement, then they want to come to know about the each and every point here. In their company, when they want to go for Spring Boot, then they're trying to start a Spring Boot learning. They're not getting 100% knowledge. Without up to that time, they worked with the .NET project. All of a sudden, they have a requirement on Spring Boot. The company people have given information to him. Tomorrow onwards, we have to work with the Spring Boot. That persons are not taking any tensions in there. What they think there that today night they are going to start to learn what is Spring Boot. They are going to start it now. They are going to work on it, but without knowing answers, without knowing anything about Spring, Advanced Java, and Core Java. But there also be complete knowledge is not available. If any client is conducting some interview there, if that interviewer is asking some questions on Java, he is unable to answer for that questions. Why? Because he had only Spring Boot knowledge, that too light knowledge. Understand my point? What I'm telling. But some other people are available. They're going to start any kind of technology right from pre-page onwards, first page onwards, other page onwards. They're going to start. Their intention is what? There everything they want to know. If A is depending on B, B is depending on C. Their approach is what? They're going to start from C. After completion of C, then they will come to B. After completion of B, then they will come to what? Their A. And these people are standard people. Once they completed their learning process, if they go for any company, they will give challenges to the requirements. Let my project manager to do any type of work. No issues for me. I can handle. This type of confidence level is going to be happen. Understand, guys, what I'm telling there? So here, my view is also be what there. My view is also be not in the first two cases. I want to make you to understand like what there, the third case. Understand my point, you know? So because of that reason only, we are going to discuss about all these points here now. Please try to recognize this. Don't be deviate from the concepts now. So the what exactly the points I'm telling there, overall view of the course I'm telling there. At least some information we are able to get in the first class now. That's why I'm talking about all these points. Okay, fine. Don't think much about it. When I'm going to complete these classes there, when I'm going to start Spring Boot and everything, I will take care about it. Understand it now? But anyway, then I have a clear-cut plan for your classes there. Maybe first weekend, maybe next tomorrow and day after, I may not go for this continuation of this. Monday onwards, I'm going to start again. The next upcoming weekends, we are planning to take long sessions. On a Spring framework, we are going to work on weekends, minimum 3 to 4 hours of time we are going to work. As early as possible, we are going to complete the Spring framework. Then after that, we'll go for what there, some other. Okay, forget about it now. But don't be deviate now. Try to understand something what I'm telling you now. Now let's understand this point clearly, all of you know. Web applications, we are able to prepare. Web applications, we are able to prepare. Web applications, we are able to prepare by using what there? Servlets and JSPs, guys. Yes, sir. All of you are getting clarity on this now? Yeah. Here I want to give one example to you. Now try to understand this example. I think at evening 6 o'clock I have given the same example, but again I'm telling the same example to you. Now try to understand it now. For example, in India maybe at the south and at north, the two regions if we take no, but I'm not partitioning like that. But example I'm taking no. Try to understand it. If we go for any marriage occasions at south, then food items are very good, right? Then what food items we used to take no? Example I'm telling to you. What food items we used to take no? Definitely right from what's that? Lemon rice onwards. Maybe veg biryani. Next one is what there? And pappu, right? Dal, sambar, right? These are main items. Am I right or not? If you take exactly the same thing, if you take at north side, what is going to be happen there? Rotis, naans, salads. They're as per their locality, their food items now. They're also be good. Assume the situation I'm telling to you guys. Understand it now. For example, listen carefully. I have some catering service. Not only catering service, no. For example, I have a company, food preparation and as well as catering. That services we are providing for marriage occasions. Then we have a team of 10 members or 15 members. Then we used to attend for what their marriages occasions where we are serving the food. Then we have some kind of catering service now. Got it or not? So unfortunately, we have a client, very good client, and they had some marriage occasion in their home. They are giving that catering, the total catering support to us. Then what we have to do? That cooking masters are available with me. 1 day before or 2 days before, we have to go there. We have to set at that environment. There we have to prepare the food. It's a North Indian marriage actually. North Indian marriage, there we have to serve the food. That's the requirement. Observe carefully. What they are given order to us, please all of you listen carefully. What they are given order to us, so many delegates are coming to this marriage occasion, the crowd will be very more. So here, 50,000 chapatis you have to prepare. Chapatis only. 50,000 chapatis you have to prepare. It's a large quantity. 50,000 chapatis you have to prepare. That's a task we are having. It's a big task. Here, 2 cases I'm telling there. Case number 1. Listen carefully. We don't have any machinery. Just only we have manpower. Maybe 20 members people I can get. What these 20 members are, they have to do right from 1 day before onwards. They have to go to the customer's home. There we have to take some room, cooking room. There we have to start preparing the chapatis or not. First of all, raw chapati we have to prepare or not. Then we have to prepare the chapatis or not. Then what we require the raw items, no. Maybe at one side the powder is required. Chapati powder is required. At some other side, what there, no, some plates we required for preparing chapati. Some kind of sticks we required. Some kind of oil we required. Some type of water is required. All items here we have to gather or not. That all items are available with each and every cooking master or not. Then along with that master, these items are available. They're manually preparing the chapatis now. How many chapatis they have to prepare there? 50,000 chapatis they have to prepare. 3 days before they have to start preparing these chapatis now. Continuously, every day 24 hours. Every day 24 hours. 3 days of time they have to work. Then only they are able to get like what there? 50,000 raw chapatis. How many days we have to work there? 3 days of time we have to work. 20 members nearly. Nearly 20 members and 20 slots they have created there. Then each slot contains like what there? One master. 24/7. 3 days of time they have to work, or maybe 5 days of time they have to work. Then only the raw chapatis we are able to get nearly 50,000. 5 days of time they have to work. 20 members team. This is a work, guys. This is one approach. Finally, the marriage date was there. Then occasion is going on. 50,000 or maybe 25,000 delegates are coming. Each delegate contains is required like what the 2 chapatis. Along with the chapati might be some salads or maybe some kind of curry preparation and everything. It's so going on. So finally we serve all 50,000 members. It's okay, well and good. Services are very good. Then fine, finished. That occasion is finished. We got the required amount of money from the respective. Even some appreciation also we are getting. That's okay, good, nice, clear up to that. Now tell me, what is my total productivity? How many days of time we worked for that particular occasion? 5 days of time we worked there. 5 days of time, 20 members. As the manager of this catering service, every day salary I have to give for all 20 members or not? Per day, for one master, nearly 5,000 rupees I have to give. How many days? No, 5 days. Each day 20 members. 20 members and 5,000 in the sense 1 lakh rupee. 5 days, 5 lakh rupees for only cooking masters. Then for other expenditure is going to be available there. Anyway, then its overall cost is 10 lakhs rupees for me. Then I got the contract is what there, 15 lakhs from the occasion. 10 lakhs I invested and 5 lakhs is the profit. That's okay, good, nice. Understand? Productivity I'm telling there. How much time, then how much effort, how much money. That is called as productivity. Leave it. This is case number 1. Again, I'm telling there, in case number 1, you have to take the responsibility. As a master, we have to take the responsibility. First, you have to prepare that powder with oil or some water. We have to prepare a paste. Then divide that paste into small like what there, small nuggets. Then the nuggets we have to go for like what there. We have to get like what there, chapatis. Everything we have to do. As a master, I have to do everything. Am I right or not? Sir, all of you are following or not? Case number 2, I'm talking now. Nowadays, chapati prepared machines, chapati preparation machines are available.